Sussex against Yorkshire. I'm Adrian Harms, delighted to be joined from Yorkshire, from Jonathan Doidge. Good morning, Doidge.
Hey up.
Good to see you, lad. And third member of our commentary team is Charlie Reynolds, who's going to be speaking to us a little later on. So, Charlie, hello to you. Good to see you. Charlie's here as well. So, Charlie Reynolds, journalist, so we're going to talk all matters cricket between the three of us for 3 days. That's a lovely sunny morning here in Hove. I just need to do a little test around the ground to make sure the commentary is going. There we are! Gentlemen waving from the back of the... Can you see, Doidge? If you look over there, gentlemen waving from the back of the... And the great news about that is we've got one listener, that means. So
fantastic.
That's good news. So if you're listening around the ground, if you're listening via the BBC website or on the Sussex Club stream, a very good morning to you all, and good luck to Jack, who does the operating of the stream as well. We'll hope that all works throughout the game as well.
Can I just say, Armsy, I worked with Charlie up at Lords a few weeks ago when Yorkshire got beaten by Middlesex.
Good.
And if our listeners and viewers think that wickets is the thing in county championship cricket, then we've got the right man on the third voice in here, because every time Charlie took to the microphone, there was a clatter of wickets. So we've got a nice green top here, so it could be a pretty quick finish, this one. It could be all over in a day.
Well, I was just going to say, perhaps we keep Charlie off commentary then, because Sussex are batting first. That's the news from the middle. Yorkshire have won the toss, and they are going to bowl first. I'll give you, as Jonathan is our visitor, why don't you run through the Yorkshire side first of all? Yeah,
4 changes for Yorkshire, and having gone through the unusual in terms of picking two spinners, 2 frontline spinners at Headingley last time in Dan Moriarty and Dom Bess, and then having Joe Root, who's more than a part-time spinner, isn't he, and Adam Lythe, who took a wicket or 2. They've now gone all seam, so 4 changes to the side that drew against Glamorgan last week. Out Harry Brook, but he was always going to come to the end of his time, 5 matches that he was playing, so he's gone back to England, for those who have been asking. Dom Bess, Dan Moriarty and Matthew Fisher, who of course pulled up with an injury in the field in that match last week, they're all missing this time. Dom Leach comes in for his first match of the season. James Wharton also back in the side to bat. George Hill missed out last time, as did Jordan Thompson, because of that 2 spinner selection. They're both back in the side, and obviously both very capable with bat and ball. Dom Leach, first match of the season for him. So with a green seamer and an all-seam attack, it was a good toss for them to win.
Well, certainly Shan Masood had no hesitation whatsoever in deciding to bowl first. In terms of Sussex, a couple of changes, 1 enforced, 1 tactical. Jayden Seals, leading wicket taker in Division 2 of the County Championship, is out of the game. Picked up a little groin niggle last week down in Cardiff, but I don't think it's anything too serious, and Sussex will be hoping that he will be back next week for the trip to Lords. The other change, a tactical one, Ari Cavalos drops out of the side, and Sean Hunt, the left-arm seamer, comes into the side. So the Sussex openers are making their way out to the middle, followed by the Yorkshire team. What we'll do here in terms of our commentary box, Jonathan and I do the first half hour, and then Charlie will come in and join myself, and then we'll switch around. So you'll hear a selection of voices, and enjoy the day. If you're looking in touch with us, please do so. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, you can send emails, or BBC West Yorkshire Sport @gmail.com. I think that's familiar to all our listeners up in Yorkshire. In terms of Twitter, @BBC Sussex Sport, or Jonathan's is @SportingLives1, and we'll get Charlie's when he comes on air as well. So lovely morning here, a bit of high level cotton wool cloud, and Yorkshire, having won the toss, are going to bowl first, and Tom Clark is going to be the man on strike to Ben Cody. Needs some runs, Tom Clark. He's had a disappointing start to the season, 1/2 century, but I was looking at his stats, he's only just scored over 100 runs in the championship so far. So he'll be looking to score some runs, but Paul Farbrace clearly keeping faith even with his young opener, as Ben Coe comes running in down the hill from the Cromwell Road end, bowls to Clark, who defends out into the offside, and there is no run. There are 4 slips in place. A cover, I've got a cover point mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg just down below us. That's Dom Leach, who's just doing some warm-up exercises in front of the corporate hospitality. Doidge and I, when we went out for the toss, we could see all the tables were set for lunch with lovely tablecloths on, so there'll be the Boundary Club in today. As in comes Code and bowls, let go slightly off stump by Clark, and there is no run. And thank you very much to Jack, who operates the stream here at Sussex, and he's very kindly set us up with the screen in the commentary box today, so there's absolutely no excuse for me getting the score wrong, which I have on numerous occasions. I've got some new glasses, Deutsch. It's a very boring story, and they're no better than the old ones. So
I'm glad you shortened that considerably.
Yeah, they've been changed twice. Anyway, in comes Code down the hill, round the wicket, bowls, and Clark drives handsome. Well, that's a shot that will do Tom Clark's confidence no harm at all. To say he's been out of the runs, it was over-pitched by Code, and Clark drove it handsomely through the covers for the first runs of the day. Sussex 4 without loss.
Yeah, probably got what it deserved. Ben, unlike him to pitch it as wide as that, but he really gave him something to get his hands through, and yeah, wide half volley, and probably got what it deserved, those 4 runs.
Code. Lovely sunshine down the hill bowls, and Clark is forward, plays a little uncertainly to mid-wicket, and there is no run. I should say that the stands at the far end of the ground are temporary stands, which is a sign that the T20 is not far away. First game here on the 31st of May. Generally at that end of the ground you'd have the blue and white stripy deck chairs. I quite like it with the stands up there. It makes it feel a little more enclosed. Although, you know, deck chairs very much in favour here at Hove. In comes Code bowls, and Clark defends down the offside of the track. Code fills up his own bowling, and there is no run. For the benefit of our Sussex listeners, Deutsch, I mean, having the favourites tag is never great, is it? Well, just talk us through Yorkshire's, you know, the first 5 games and their start to the season.
They've struggled to take 20 wickets, is the gist of it, which is something that I didn't ever really think I'd hear myself saying when I first started doing this job in 2019, because bowling has generally been the strength.
Code is in bowls. Oh, he beats. That's a good delivery. Tom Clark was only half forward, and good carry through to keeper Tattersall. And there is no run over the opening over. Sussex are 4 without loss, having been asked to bat first this morning.
Yeah, I mean that's good for both bat and ball. If the ball is going to carry through like that, it'll probably be a bit of tennis ball bounce, given there's so much grass on the pitch. Jordan Thompson's going to have the new ball from this C end, and I think from what I can gather yesterday when they turned up, because there'd been rain around, they couldn't practice out there in the middle, and I think the square was covered. So I'm not sure whether they got a peak or not, but don't think so. And if they had, then 1 or 2 of the seamers would have been probably having a sleepless night last night, getting so excited about the fact that this looks very green out there. But I think rather than getting carried away, because we saw this sort of pitch at Leicester towards the back end of last season, everybody saying, oh, it's going to be doing all sorts, and it actually played quite well. So let's just put the ball there or thereabouts and let the pitch, if it's going to do that, do the work. Jordan Thompson's first delivery is wide of off stump, and Tom Haynes able to leave that.
The word around the Sussex camp was that there is a bit of grass been left on the patch, but that's more in terms of bringing slips into play. So that's quite interesting, actually. That was interesting just seeing the carry on those opening 2 deliveries.
Here comes Jordan again. Then in past umpire Hassan Adnan, it's around about thigh pad height and flicked away backward of square leg there for the first couple of runs to Haynes in the match. Jordan, as I mentioned at the top of the piece, missed out last week, and George Hill as well had to sit that draw against Glamorgan out, but that was just another case in point in terms of what I'm saying. They began the last day in control but weren't able to see it through. A similar situation at Bristol earlier in the season, needed 6 wickets on the last day, managed to take just the 2. So they've gone all seam this time in the hope that they can get it sorted. That's up there to drive, and Haynes just drives it into the deck. Shan Masood there at mid-off to do the fielding. They've got 3 slips and a gully in place. The usual trio when he's playing Joe Root at first, Adam Lyth at second. Finlay Bean has gone in at 3rd slip. Looks as though it's George Hill at gully, James Wharton hands on hips out there at point, Masood at mid-off, Leach at mid-on, and Matthew Revis he's a straight mid-wicket. Ben Code just settled a few yards in from the boundary down at long leg as Thompson's in again. Right arm over the wicket, flicked into the leg side, straight delivery. And Haynes can't get it past Matthew Revis. There's a pretty good crowd in as well. Early doors.
Yeah, there is.
Beautiful morning. Had a nice walk round. Got down here about probably 3ish yesterday afternoon. And yeah, lovely out there on the seafront. Mooch around the shops. Found somewhere to eat, and then 8 o'clock, always in place.
Where did you watch? In a pub somewhere, or?
Yeah, I just went to the walkabout just round the corner from the hotel.
Okay.
There was about 8 people in, 5 of whom were Leeds fans. Here's Thompson, that is punched square on the offside. James Wharton doing the fielding.
Were any of the Yorkshire players Leeds fans? Was anyone sneaking out for a crafty beer last night? Or?
Jordan Thompson's definitely a Leeds fan. Didn't see anybody sneaking out of the hotel at all. In fact, they checked in at the same time as I did, a few of them. But no, there's a few differences of opinion in terms of football teams. Ben Code, a Newcastle fan. I think I'm right in saying Adam Lyth, an Arsenal fan. Here comes Thompson again, and that's punched up to Shan Masood coming round from mid-off to field. I'm not sure how closely Shan follows football, because he was thinking Leeds could get to Wembley, and I said no, just now at the toss I said no, they're there already, Shan. They drew last weekend and won 4-0 last night. 6 without loss after 2 overs.
Interesting in this match, Doige, you know, is this what they call the eye hawk? Now, this is the new camera that's affixed to umpires. Now, I'm not sure whether David Milnes and Hassan Adnam have got them on, but the idea is all the data from these eye hawks is then transmitted back centrally to help England selectors, so they know exactly what's doing what, who's bowling at what pace. As in comes Code round the wicket, bowls, and Clark is forward, plays it back down the track, and Code fields all of his no bowling, no run.
Yeah, we've had all those sorts of things with the man who's bowling right now, Ben Code. I know England were hanging around the side of the pitch, and that a few seasons ago now, because you know his record is superb, but I think there's just a feeling that you know at low to mid 70s, that at Test match level, doesn't matter where you put it, you know good players will be able to deal with that more easily.
Code is in bowls, and Clark looking to cut that one away through point. He's rather squared up and plays it back down the wicket. There is no run.
What you've got here with Ollie Robinson is somebody bowling it at 80, which is, you know, that's kind of, it feels like it's the ceiling, doesn't it?
Yes.
Or the lower,
the lower part.
the lower ceiling,
totally.
if you like.
Yeah.
The basement level for pace, if you can do something with the ball. So we've seen Jimmy, obviously, with his fantastic record. He's got slower over the years, but they've kept him going because he still gets wickets and still bowls at that sort of pace.
Code is in bowls, pulled away by Clark, and he's going to get runs here through wideish mid. I didn't quite time it, but he's going to pick up at least a couple of runs. Chase back down towards the Cromwell Road end of the ground. A good throw coming into Tattersall. 2 more to Clark. He goes to 6, the total 8 without loss.
But, I mean, Ollie's got a massive opportunity now with Jimmy calling time after Lords this coming summer to really be, you know, the man, because he's a talented bowler.
Totally.
Zips it both ways, as we'll probably see during this match, on a green top. He's not going to get many of these to bowl on in Test cricket.
Comes Code, bowls, and Clark's hit on the pad. The ball is taken down the leg side by Tattersall, no run. I mean, certainly a couple of weeks ago we were at Derby and Jeff Arnold was there, you know, keeping an eye on what was going on. I'd imagine having a look at Ollie. But my understanding with this iHawk is that all this data, and it's not just on data, not just on bowlers, but who's batting, who's doing what. It's going to this huge sort of storage area, so the selectors or selector, Luke Wright, formerly of Sussex, knows exactly who's doing what and where. Code is in bowls, and Clark drives without timing into the offside, no run. I mean, all sorts of very good podcast, actually. We should give a plug to it, the TMS podcast this week. Kevin Howells talking to Rob Key. I thought it was really, really good. And Rob Key is very open, isn't he, in what he says. I thought it was really impressive. They were asking him about, you know, Jimmy Anderson. He said, yeah, you know, Brendan McCullum came over from New Zealand. They met at a hotel in Manchester. You know, it was really insightful. Code Bowls Clark drive. Second time he's done that. Good shot by Tom Clark, who hasn't been in the runs, but two good shots right out of the middle of the bat, and the ball races away over what I have to say is an immaculate outfield here at Hove. The scoreboard has gone off on one side of the ground, which isn't desperately helpful, but Sussex are 12 without loss. Tom Clark on 10, Tom Haynes on 2. The scoreboard's back now, that's good.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to make a massive adjustment, Ben Code, to what he's just producing to be really in the game here. That, you know, on another day, a little bit more kick off the pitch, and that's probably an edge, but he opened the face and drove it nicely square and got full value for the shot. You're absolutely right. I mean, we sit up on the 4th floor at Headingley, which is obviously the ground I work at most, and Richard Robinson and co have that looking in pristine nick. We're a bit closer here down at 1st floor level, so you get an even you know, more intimate view, if you like, of what the pitch is like, and it just feels like it's just like a load of golf greens put together, doesn't it, out there? It really is immaculate. You could imagine, well, if I was any good at golf, stroking a putt nicely along there. It's not going to bobble anyway. It looks absolutely pristine, so well done to the ground staff. They've produced a cracking outfield, and also, by the looks of things, and that's all it is at the moment, it's just by the looks of things, the sort of pitch that will test batters and will make them have to work a little bit harder for their runs, and might produce a very interesting game of cricket. So 12 without loss after 3 is a handy little start, but it's very early days. Jordan Thompson, having had an over to get loose, is coming on from this C end, and that one's driven square on the offside again, just a bit too much width. I think George Hill might have got a hand on that. It's slowed after it passed him on its way to the boundary, but it is nonetheless a boundary. It was full and cracked away by Haynes.
It's a favoured area of Tom Haynes. If you could have a graph of where he scores his runs through that point area or backward of point, he's very, very strong. Just good morning to John Malone. He says, good morning, lads. A beautiful day in Sussex. Long may it continue. Coming through loud and clear on the stream. Have a good match. And it says, have a good match, Jack, who's the guy who operates the cameras. Yes, good luck, Jack. And that's regards from John Malone in Bexhill-on-Sea.
Morning to you, John. Here's Jordan Thompson. That's the best delivery of the morning so far. And Haynes just pushing at it slightly, pulls the bat out of the way, but I think the ball had already gone. David Sharp's been in touch, listening from his balcony in Marbella. He says it's a lovely day, around 26 degrees. He says, I believe Yorkshire won the toss. From your comments, we would have bowled first as well. Hopefully, we Sussex play better than the game in Cardiff. Thanks for your commentary, says David from lovely Marbella. Sounds nice, Georgie, doesn't it? Balcony in Marbella. Yeah, but can it be as nice as this, watching county cricket in the sunshine at home? I'm not sure about that. As Haynes just drops this latest Thompson delivery into the offside, no run. Good morning to you, Martin Bloomfield. He says, looking at the forecast, I fear we may be in for yet another bout of water sports over the next few days. During the inevitable rain breaks, followers may wish to listen to a recent excellent interview done with Madam President, presumably Jane Powell of Yorkshire CCC, extolling the virtues of all things about Yorkshire cricket. More in a moment, because Thompson turns and leaves our position behind, running slightly up the incline, and it's too wide and too full, and has been dealt with once again by Haynes, who picks up another 4, this time through the covers. 20 without loss. Jordan just needs to try and tighten up things on that radar front. He'll be in the game. So he sent me a link here, which I will click on, and because it's up on YouTube as a conversation with club president Jane Powell, which is on the Yorkshire cricket stream. If you want to look for it, folks, anybody that way inclined. Let's hope for some wonderful cricket notwithstanding, says Martin, and sufficient playing time to achieve a result. Obviously a win favouring the White Rose County. Thompson is in, and that's flicked off the legs this time. Might have been literally off the legs, not sure if the bat was involved. Hassan Adnan looks as though he's going to signal a leg bye, or 4 leg byes, and does. So the scoreboard really is racing along here. It's a handy start by the Sussex opening pair, even though that wasn't off the bat. 24 without loss. Martin finishes by saying, surprised to see Joe Root is still involved, but pleased that James Wharton finally gets an outing. Yeah, as I understand it, Joe was missing this game originally. I'm going to play at Northants next week, but I think that switch has been made, so I'm not expecting to see him at Northants in the final game of the first half of the County Championship season. Thompson in, 4 more, 2 wide, half volley again, and along the carpet all the way. Lovely stroke by Haynes. He's on to 14, 28 without loss after just 4 overs. Sussex racing along, and it's pretty loose early doors up front by the Yorkshire bowlers.
It was very much a feature of Tom Haynes' batting this season. He's already made a couple of hundreds, and it was the same in Cardiff last week. He got off to a terrific start. The ball's coming right up the middle of the bat, but then got out in both innings relatively cheaply. So he'll be very keen to make sure he pushes on from this start. A couple more emails. Jamie is listening in Chatham. He says, "Hi Adrian and your colleagues. Following on the live stream from Chatham, in the garden, enjoying the sunshine. Praying this will be the same when we go to Lord's next week, although the BBC weather app says showers, and it says showers here for this week as well, so but let's hope it doesn't happen. We spent all last week talking about the weather." In comes Code round the wicket bowls to Clark, who places slightly near. He's going to get runs. He might even get 4 runs. The ball is racing out towards the cover boundary, and he's done pick up a boundary, but it was a cover drive that he didn't look to be quite in control of. It was in the air, but he picks up another boundary. He goes to 14, 32 without loss.
He's played 2 shots, one either side of the wicket, where he's not been in complete control. The loopy one that he played out wide of mid-on another day, that probably just lobs into somebody's hands, doesn't it? But they've started well, and it's feeling like their day, 14 apiece.
So thank you, Jamie. Good to hear from you over in Chatham in Kent. Vince has been in touch from rainy Slovakia. So there we are, no cricket in Slovakia today. Looks like nice weather for Sussex to score lots of runs. Tennis ball cricket starts here this weekend, and the Austrian tournament starts soon, says Vince. Tennis ball cricket starts here this weekend. What do you mean by that? In comes Code. Bowls let go outside the off stump by Clark, taken by Tattersall. And there is no run. Who's then in deep conversation with the slip cordon. 4 slips in place. Point. What sort of an extra cover, mid-on and a fine leg. Nice buzz around the ground this morning.
Tennis ball cricket used to play lots and lots of that back home in the day, growing up.
On the beach and in the road.
When in the drive or in the road, in our case.
Yeah. In comes Code around the wicket bowls. Clark is solidly forward, plays to mid-on, and there is no run.
We lived at the bottom of a cul-de-sac, and so then there was just a field with this time of year onwards was overgrown with brambles and nettles and all of that, and so we lost many a tennis ball over the fence. There was a point where the garage was moved back, so we had one of those little slopey things, about 18 inches a foot, where it sloped up to the garage lip, the bottom lip.
Code again. Bowls Clark forward, punches this nicely down the ground. That's a nicely controlled shot by Tom Clark. It was really just a punch down the ground, and he picks up a couple of runs. The fielder from mid-off has to chase back towards the pavilion, and 2 more to Clark, who goes to 16. Sussex 34 without loss.
So I'm about 7 years old, and Mum and Dad decided to stick an extension on, which my bedroom was going to be on top of this carport, which meant the garage had to be shoved back, I don't know, probably about 2-3 yards. More in a moment because he's coming in.
Code. Bowls Clark defends into the offside, no run.
So you batted in the net quite often, which was in the garage, so that if you whacked it or you edged it or whatever, it was just going to be safe. You didn't have to go look for it in the field. But this ridge was still there, so if you ran up and bowled, if you hit the ridge, often the ball would disappear over the top of the garage with the tennis ball bounce, and you'd not get a chance to hit it anyway if you were there with bat in hand. It was ridiculous.
In comes Code again. Bowls Clark defends onto the onside. There is no run. End of the over, end of the 5th over of the morning. And Sussex, as Doyle, you were saying, after a bit of a flyer, 34 without loss. Clark 16, Haynes on 14. Code 3 overs, no maidens, 0 for 16.
But that was nothing compared to the day when we were out in the cul-de-sac and I was running down the hill bowling. Bowling fast, really fast. One of my brothers, well, they're both left-handed batters, and he's on strike. And then there's a keeper and 2 slips, and there's a manhole just at the bottom of the drive there, just away into this field, with the cover off. And I bowl this delivery. Matthew gets an edge on it. it flies out beyond second slip, and one of our mates dived full length, took a brilliant catch, and then the next thing you see are 2 ankles sticking out of this manhole because he's landed straight down. It was.
Was he all right?
It was a moment. Yeah.
No sympathy from you by the sounds of it.
No, we laughed a lot. Thompson is in, and with an open face, this one has been played very nicely backward of point. James Wharton giving chase. He's already been dispatched out to sweep square on the offside, but that's going to be 4 more. Jordan Thompson is going for a few here in his first few overs with the new ball.
That is a typical Tom Haynes shot, just waiting for the ball, cutting the ball away through backward point, and already Yorkshire have got a man out there, haven't they? There's been a change in the field to try and stem that flow of runs.
So far, you'd have to say, and when nowhere near square on, we're probably 8-9 strips away to the right as we look at Tom Haynes on strike here. Thompson is in. This time it's a bit more edgy, but it's going in the same sort of area. James Wharton will be able to reel this one in, and they'll get back for 2. But so far, you'd have to say too much width from Jordan Thompson. That's, with the shots that have been played. He's now gone for 20 in just 2 overs and 2 balls in trying to get this right, and it so often happens with these sorts of things early doors. If you can't get into a rhythm, it feels more difficult. There'll be one ball, maybe 1 or 2 balls in a row where he does land it, and that'll change the confidence and might bring a wicket, because he is, of course, the man that makes things happen. Ooh, and there you go. He beats Haynes this time past the outside edge. So only the second time we've seen that in this first 22 minutes of play this morning.
Sometimes wonder, Doige, when the skipper's won the toss and it looked as if it's a good morning for bowling, as a green just tinge it, puts a little bit more pressure on the bowler, thinking, well, I've got to pitch it up here because I want to make use of the new ball. And Haynes and Clark are really tucked into the bowling so far.
Absolutely. I was saying that there was a pitch back end of last season at Leicester where everybody looked at it and thought, wow, great, not going to get any runs here, we're going to get loads of wickets, and it just didn't work out that way. It played pretty well as Thompson's latest delivery is pushed by Haynes up to Masood. No run. I said to Shan Masood before play started, when I was waiting to do a quick interview with him, good luck batting on that then, and he just smiled and said, see ball, hit ball.
Well, so far there's been good carry as well, hasn't there, on the balls that have gone through to Tattersall. He's been taking them round about his midriff, so
yep,
it's a good pitch.
Jordan Thompson striving for that first breakthrough of the day, and he's got an outside edge on this one as Haynes, so he's getting a bit closer now, Jordan Thompson, to where he's wanting to put it. He's not been able to push that square. He's not been able to lay his bat on it with a bit of width. It's a little bit closer to the stumps, probably, I'm guessing, around about 4th stump from the angle we're at.
Jordan has been in touch. He says, hi Adrian, I'm listening in sunny Aberystwyth on holiday for my birthday. Happy birthday. Couldn't think of anything better than watching the mighty Sussex. Looking forward to travelling for the return fixture to watch us play at Scarborough later in the summer. Thank you, Jordan. Thanks for getting in touch, and happy birthday from us all here in the commentary box.
Here comes Thompson again, this time straight, turned off the pad into the leg side. Revis will field but won't cut out what is a leg by, so 41 without loss after just 6 overs of play. It's been a whirlwind start by Sussex. I've got to say, Armsy, it's a great scene. I always enjoy coming down here. I've done in the few years I've been doing the job. And just to get some, I mean, we've been, I think, previously in April, and it's been a little bit nippy. There's been a bit of sea fret around from time to time. This feels like a proper county cricketing day. It's sunshine. It's a few degrees warmer. It's probably just about perfect, really. When you're a bowler, it's not too cold. It's not too hot. You've got a bit of grass on the pitch. Everything should be, you feel, should be in your favour as a seam bowler on these sort of days.
I can see Dom Leach warming up down below. I wonder if there's going to be an early change, as in comes Code and bowls, and Clark is forward, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. No, I mean, it does feel like summer's arrived. If we just knew it was going to stay like this for the next 3 or 4 months, wouldn't it be wonderful? Not too hot, and a really good crowd in. And there's, Yorkshire are a big draw, aren't they? When when you look down the fixtures, you think, no, it's great. Yorkshire coming down. Joe Root's playing. Friday, why not? if you're sitting around, come and watch. Code in bowls, and Clark struck around about the thigh pad. The ball dribbles onto the onside. Tattersall runs from behind the stumps, then rolls the ball at the stumps, but Clark was well back in his ground. Vince has been back in touch. He said there's only one cricket ground in Slovakia, cricketish, he says. So all the games or tournaments are played with a heavy tennis ball. Don't need pads, so quick and easy games. He says we're trying to get a local football ground here to have a square lay, but trying to explain the concept here is quite tough. Thank you, Vince. Code in again, bowls, and he strikes Clark again on the thigh pad. The ball dribbles out into the offside. There is no run. And always, lovely to hear from Delray Rawlings' parents over in Bermuda. Millard and Denise, they say they're watching this morning from Bermuda. Once a shark, always a shark. Bermuda, lovely. I don't know what the weather's like out there, Denise. It's lovely to hear from you. Bermuda-ish weather here, I suspect. Please pass on our regards to Delray as in comes Code and bowls, and Clark struck on the thigh pad. The ball bounced out on the offside, and I don't think there was any chance that was going to be given out. But perhaps a suggestion here that Code is just finding his length.
Yeah, it feels like he's settling in a bit more now, doesn't it? Yeah, remember Delray playing here in a previous match between the two counties, probably 2 or 3 seasons ago.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah.
Might have been during the COVID conference thingies that we had, the Bob Willis Trophy.
Code around the wicket bowls. Oh, and Clark is gone. And well, we just said that it looked as if Ben Code was getting his line and length right. And that's nipped away, and Tom Clark has played that into the hands of the slip cordon, and he is gone for 16. The first wicket goes down. Sussex are 42 for 1, and Joe Root taking the catch and making it look very comfortable as well.
Yeah, it was one of those. He just had to stand up, took it in the midriff. 16 off 27 balls in 27 minutes. 24 balls. Did I say 24 balls? 27 balls. 24 balls and 27 minutes and 3 fours included in that. A couple of freebies there for Tom Clark, but he hadn't really completely managed to get himself in, had he? After just 27 minutes of play. And Ben Code, as you said, we were just feeling that he'd started to, just like batters have to read a pitch when they've got the bat in their hand, bowlers also need to have a feel about things as well, don't they? What are they getting out of the pitch at certain lengths and at certain lines? And Ben Code showing that he learns quickly with what he produces, which is why he's got such a fantastic record in county championship cricket. And it was there or thereabouts, 4th stump, forced to play at it, and just that little nick through, and comfortable catch, as you say, for Joe Root.
I have to give an update at 11:30 to our listeners in Surrey and Sussex, and so I was just checking the score from the Oval. Surrey batting first, and Surrey are 14 for 3, leaders of the county championship. So there you go. I was saying how Surrey are all conquering this season, but Jamie Smith, who made 150 odd last week, out for a duck today. So just go to show how the game goes, doesn't it? Burns, Sibley, and Smith all back in the pavilion. A couple of wickets there for Joe Leach. He's a terrific bowler, isn't he, Joe Leach? I mean, down the years.
Yeah, wobbling it around. But
at the Oval, fair play. 14 for 3.
Do you want me to step out for Charlie to come in when you've done your update?
Yeah, we'll do the update, yeah. It should be a couple of minutes and we'll bring Charlie in.
Then wickets really will tumble.
Yeah, we're going to keep Charlie out for that. So, another left-hander and another Tom. Number 45, Tom Alsop.
Yeah, you knew that, didn't you?
Makes his way to the pitch as in comes Code around the wicket bowls, and Alsop is straight away on his off the mark, I should say, picks up a single.
I'm going to give up one of these trade secrets, because when the toss is made on the first morning, we never quite remember our opponent's numbers. So I went through all the Yorkshire numbers for Harms,
and you knew them all.
Team, and I knew them all. I thought Dom Leach was number 8, but it's a while since he played, so yeah, guess right. And then Harmsley, I said, go on and take us through yours. And there are 4 players who what he sees every week, folks. And he's still going, oh, I can't remember doing it. We'll find out when he walks out to bat.
No point getting too stressed about it. Denise has been back in touch from sunny Bermuda. She says, today it is sunny, not real warm yet, 75 degrees, so nice that, isn't it? Doishi's going to take a breathe for half an hour and eat the biscuits. We've got a lovely box of cookies in front of us. And Charlie Reynolds is going to come and join us for the first time today, as in comes Jordan Thompson bowls to Haynes, who plays it on the bounce into the slip cordon. And there is no run. So 43 for 1, Haynes on 21. Allsop on a single, the man out. Tom Clark for 16, caught by Joe Rope off the bowling of Encode. And a very good morning to you, Charlie.
Morning.
Good to see you.
What a lovely morning it is.
Yeah, it's lovely. Did you have a decent trip down?
Yes, I came down last night actually.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Got a nice walk into the ground in the sun this morning.
Yeah. And what were the Oh, I think I'm looking at the ball. Oh dear. What are we? 8 overs in.
Oh, we had a good run.
Well, yeah. Yeah, I always think this though, Charlie, when this happens, the price of a cricket ball, well, they're going to give it back to Jordan Thompson. I don't think it's going to be changed, or is it? No, I think he's going to have to make do for the time being.
I think in the last round of matches, one of the balls was changed after one ball of the second innings.
I mean, that is ridiculous.
I don't know what was wrong with it. I'd love to know what was wrong with it.
Well, it's just crackers, isn't it? 3 slips and a gully. Cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg as Jordan Thompson runs away from us, coming into bowl to Tom Allsop, and Allsop is forward defensively, plays into the offside, and there is no run. Charlie, it's the first time that we've met, so just tell us a little bit about yourself and your love of the great game.
I'm a freelance journalist, and yeah, cricket tragic, as the Australians would say, I guess.
Yeah, I guess we've got three cricket tragics in here.
Probably
today.
not much of a surprise. Yeah. No, it's great to be down here. It's the first game I've covered down at Hove.
I was going to ask you that. As in comes Thompson over wicket bowls and Allsop defends onto the onside. There is none. So your first time to Hove?
I have been as a spectator.
Right. Okay.
Before, but this is my first time as a journalist, as a broadcaster, I guess.
We think we pretty much get the best seat in the house.
Well, it's
here.
an amazing view, yeah. Perhaps topped only by that man working on the scaffolding at the other end.
Yes. Yes, there's
right behind the bowler's arm.
Yes, yeah, good spot, Charlie. There's 2 houses at the end. I don't know if they're one house or whether they're sort of semi-detached, but they're enormous. As in comes Thompson bowls, Allsop drives, runs here for Tom Allsop, and it could well be a boundary. It's rolling out towards the rope. It's just going to be overhauled inside. But Allsop and Haynes come back for 3 runs. Tom Allsop goes to 4 on the total to 46 for 1. Yeah, there's 2 houses there with scaffolding on. I mean, if that is one house, that is an enormous house.
Well, I guess if you're offered the job fixing the roof of that house or whatever, I think no coincidence that the availability opened up just as the cricket season is on. You wouldn't want to be doing that in winter.
No, you wouldn't. You get a great view of the sea from there. So the sea,
yeah.
I mean, they're looking directly down the ground from the Cromwell Road end, and the sea for folks who haven't been to Hove before or know Hove is about probably a bit more than 500 yards directly behind the ground here down towards the sea. There might have been a few people in there this morning. In comes Thompson bowls and defended by Haynes into the offside. A ball of good length, punch to mid-off, and there is no run. 46 for 1, Allsop 2, Haynes on 21. Live cricket here on the BBC Radio Sussex. Lots of radio stations around Yorkshire. Myself, Charlie Reynolds, and Jonathan Doige, your commentary team. Here in the sunshine at Hove, where Yorkshire won the toss, decided to bowl first. Sussex off to a flyer, but in so doing have lost Tom Clark, who was out for 16, caught by Joe Root off the bowling of Ben Code. In comes Thompson bowls, and very nearly a second wicket. That's just past the outstretched hands of Adam Lythe. In there at second slip, it was an edge from Tom Haynes. The ball has raced away down to the boundary. The Sussex half century is up, but not a convincing shot by Haynes.
No, not at all. We've seen a few edges from Jordan Thompson. He has been the loosest of the 2 bowlers, I'd say, but that one was a genuine edge, and well, a reminder that although Sussex are going quite well, there's still plenty in this for the bowlers.
Yes, indeed. I'm I'm sure that we've missed the update here. Actually, I suddenly realised that because we had some noise coming through the microphone, so I'll just double check that. I'll let you pick up the commentary, Charlie.
Thanks. Well, it's going to be Ben Code to continue. And he's bowling to Tom Alsop with 3 slips and a gully as he runs in now towards us. Bowls and Alsop edges. No, sorry. Beats the outside edge. And that's through to the keeper. I don't know why I thought that was the edge. And there's no run. But a sign that Code has perhaps found his line and length a bit after some tough early overs.
Yeah. And often, Charlie, when bowlers come, I mean, Ben Coe would have bowled here before, but it just takes a little bit of getting used to, you know, with the slope, particularly bowling down the hill.
As Code runs towards us once more, bowls to Alsop, who forward solidly in defence, just pushes that down the pitch, and there's no run.
If I cut in, Charlie, it's not because I'm being rude, it's because there might be an update. I think they're running a bit late.
Code back to the top of his mark. He's running in again. Bowls to Alsop, who crouches and pushes that one forward with a bit more intent, but straight to the man at mid-on, and there's no run.
So, cricket journalist, Charlie, who do you write for? Or
well, anyone that pays me, really.
Well,
I'll
ask a silly question.
No, the Independent quite often, or the Eye, or sometimes Cricinfo.
Yeah.
Yes, wherever there's some work going, really. As Code comes in now, bowls to Alsop, who pushes that into the leg side, thinks about a single, but it is straight to the man at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Well, it's good. Well, it's good to know that the Independent and the Metro, and you know, are looking for reporters to cover county cricket.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure quite how much they are, but not as much as I'd like, anyway, or as everyone would like.
So, where would you normally be working? Are you live in London?
I live in London, yeah.
Right.
So, well, it depends really, but Code runs in again now, and Alsop pushes that one forward solidly in defence, and it's collected by the bowler. There's no run.
David Sharp's been in touch. There's a lady here, Charlie, who always, whenever a ball needs to be changed, Brenda is her name. She's been coming to the ground for donkey's years. She's always first in the queue at home, and she comes wandering out of the pavilion. Most of this season she's had a big rain mac on, but she may not today. But normally she comes wandering on if there's a change of ball, but not required so far.
As Code runs in now, bowls, and Alsop leaves that quite extravagantly. He's taken a step outside his off stump and shoulders arms. It goes through to the keeper. There's no run. That's the end of the over. 50 for 1. Sussex remain.
Well, I think Sussex will be pleased with the way they've got off a good start here. Certainly the feeling was that there is a bit of grass on the pitch. We know that. Oh, here we go. We're going for our update now. So I'll just do this update, Charlie, if I may. Surrey are now 15 for 4.
Oh dear.
Wow. What else going on at the Oval? Now, we've got to change of bowling? No, it's still going to be Jordan Thompson. 4 overs for 28, so he has been expensive as Thompson, but his skipper's going to entrust him. Just hearing about the weather forecast for tomorrow, which doesn't sound great, I have to say. Let's make the most of today. In comes Jordan Thompson running in over the wicket, bowls, and Haynes defends to mid-on, fielded there by Dom Leach, and there is no run. 3 slips and a gully in place. There's a deep point right on the boundary, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg way down in the distance. Thompson wanders back to his mark. Turns literally down in front of us and is on his way to bowl to Haynes. He's in and bowls, and Haynes is struck around the thigh pad. The ball just bounces down in front of him. And there is no run. Tom Haynes on 25. Tom Alsop on 4. Oh, here we go for our update. Yes, hello Sarah. A lovely day down here at home and a decent crowd for the visit of Yorkshire, who won the toss this morning and asked Sussex to bat first. And Sussex off to a decent start. They're 50 for 1. Tom Haynes on 25, Tom Alsop on 4. The man out, Tom Clark, who was out for 16, caught by Joe Root in the slips off the bowling of Ben Code. As Tom Haynes, it's another 4. Lovely shot through square leg for 4. So he goes to 29 and Sussex to 54 for 1. Meanwhile at the Oval, I was saying a bit earlier on, Sarah, how well Surrey are going. They're impregnable at the Oval. Or maybe not, because they're batting first against Worcestershire and Surrey are already 20 for 4. That is a big surprise.
Yeah, it is.
You know, still keeps it interesting, doesn't it? You know, maybe... and 3 wickets there for Joe Leach. The latest one, Ben Folkes out for a single. Oh, I see. As in comes Code and Bowl. Sorry, Code. Thompson bowls let go by Haynes, and there is no... Have you got music in your ear?
It's gone now.
Has it?
Yeah.
Did you have some David Bowie?
Yeah, a little bit. Just wondering what was going on, but...
Yeah, it's gone now. That's good news. Leave that by time. And Carrie here, I've been impressed by that this morning. I mean, everything is going through to Tattersall's midriff, and the catch that was taken by Joe Root, I mean... That was
Yeah, it was
roundabout.
above, it was sort of chest high.
It was, wasn't it? Thompson. In and bowls, and Haynes drives firmly to mid off. And there is no... We talk about what they're calling these eye hawks. I don't know whether you know, Charlie, whether they are in use in this game. I think the feeling is that they are going to be.
Yeah, I saw some of my press box colleagues were given a go at well under the eye of the eye hawk. I don't know what they were measured, I think, with their bowling actions, which I'm not sure.
Yeah, was that at Lord's yesterday?
At Lord's, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. I saw some stuff on that as well.
Not sure they're going to be any England call-ups soon.
No. In comes Thompson bowls, and Haynes absolutely thumps that away through the covers. There is a sweeper out on the cover boundary, so only to be 2 by Tom Haynes, but anything that's over pitch, he's driving firmly. Lovely shot by Haynes. He goes to 31, probably deserved a boundary in fairness. But Sussex to 56 for 1 at the end of the over, and Jordan Thompson rather disconsolately takes his jumper. 5 overs, no maidens, 0 for 34. What do you make of the idea of eye hawk?
I think it's a great idea. I mean, I think the more data and things you can collect on bowling and the advances in technology that we have now, you can gather a lot of information that I'm not saying that there is still, obviously you need people there watching it and watching the game, and there's a lot that the human eye can pick up. I think that's immeasurable probably, but I think the more information you have, that can only be a good thing. And it's not often as Code runs in now, bowls to Alsop, who pushes that into the leg side. It's fielded easily enough by the fielder there, and there's no run. Yeah, I think the more information you have, the better, really. And with 18 counties, it's probably not always easy to get to see every. You either need a lot of scouts, or you're going to miss out on players. So I think the more data you can collect, the better, really. As Code runs in again, bowls to Alsop, who leaves that one outside his off stump. There's no run.
We were talking earlier about the TMS podcast this week, where Kevin Howells was talking to Rob Key. It was a really interesting chat, actually, I have to say. And Rob Key was very open with what he said, but he did name check Luke Wright, who is the England selector. Oh, what's that awful whistling noise? I don't think it's our equipment. I think that's something outside. And we're saying how Luke is spending, his time pretty much watching county cricket.
As Code runs in past the umpire, bowls and Alsop edges that one, and it's dropped by Joe Root at first slip. That one went low to the former England captain, but he couldn't cling on, and that's a big miss from Yorkshire, who, having put Sussex into bat, would have been hoping for quick wickets, and they've just blown a chance for a second breakthrough. It's all going Sussex's way so far.
Just going to see that again on the replay here.
That was an absolute dolly, really. I mean, it perhaps almost came to him slower than he thought, as Code comes in now, bowls and Allsop this time gets the middle of the bat on it and pushes it into the offside, and there's no run. No, I mean, it was actually a much easier chance than I thought at first.
I agree.
First glance.
No, I agree. At first look, I thought that was very low down, but it wasn't actually.
It was only low down because he dropped it from sort of his. I mean, about the perfect. It came to him at about the perfect height, just to his right-hand side, and well, a big miss from Root there, as Code comes in now, bowls to Allsop, who misses that one. That whistles past his outside edge. Ben Code certainly finding his groove now for Yorkshire. Could have had a wicket already, and probing outside that off stump of Allsop.
This is a pretty stern examination now, isn't it?
Yeah. Something about this, from this angle, everything that whistles past the outside edge seems even more. It's quite hard to tell how far past the outside edge it is. As Code comes in now, bowls and Allsop back resolutely in defence this time onto the back foot, just pushes it into the offside. There's no run. That'll be the end of the over. It's 56 for 1, Sussex. With Tom Allsop and Tom Haynes, the men in.
And actually, Charlie, just coming back to what you're talking about, Ihort, one of the points that Rob Key made was that clearly these selectors, Luke Wright's the chief selector, but there will be people who have got their eyes on county cricket, but you can't be everywhere.
Yeah.
And the feeling was that with his Ihort, you could tell if someone's bowling 85, maybe a game that perhaps you think, that suddenly someone comes from nowhere and, is bowling. I mean, I was thinking about the Gloucestershire attack here were really good. I mean, they've got some seriously quick bowlers, Jeet Dale, and I just wonder whether those sort of bowlers might, perhaps the selectors aren't in a Gloucestershire match because they haven't been doing great so far this season, or they won in the last round, but it makes them, suddenly it's brought to selectors' attention, which I think is excellent. There's going to be a change of bowling, and it is going to be George Hill who's coming to the attack from the C end of the ground. So Jordan Thompson has been replaced, and it's going to be Hill from the C end of the ground, running up the hill and bowls, and he falls over in a bit of a heap, to be honest. I think he's okay. He just tumbled over as he delivered the ball. And I think he's okay. He's just scratching away. And
the obligatory, you've got to do a bit of digging of the pitch if you trip, if you stumble. That's the bowler's
yeah.
trademark.
No, it is.
Got to be something wrong with the pitch.
Yeah. And absolutely no sympathy from his teammates, I notice. Hill runs up the slope here, running away from the sea, in and bowls, and Haynes meets that forward defensive, punches that to mid-off, and there is no run. Yeah, there's about a 10-foot drop from the top of the ground at the Cromwell Road end down to here at the sea end, where George Hill is running up the slope. So perhaps the harder of the two ends, certainly energy-wise, to bowl from.
Yeah, well, I think this is sensible from Yorkshire, because Jordan Thompson is capable of producing excellent deliveries, but he's also capable of being quite loose, and that's basically what we've seen today so far.
Hill in bowls, and Haynes plays a lovely looking shot, just clips the balls in mid-wicket. There is no... I don't know how much of Tom Haynes you've seen, Charlie, but when, he can look the most elegant of players, as left-handers quite often can.
Yeah, I haven't seen a huge amount of him, but...
Well, 200s already this season. Rather missed out down at Glamorgan last week, but he wasn't alone in that. As Hill is in, up the hill, bowls. Oh, and this time he's gone. Caught at second slip. Well, he rather fished at that one outside of the off stump. And a wicket's gone out, and Tom Haynes is absolutely furious with himself. He got a start. He's moved on to 31. He's looked in terrific touch. But he's played at one he probably didn't need to play at. We'll see the replay in a moment's time. He's been caught at second slip by Adam Lythe. The second wicket goes down, and Sussex 56 for 2. Let's just see this one again. In comes Hill. Actually, in fairness, he probably did have to play at it. But he's caught, and Tom Haynes is on his way for 31.
Good delivery that from Hill, actually.
It was,
in the end,
yeah, it was. I thought it was one he didn't have to play it, but having looked at slightly the angle we're looking at from here. It is slightly deceptive. I'm not making excuses, but the strip is probably about 10 cut strips away. But he did have to play at that delivery, and straight in to second slip. He took the catch comfortably.
Well, the bowling change reaps the reward for Yorkshire. That one we've seen it almost immediately a tighter line from Hill, and he's claimed a wicket as a result.
And a lovely round of applause around Hove for Cheteshwar Pujara, because this is the last game that he's going to play here at Hove this season. He's playing the first 7 matches in the county championship. Whether he'll come back later on in the season, I'm not too sure, but he's certainly playing the first 7. He missed the first game actually through injury against Northamptonshire. But he'll be playing at Lords, and then he's off with India or domestic cricket. So whether it'll be the last chance for the Sussex public to have a look at him, I think it is, because thereafter Nathan McAndrew is coming in to replace Jaden Seals, and replacing Cheteshwar will be we ought to know this, yes, Daniel Hughes. And I think Daniel is then here for the rest of the season, so it's every chance that this is Pujara's last home game here at Hove. Here comes Hill and bowls. Pujara stretches forward, plays into the offside. There is no run.
We get our first right-hander and our first batter not named Tom. So less confusing for the rookie. That's the Hove rookie.
You're doing all right, Charlie. Don't worry about that. Yeah, 3 left-handers, and they're all called Tom. 2 of whom are back in the pavilion now, Tom Clark and Tom Haynes, for 16 and 31 respectively. Hill away from us, in and bowls, and Pujara is struck on the pad. There was a stifled appeal. I wonder if he got a bit of inside edge on that. That's a very fine start by George Hill. It's a wicket maiden to get him underway. It's a 56 for 2, also on for Pujara. Yet to score.
Yeah, that's more what Yorkshire were after when they put Sussex in at the start. Sussex got away to a good start, but you sense with Code finding a groove from the end away from us, and Hill now straight into the wickets. This could be more what Yorkshire had in mind, but Pujara his arrival at the crease is always a steadying presence, you feel?
Definitely. Last week no one made many runs for Sussex last week. Second innings, Finn Hudson-Prentice made 70, James Cole 61, rather missed out. Cheteshwar Pujara made 3 in the second innings, and in the first innings top scored with 41. But fine player he is. Still got those 4 slips in place, Charlie. Look, lots of wickets going down around the country actually. Just looking here, Warwickshire are 40 for 3 at Chelmsford against Essex. Sam Cook in the wickets, he's got 1 of them. Shane Snater has got 2. He's being spoken about, isn't he? Sam Cook in England circles.
Yeah, the little chef.
Is that what they call him?
Well, I think because Alistair Cook was chef, so he has secondary cook in the Essex team.
Oh, I see. Oh, very good, very good. Okay.
Not that it's confusing because he's not very little.
But he's certainly one of those bowlers who they'll be keeping an eye on.
As Code runs in now towards us, and Alsop pushes that with an open face past the edge of the slip cordon. It's down, they run a single through. Score moves to 57 for 2. It's nicely played by Alsop.
At Blackpool, Lancashire are 42 without loss. Luke Wells 14 not out against Durham, and Ben Stokes is playing.
First game of the season.
Yeah, and the first county championship match. I think I heard him saying on the radio this morning for 2 years.
All right.
Wickets at Trent Bridge already. Crumbs, what's going on today? Nottinghamshire 17 for 3 against Hampshire.
I think it's quite sunny everywhere as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it is,
so
yeah.
Even more bizarre.
Mohammed Abbas in the wickets there, picking up 2, and Kyle Abbott the other for Hampshire. So a good start for Hampshire, who haven't won so far this season.
As Code runs in now to Pujara, is in. That one's defended. And there's no run. There's a man in under the helmet at short leg for Pujara, with 3 slips and a gully, and a man at backward point, and then a man at deep backward square leg.
See, someone's watching from the roof of the block of flats over there, Charlie, above the clock tower scoreboard.
Oh yeah.
So that's a decent view from up there.
Yeah, that is really the dream, I think, to have a house that overlooks a cricket ground. As Code comes in now, bowls, and Pujara works that nicely off his pads. It's just going to be a single. The man at deep backward square leg fields and throws into the keeper. One more to the total. Pujara off the mark.
Elsewhere in Division 1, Somerset 70 for 1 against Kent in Taunton, and Surrey now 42 for 4 at home against Worcestershire. In the second division, which we're really interested in, Northamptonshire are 26 without loss at Derby. Northamptonshire winning the toss and deciding to bat first.
As Code runs in now, bowls to Alsop, who beats the outside edge. There's a big appeal from the keeper and the bowler, but the umpire says not out. That one once again beat the outside edge of Alsop, and the bowler and the slips were fairly convinced, but nothing from the umpire.
Joe, the only one who didn't seem convinced was Joe Root, who just sort of seemed to stand there and watch proceedings. But it was a good delivery. We'll just see this again from Code. Well, it's a good delivery, isn't it? He raised his arms to it, but the others all ran to congratulate Ben Code. Joe Root was the only one who didn't. Perhaps he secretly knew.
As Code comes in now to Alsop, who gets the bat on that one this time, but it's safely down into the ground, pushed into the offside, and there's no run. Joe Root probably still thinking about dropping Tom Alsop a couple of overs ago.
Yeah, Root. Well, I know it's always really easy to say from here as a routine chance, but I think for somebody in county cricket, and certainly somebody who's played the amount of Test cricket Joe Root has, I think he'd be very disappointed to have spilled that.
As Code runs in once more, bowling to Alsop, who pushes that into the offside. They're going to scamper through for a quick single, so throw to the non-striker's end, but the batsman is safe. One added to the total. Alsop moves on to 6. The score 59 for 2 with the end of the over.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex, and various BBC stations around Yorkshire. Very good morning if you're just tuning in for the first time. Adrian Harms, delighted to be joined by Charlie Reynolds. Jonathan Doige, the familiar voice of Yorkshire cricket, is with us as well. Jonathan will be with you shortly. If you've just tuned in wondering what's happened this morning, well, Yorkshire won the toss. They decided to bowl first. Sussex off to a flyer through Tom Clark and Tom Haynes, but the runs have rather dried up in the last few overs since 2 wickets have gone down. Tom Clark caught by Joe Root off the bowling of Ben Code for 16 with the score on 42. And then Tom Haynes out in the previous over, bowled by George Hill, caught a second slip by Adam Lythe for 31. In comes Hill and bowls, and Alsop punches this away through square leg. They've taken 1. They'll come back for a comfortable second, and Alsop goes to 8, and the Sussex total to 61 for 2. Elsewhere in the second division, Glamorgan home to Middlesex this week. Glamorgan 45 for 1. Middlesex won the toss and decided to field there. The man out, Marnus Labuschagne, for 20. Unusual to see him opening, and that's his first game for Glamorgan this season. Hill in bowls. Alsop is... Well, is he out? Yes, he is out. I thought it was very, very low down, and Alsop is out. Caught low down at third. I thought for a moment that it hadn't been clear, because George Hill didn't seem to react in any way, shape or form. But he's been caught low down at third slip, and the third wicket goes down for Sussex, and George Hill has picked up 2 wickets in his opening 2 overs. We'll just see a replay of that. That's a very fine catch. That is a very fine catch. Finley Bean with the catch low down to his left-hand side. Well, Joe Root will feel a lot better for that, because Root put down a far easier chance, but that is an excellent catch by Finley Bean, low to his left-hand side. I think for a moment, I certainly didn't realise he was out, and I think George Hill didn't either.
It was the most low-key celebration. I mean, you would have thought Sussex were about 300 for 2, not 61 for 2. I mean, they barely celebrated at all. It was a fantastic catch and a crucial breakthrough.
Well, George Hill has come on and replaced Jordan Thompson and has picked up 2 for 2 in the 8 balls that he's bowled, and all of a sudden the Sussex, who were 42 for 1, are suddenly 61 for 3. 3 wickets have gone down for 19, and I'm sure that Shan Masood, who won the toss, saw Sussex get away to a racing start, was probably thinking, oh crumbs, have I done the right thing?
Yeah.
He's probably thinking, actually, I did do the right thing.
Yeah, it would have been a slightly nervy start, I think, after Sussex were motoring in the first few overs, but this bowling change has really done the trick, combined with Ben Code finding his length at the other end, and suddenly Sussex under a bit of bother.
Well, the new man coming in is James Coles, who batted beautifully in a defeat last week down at Cardiff. He finished 61 not out, but this is a real test here for Sussex now, because Yorkshire have picked up these 3 wickets in the last 20 minutes or so. I'll hand back to Doige in a moment's time. We'll just see George Hill's over finish. So they're the scores around the country. Plenty of wickets going down. I'll just give you the other scores from the second division actually before we finish on the cricket theme, as James Coles does a little bit of gardening. There are 4 slips in place, short leg in place, and Yorkshire are putting the pressure here on Sussex. There's a fine leg, a mid-on, extra cover and a point as Hill runs away from us. Up the hill, bowls to James Coles, who drives handsomely. Such an elegant player, James Coles. Drives that long way through the covers and picks up a couple of runs to open his account. Sussex go to 63 for 3. A player who's spoken very highly of, James Coles, just 20 years of age. Bats at 5, bowls left arm spin. Went away with England in the in the winter with the Lions, over to India. Worked a lot with Graham Swan on his bowling. He's a very fine player, and Sussex need him now because Sussex under pressure. 63 for 3 as Hill is in and bowls and let go by Coles outside of the off stump, and there is no run. Those other scores in the second division, the only other game is being played at Grace Road, where Gloucestershire off to a good start, 56 without loss against Leicestershire, their first win of the season. In fact, their first win last week for something like 560 days. They've had a miserable time, Gloucestershire.
September 22 against
Was it?
Yorkshire.
As in comes Hill. Runs in and bowls. Coles drives back down the wicket. Hill fields up his own bowling, and there is no run. 63 for 3.
1,200 people in so far this morning. I've just been for a walk round. Yeah, I've just gone off to get a bit of sun.
Yeah.
Had a chat with a couple of Yorkshire supporters, and yeah, it's a lovely scene from the top, looking back down here. Really beautiful.
Hill back to his mark, but the Yorkshire supporters will be feeling a little better about things now, having picked up those 3 wickets. Hill is in, bowls, and clipped away by Coles, past the fielder at his short leg, and he picks up his 3rd run. It is the end of the over. Sussex are 64 for 3. Coles is on 3. Pujara is on 1. Time that I had a break and got tucked into these cookies, and I'll leave you with Jonathan and with Charlie.
Time he got tucked into them. You should have seen him, folks, this morning about 6:30. I think he was up with the cookies open. I'll just try one, he said. Just try one packet, I think it was. We're going to see Ben Code continuing then. And, well, hello Charlie again.
Morning. It's going a bit better for Yorkshire since you were off. We catching a bit of sun.
I don't think I need to disappear for another lap. 6 down in a few minutes. So, 4-man cordon as Code comes in down the hill. That's turned to leg by the right-handed Coles. First time we've seen a righty. Nicely dropped at the feet of James Wharton, who's gone in under the helmet. Finlay Bean has been relieved of his duties at fine leg. Must be for good behaviour. He's been, is that fine leg, at short leg I should say. He's been under the helmet at short leg pretty much throughout his short career so far. Here's Code in again. That one wraps the thigh pad and drops to the right of Wharton at short leg. No run. James Wharton, who's been among the runs in the second team, got 100 recently, and it's good to see those sort of performances rewarded with a return to the first team. He got a 96 against Somerset second and 117 not out against Leicester second in his most recent appearance. Oh no, it's not his penultimate appearance, actually 17-9 against Notts last week, as Coles flicks this latest full-length delivery off his legs down to Revis at deep backward square, and there is no run. Wharton, well, it's his first appearance of the season as well. Played against Worcestershire in the win at Headingley, the final match of the 23 campaign, having made his debut at Bristol against Gloucestershire in April of 22. So just a 10th first-class match for James Wharton. As Code comes in, and Pujara just dropping that one out into the offside, and there is no run. And Dom Leach, I haven't seen too much of Dom in first team action either over the years. Middlesbrough born, 23 years of age now, seam bowler, can get the ball to swing, he's not the slowest. 6th first class match for him. But he'll be watching on with interest to see what Ben Code is producing here and how he might go about things when he gets his opportunity. That one from Code turned to leg by Pujara, and there's no run. Leach, just to give you an idea of recent second 11 matches, or 3 of those this season so far, 1 for 81 and none for 19 against Lancs at Headingley, 1 for 73 against Somerset and 2 for 35 against Leicestershire. Have been his stats with the ball, as this one is turned off the hip down to Revis by Pujara and picks up a single to complete that over, with the score on 66 for 3. Ben Code 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 22 this morning. Dom Leach, the other thing to say about him is that not the worst with the bat, because Yorkshire pulled off a famous tight win against Surrey in the one-day cup up at York last year, and Dom, along with Harry Duke, hung around really well at the end. I think hit the winning runs, if I'm right in saying. So George Hill's going to continue. We've got lots of interesting little boxes open on the streaming service over there, so that we can't actually see much about what's going on in the field of play.
Hill lets that one go outside off. Pujara lets that one go outside his off stump. There's no run. Been a good start from Hill. Certainly much more economical than what we saw from Jordan Thompson, who can be loose. And the bowling changes really triggered a turnaround in Yorkshire's fortune.
Harms has managed to get rid of that. The Frank Spencer of technology.
As Hill comes in now, and once again Pujara shoulders arms outside his off stump, and there's no run.
Yeah, George, he doesn't get loads of opportunities with the ball, but he can do the job, as we've seen. And often when bowlers people end up being labelled with that horrible part-time thing, they end up getting thrown the ball in situations that nobody really wants to bowl in, because nobody else is taking a wicket.
Hill bowls now, and that one beats the outside edge of Pujara through to the keeper. Yeah, I was impressed with Hill when in that Middlesex game that we were working on together, because I think Yorkshire were down a bowler or 2 maybe with Mickey Edwards being injured, and Hill had to send down a lot of overs against Middlesex in fairly unhelpful conditions, as it turned out, and he kept going well for Yorkshire as he's in now and bowls, and Pujara gets the bat on that one, pushes it into the leg side. There's no run. He seemed a dependable presence.
Yeah, look, he's a good cricketer. It's his 41st first-class match now, so he's really is building up a level of experience. He's played all those recent List A matches in the One Day Cup for the last few seasons, and I think he'd like to play more T20 cricket as well. He's played 14 of those
as he bowls now, and Pujara pushes that into the leg side again, but it's once again straight to the man at mid-on, and there's no run.
He's not so far off 2,000 first-class runs now. He's had 3 tons, but he's also taken 50 first-class wickets. As I say, with kind of stuttering opportunities, really. You know,
Yeah.
there's not been any consistency to his use with the ball.
She's in now, bowls Pujara, who drives that one elegantly into the offside. That one's almost at the boundary as soon as it left the bat. That one beautifully timed by Pujara, and it races away for 4. That one, the first real loose delivery we've seen from Hill, and punished immediately by Pujara, who moves on to 6. The score 70 for 3 at the end of the over.
What you do tend to get with George, and I think this is underestimated, is that you do get control as a captain. So, for example, he's going at an economy rate of 2.99 in his first-class career so far.
Yeah.
You know, everybody can work with that, and if you're picking up some wickets along the way, he's had 2 4-wicket hauls and a 5-for, so very useful. As is this fella, Ben Code, who continues in this long first spell here. Ooh, edge by Coles, but drops short of George Hill, who is one of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 men in front of our eyes. We've got a perfect view of the cordon, or the backsides and the backs of the cordon here. Jonathan Tattersall obviously with the keeping gloves on, Joe Root at first slip, Adam Lyth at second, Finlay Bean at third, and George at fourth. Dom Leach has gone in at point. Code with that white sweatband on his left wrist. In he comes again, and hands over his face, because he must have felt he was somewhere in the game there had James Coles not got any bat on that, but fortunately for the batter he did, and turned it down to long leg where Revis was round to fill. Lovely scene, lovely atmosphere. It is it's great to be down here. Just watched one of the Sussex players having a net out the back as I walked round. He seemed to be striking the ball quite well, whoever it was. Couldn't identify him under the helmet from a distance. Coden again, and Pujara solidly behind this, pushing to Jordan Thompson at mid-off. And there is no run. So Coles on 5, Pujara on 6, 71 for 3. The score at this moment in time. Get in touch, BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com or at SportingLives1. As Code comes down the incline once again, it's full and straight and whipped off the legs. Nicely played by Pujara. International quality about that shot. Just held his body position very nicely. Watched it all the way on. And even Ben Code strays now and again. 4 runs.
That's 2 boundaries in a row we've seen from Pujara with just delightful timing. They've been really for the moment they left the bat. That one, this time into the leg side, but just, I mean, it wasn't that far from the fielder that's out there at deep backward square, but he was never going to cut it off. Some real quality there from Pujara.
Afternoon JD, says Richard Malinder. The scoreboard looks a lot more healthy since George Hill entered the fray. What a great pair of hands Finlay Bean has. Cracking catch. The pitch looks to have pace and carry, which always provides interesting cricket. Thanks Rich, and good afternoon to you. As Code is in again, and Pujara turning this one into the leg side for Wharton to come round and field. He remains under the helmet at short leg. And good afternoon to you, David Fernley, as well. Back up there in Yorkshire. His brother messaging me yesterday asking me for tips at York races.
Were you able to furnish him with any?
I gave him a tip. I'm not sure it was a winning one though. In comes Code, and Pujara drops that into the pitch on the offside to complete that over with Sussex. An hour and 14 minutes into this first day. 75 for 3, which in essence doesn't represent too bad a return given what everybody thought when they looked at this green meadow-looking meadow-like pitch. Might be a couple of daisies and some forget-me-nots out there, maybe a buttercup or two. yeah, summer meadow stuff, but playing pretty well by all accounts.
Yeah, it's been a exciting start really, for something in it for both sides. Yorkshire, now that they've found a bit more control through Hill, have managed to get themselves on top as Hill runs in now balls. And that one's driven nicely by Coles into the offside. It's not going to quite make the boundary rope. It's hauled in, and they just run a couple. That one a bit loose once again from Hill outside the off stump, and driven well by Coles, but not quite timed. The score moves to 77 for 3. Coles on to 7.
Well chased by the leggy Matthew Revis.
Very tall leg spinner. Or is that just the umpire that he's standing next to is quite short?
No, he's tall. Yeah, definitely tall.
As Hill comes in now, bowls to Coles, who pushes that one into the offside, where it's fielded once again by Revis. There's no run.
David Milnes at square leg. Hassan Adnan standing at this end. He'll listen to the pre-match umpires chat that they always have with the captains beforehand. David Milnes saying, to paraphrase, you know, let's have a good hard game of cricket. Don't mind a bit of feeling in it, but if it starts to get personal, that's when we'll step in.
As Hill comes in now, bowls, and Coles works that one into the leg side, but it's straight to Code at mid-on, and there's no run.
And we say that to each other in the comm box, don't we, before every session, really. A cut and thrust of a few verbals in here between Harmsley and I and Charlie.
I have to
But
act
if it starts
as
to get
peacemaker,
personal, yeah. I walked in this morning, there's a picture of me on the wall with darts through it. Harms having a practice.
As Hill comes in now, bowls, and that one's pushed very soundly in defence forward by Coles. There's no run.
I don't know what the picture of Martin Emerson was doing though, Harmsley. He'll explain that when he comes back on. Looking forward. Harmsley's taking me out for a meal tonight anyway after play. Looking forward to that.
As Hill comes in now, bowls to Coles, who just works that into the leg side, but again straight to a fielder, the man at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
We're going to go find out who Leeds' opponents at Wembley are going to be.
Are you going to be going to that game, do you think?
He'll probably be Scampi in a basket, knowing Harmsley, something posh like that. I won't be going to Wembley, unfortunately, not unless Yorkshire winning a day at Northampton, because we're at Northampton next week.
As Hill comes in, out bowls, and Coles takes a stride down the wicket, and there's a half-hearted cry of anguish from the Yorkshire fielders, but I think he was well outside off stump as that hit his pad. There's no run. That's the end of the over. 77 for 3 the score. Coles has 7 and Pajara 10.
I mean, if Reynolds rips through them, if you can come as third voice next week at Northampton, Yorkshire win the toss, then it's entirely possible they might win it in a day.
Well, Yorkshire,
the wickets that usually fall when you're on the mic.
Northampton's been going quite well with the bat so far this season, I think. So even the most optimistic of Yorkshire fans, I think, probably you're not going to get a trip to Wembley, I'm afraid.
And there aren't many optimistic Yorkshire fans, let me tell you. You only have to listen to our correspondence. So we have a change of bowling, and for the first time in the match, first time this season, it is going to be Dominic James Leach. He of Middlesbrough birth, as I mentioned, England under-19s cricketer. His opportunities have been few at first team level, and you'd love to see him, from his own sake, his own point of view, come on here and have a really good spell. He's taken 7 first-class wickets with a best of 3 for 78 and averages just shy of 57 with the ball. He's played, as I say, 5 first-class matches, 5 list A's and 4 T20s so far, and he's in right arm seam. First ball there to Pajara, turned down to long leg for Revis to field, and they get a single. But he's got a bit of pace about him, and he can swing the ball if there is any swing there. I think you'd have to say in those few opportunities so far, as is as his average and his economy rate of 4.62 would bear out. He just hasn't really found a proper rhythm at any point yet, and had one of those spells that I think you really need as a young player to lift the confidence, to feel part of what's going on out there. Here he is though, and bowling that one just short of length, turned into the leg side by Coles, who's now on strike. Wharton doing the fielding. Quite a tall figure. Dom made his first team debut as long ago as August of 2020 at Trent Bridge in one of the Bob Willis Trophy matches. And his most recent appearance, well, that was on loan for Northants against Lancs at Old Trafford in July of last year. Short of length, he's gone for 4 here through cow corner. It wasn't a cow shot, I'd have to say, but for James Coles, just stood tall. There's a big gap out there, and placed the ball nicely along the carpet through it for 4 runs.
Yeah, that one was there to be hit, and Coles obliged. Is that the slight problem for Yorkshire, that once Ben Code comes off, there's perhaps a lack of...
There's a distinct lack of... he's slid this one down the leg side, and a good tumbling stop by Johnny Tattersall, and take rather than stop. Yeah, I suppose inexperience. Jordan Thompson's got plenty of experience under his belt with ball in hand now. So no lack of experience, I think you'd say there, although less so with the new ball. He's had to take that on plenty of occasions with injuries to Matthew Fisher down the years, and of course same situation at present, unfortunately. Hope Fisher's recovering from that injury he suffered in the field against Glamorgan. He's leeching again, that one clearly so it's shipping back in. Tattersall has gone for it, and there was a yelp from the slip cordon. So Dom Leach just getting loose here, trying to find his range. Both batters at the moment have 11 apiece to their name, and it really did go some, looking at the replay, after it passed James Coles, who was leaving it, but Tattersall went quite a long way across to his left.
I think the shouts from the Yorkshire fielders as much just for how much the ball moved after the stumps as anything.
Comes Leach again, starting to work up ahead of steam, and there you go, a bit more pace. Bangs that one in short, but so short that it's over the head of Coles, and vitally it's over the head and outstretched arm of Tattersall as well. 4 byes. Harms is going to make the coffees. That's Charlie's job, really. That's what we've brought Charlie in for. He's the most expensive coffee boy in broadcasting history.
I think you're lucky that I'm not making them. It's not one of my fortes.
Are you the Baldrick of coffee making?
Quite possibly. Well, some good bounce there from Leach, although a little too much. But there's certainly some life in this pitch.
Leach then, pounding in again. That's a better length, still short of, but punched into the offside, and there's no run. Oh, received a meal voucher. Press meal voucher. This entitles the bearer to 1 food item from Greg's, spelled G-R-E-I-G apostrophe S, as in Tony. 1 snack item and 1 soft stroke hot drink. It's even got a date stamp on it as well. What a privilege, thank you.
Marvellous.
Marvellous, marvellous. So we're going to get... yeah, we probably shouldn't do Tony Gregg's most famous quote, should we? Just say marvellous, marvellous dear. Great cricket here at Hove. As George Hill is going to continue from this C end, and what a good start he's made to this match with the ball.
Hill running up the hill now to Pajara, who pushes that one forward in defence, takes a slight inside edge off the bat, but safely down into the ground, and there's no run. I think the C end is a good name. It's a good end name. If you get the chance to just call something C end, that's one you should take.
Yeah.
As Hill turns at the top of his mark, runs in now, bowls, and Pajara again just pushes that down into the ground, and it's no run. Oh, we're seeing more accurate stuff from Hill. He's not one to give too much away, which is serving Yorkshire well so far. He's picked up 2 from 11 from his 4 overs, so he's been a key man as he's in past the umpire bowls, and that one's whistling past the outside edge of Pajara through to Tattle, who takes that one quite high, so we're seeing some decent carry from this end too.
Yeah, just about spot on length. If you were going to be talking hypercritical, it probably, you know, a matter of inches further up the pitch, and he's coming forward and driving at that, isn't he?
Yeah.
But it's a good delivery. And angled in, and he still pushed at it. Could have gone anywhere with a nick.
Hill in again, once more bowls, and Pajara works that off his pads into the leg side. They're just going to amble through for a single as it's fielded by the man at a sort of square fine leg, and there's just the single added to the total. 89 for 3, Sussex are out. Pajara has moved on to 12, and Coles, the man on strike, has 11. I don't think I've ever seen anyone run a single quite as slowly as that, but he did have a lot of time with that big expanse on the leg side as Hill runs in now, bowls, and Coles pushes that forward down the pitch to Code at mid-on, and there's no run.
Martin Rowe says he met Dom Leach at the bowling club, an infamous Ilkley watering hole many moons ago. Harry Brook introduced him to me. Lovely lad, very quiet though. But as you know, still waters run deep. Charlie Reynolds is very much an example of that.
As Hill comes in now, bowls, and Coles is firmly behind that one. Bangs it down into the pitch in defence. There's no run. That's the end of the over. Another good one from Hill. He gets through his overs quite quickly, Hill, doesn't he?
Aye lad, no messing. Andrew Christie says old-fashioned line and length on this pitch, discipline Yorkshire. Yep, I think you're spot on, Andrew, and I think after that fairly loose first 20 minutes or so probably, they've all come to realise that out there. I'm sure that's the talk. Just let the pitch do the work. You need to try and work out with your own style of bowling, because the same length doesn't quite suit everybody, does it? Whether you're skiddy or taller or shorter or whatever it might be, or whether you swing it more. But you know, Ben Code took about probably into his 4th over, certainly somewhere into his 3rd, before it started to come out from him, even with all his experience and abilities, before he was really landing it where he wanted to. And then we saw how much more accurate things were when he worked out his own line and length on this pitch. Leach with another short ball. That really did kick off the pitch.
Yeah.
That's pretty sharp, isn't it? That's that feels like that's very much 80 plus. And Pajara slightly uncomfortable in trying to deal with it. The slip cordon has just reduced by 1, so 3 slips rather than the 4 now. George Hill has gone from gully out into the covers at this moment in time. Extra bit of protection for the inexperienced Dom Leach, who's in again, racing in, again short of length. And that's probably going to be 4. Jordan Thompson is chasing it down, and in fact, no, he's not quite going to have the legs to get there. So Pajara not timing it as well as he might. And they pick up 2. Now, Pajara will have faced plenty of quick bowling over the years. But of course, you won't have seen much, I don't think, of Dom Leach, even though he's had a spell at Yorkshire. And
Yeah, they had a man in under the helmet at short leg early on for Pujara. It's interesting that they don't still with the bounce that we've seen Leach getting, but I think that's as much as they want that cover in the field.
Leach again. Good delivery. He's got him here. Great delivery and a superb catch diving to his right by Jonathan Tattersall. And that will do Dom Leach the world of good. Striking early on his return to Yorkshire and the first team. 91 for 4. That's a heck of a catch by Tattersall. Those of us who've got the ability to see it again on the stream, just savour that one. A cross in front of first slip. If you're going to go as keeper, you've got to take those right in front of Joe Root, and it was dying on him as well. And a really good decision and a super snaffle from him. And 1 for 9 from Leach. 91 for 4, the hosts.
Yeah, great catch from Tattersall. It was flying to about the same area that we saw Joe Root drop one earlier, so perhaps he thought, not going to trust him this time, and jumped in front of his colleague to claim a great catch. Well, that'll certainly do Leach's confidence a lot of good. Pujara with his over 7,000 test runs back in the pavilion, and Sussex now in a bit of bother at 91 for 4.
Just do a quick headphone swap. Harmsy's got to do an update. I've got to nip out and do one myself as well. So we're going to have to leave it with you, Charlie, for a mo or two, I think.
So, what a turnaround. 42 for 1. It's now 91 for 4. New man coming out is John Simpson. Will be very keen to score some runs. He missed out down at Cardiff last week. Actually got a pair last week down in Cardiff, did the Sussex skipper, but he'll be nattering away there to James Coles, who's 11 not out. That was a terrific catch, wasn't it?
Certainly was, yeah.
I think Doigy's right, actually, that if you're going to go for those, you've got to make sure you get there, haven't you? So it's going straight into the slips, but as a keeper, you make up your mind you're going to go for it.
Yeah, I mean, he got there with two hands, so it wasn't a overreach from the keeper, and you've got those nice big gloves on, so
yep,
should be clinging on.
Yep.
It was a great catch. Yeah.
I think you now have to. I think if Sussex had got through to lunch with 3 down,
yeah,
you might say the morning is sort of maybe even Stephen, but I think 4 down and Pujara gone. It's always a massive blow for Sussex when Pujara's out.
Yeah, I was thinking about 10 minutes ago. It was quite hard to say who was in front, really, because Sussex did get that great start, but were pegged back a little. But yeah, I think now Yorkshire are just a little bit ahead.
Do you mind if I commentate, Charlie? Because they may come to us for an update.
It's your end, anyway, I think.
So. It is going to be Ben Code. Sorry, no, it's not. It's not Ben Code at all. It's Leach who's running in down the hill, really getting the other pace on bowls to Simpson, who plays that to backward point, and there is no run. Dom Leach in his second over, figures now 1 for 9. A couple of wickets for George Hill, the other taken by Ben Code. If you're just joining us here on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC stations across Yorkshire, a very good morning, whether you're listening via the BBC website or you may be listening around the ground or watching on the live stream. It's been a morning that's ebbed and flowed. Yorkshire winning the toss, Sussex off to a flying start, but Yorkshire now in amongst the wickets. This comes in and bowls, and Simpson is forward to bowl of good length and plays that down the offside. There is no run. Simpson yet to score. Coles on 11, the scorecard. Clark out for 16. Haynes for 31. Chetishwar Pujara out for 14 in that over. The other wicket to go down there to Tom Alsop, who was brilliantly caught by Finley Bean off the bowling of George Hill for 8. Sussex at one stage 42 without loss. Those 42 just came in the first 7 overs. Sussex were racing along at that stage. Comes in again, bowls, let go outside the off stump. Taken by Tattersall. There is no run. It is the end of the over. Sussex are 91 for 4. Coles is on 11. Simpson yet to score. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Charlie Reynolds. Jonathan Doidge will be back with us shortly. Just doing his update to the listeners. It's funny how a game can ebb and flow, Charlie.
Certainly is. I think we're going to get your update.
Yes, indeed, the sun is still shining, Sarah, but sadly Sussex are losing wickets here. They're now 91 for 4. Yorkshire won the toss this morning, decided to bat first, but Sussex have steadily and slowly lost wickets. Clark for 16, Haynes 31, Alsop for 8, and Pujara for 14, all back in the pavilion. James Coles is still there. He's 11 not out. Meanwhile, at the Oval, a clatter of wickets early on. Surrey playing at Worcestershire. At one stage, Surrey in all sorts of trouble on 15 for 4. They've recovered slightly. They're now 78 for 4. Darren Lawrence is on 42. Ollie Pope on 26. As in comes Hill over the wicket bowls, and Coles is forward defence on the onside, and there is no right. We're going to have a change round in the commentary box. Charlie's going to make way for Doige, who's come back from doing his update. Sorry, Charlie. Let's give that to Jonathan.
Or rather not doing his update, because nobody came to me.
Oh, right. Okay.
I've got to go again in about 9 minutes' time for a York one as well.
Oh, right, crumbs, yeah, they do get you busy. Sussex are playing at York this year, aren't they, in the 50 over?
Yes.
Here comes Hill and bowls, and Coles, he's put down. Now, I wonder if that just dropped short
I think it might have done.
of second slip. We'll just have another look at that in a minute, but Coles' heart would have been in his mouth. Yeah, the way the cordon reacted was sort of hands in the air, as if to say, not quite. I think it was that Adam Lyth?
Yes.
At second slip. We might see that again before this delivery from Hill. Just short, wasn't it? Yeah, just short. Hill, excellent figures, 2 for 12 in his 6th over. He's in and bowls. Coles is struck on the pad. The ball goes through to Tattersall, who throws the ball at the stumps a la Alex Carey style to Johnny Bairstow.
We remember last year down here with...
Oh, yes, I do remember.
Yeah.
Was that Shy Hope?
Yes.
Yes, it was Shy Hope, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And I think Ollie Carter threw the stumps down. And Sussex were absolutely convinced that Hope was out. And it wasn't given.
No.
Game ended in a draw from it. Didn't get rained off the last.
Yeah, Yorkshire needed 63 with 7 wickets left on the last day and didn't get a single ball bowled.
Hill bowls, played down the offside of the track, and there is no run.
Not that it rankled staying here for the entire day on a miserable, horrible, dark April day.
Just to mention, if you're a new visitor to Hove, then please go along to the excellent Sussex Cricket Museum, which is just by the Spenkama Pavilion in the southwest corner of the ground. All sorts of wonderful exhibits from Sussex's history, not all old stuff either. As in comes Hill and bowls to Coles, plays into the offside, there is no run. End of the over. Hill has bowled 6 overs, 2 maidens, taken 2 for 12. Sussex are 91 for 4 with Coles on 11. Simpson yet to score. So please go and have a wander round. And sometimes they have a book sale over there as well. The trestle tables set out. I can't see the trestle tables there today, but it really is worth having a look. So please go and say hello to the guys over in the museum. The other thing that happened here this morning was there was a members' forum, which was attended by the Sussex chair, the chief exec and the coach. So I don't know, I'm not allowed in members' forums, Doige, so I don't know what was spoken about, but I would imagine there was a fair amount of debate about what's happening with these franchises being sold off, etc., etc.
Sorry, but they now want me for an update that they didn't
And they
get
forgot
before.
to do. Well, Charlie's going to come back. Ari Cavalos walking around the outfield, left out of this game, walking around with Matt Spence, the strength and conditioning coach. As in comes down the hill, comes Leach, bowls to Simpson, who plays into the offside, and there is no run. So much talk about this, Charlie, about, you know, they're changing times in cricket, aren't they? And so much talk about these 100 franchises, what's going to happen, how much compensation there's going to be, how much money. I mean, it's... yeah, well, I'm glad you said it. Yeah, it is a mess. Yeah.
It's a problem. It's a slight problem as well that it's incredibly important, but somehow also quite boring to pass through all the details of, you know, is it 43% or 50% ownership or...
Leach in bowls, Simpson up on his toes, plays down the offside of the track. Leach feels his own bowling, no run.
And I think people slightly switch off when they, you know, you go through all the sort of permutations of what's being debated, but actually the end result of it is all very important, but
Yeah.
the details slightly you slightly lose the public interest perhaps in following the ins and outs.
I think that's a great point, actually. I mean, obviously we're close to the game because we watch the game and love the game. But for people who are perhaps not as involved or as interested is the wrong word, but I think that's a really good point, actually. In comes Leach over the wicket bowls and Simpson drives into the cover. Well, that rather stung the fingers of, was that no, it's Jordan Thompson in there. And there is no run. I think that's a really good point, actually. I would imagine if you spoke to, I mean, there's a lot of guys who, read the cricketers who read the press. But people might say, oh, what's your view on the franchises? Well, I don't know really. That's very interesting. But it's clearly very important for clubs and for county clubs, and a lot of debate going on around it. How will it impact on the game? Leach down the hill bowls. Simpson drives nicely to mid-off. There is no run. Yes, I don't begin to understand the first thing about private equity or any of this, but it seems as if suddenly the non-100 sides are...
Yeah, well, and from my understanding, there seems to be more money going to clubs that are hosting 100 franchises, which seems sort of doubly unfair. You would have thought, I mean, if there was ever a case for splitting the revenue equally, that would be it, surely, because it's just, well...
In comes Leach balls, and Simpson's beaten outside the off stump. That's a good delivery by Dom Leach, and Simpson was rather groping for that outside of the off stump taken by Tattersall. There is no run.
It rewards the teams that already have been rewarded and punishes the teams that haven't. I mean, obviously, the point of streamlining a competition to something like the 100 with a fewer amount of teams is it has its merits, but there are obviously going to be teams that are left out. So it seems foolish to me anyway to not have a more equal sharing of things. But I'm no financial expert.
Leach in again over the wicket bowl. Simpson lets that go by outside of the off stump. Sussex consolidating here. They'll be desperate not to lose another wicket before lunch. 91 for 4. Coles on 11. Simpson yet to score. Clark for 16. Haynes 31. Alsop 8. Pujara 14. The men out for Sussex haven't been asked to bat here this morning. If you just joined us, live cricket here on the BBC, every ball of every match from every county right throughout the summer. Myself, Adrian Harms, Charlie Reynolds and Jonathan Doyes, your commentary team for this week. But clearly, Charlie, there's an awful lot of discussion going on.
Yeah, no, I mean this is actually, whilst I think there's been we've got Sri Lanka and the West Indies coming here, and there's been a sense that maybe this is a slightly lower key international summer and a cricketing summer. But I think actually off the field things are really could never be more crucial as Hill comes in now, bowls, and that one's defended well by Coles into the leg side. There's no run. Yeah, I think actually this decisions being made this season are really going to have a big impact on the whole of English cricket.
Well, there's a good crowd here today. A lot of people in to watch the championship.
Yeah.
A lot of people say the championship has got to change and there's got to be less games. But there's a really good crowd in. I mean, it's a Friday. I can see the business club, the Boundary Club, is pretty full today, which is good news.
Hill comes in now, and that one's down the leg side, and Coles tries to work it away, but he gets nothing on it, and it's taken well by a sprawling Tattersall behind the stumps. There's no run.
Yes, local businesses down there, people enjoying a beer or two. It's all very civilised down there today.
That looks pretty nice.
All the tables, Joyce and I went out for the toss and we walked through the corporate area, and all the tables were beautifully set out with white tablecloths and all ready for lunch. So.
As Hill runs in again, past the umpire, bowls, and that one squirts off a thick inside edge from Coles. He was trying to drive that into the offside, but it's safe enough. He rehearses a slightly straighter shot.
We were talking, Charlie, about Jimmy Anderson and the fact that obviously he's not going to be playing for England anymore. He'll play that first Test match against the West Indies, and that'll be the day for England's India's greatest bowler. Just get your thoughts on who you think might be stepping in.
As Hill comes in now, bowls, and that one's off a thickish inside edge from Coles. They scamper through for a single. Score moves to 92 for 4. Well, I mean, I think the man that England really hope will become the dominant force for England bowling in the future is Ollie Robinson, I think. I mean, and his record's unbelievable, really. He's got 76 wickets at just under 23, I think. So, yeah, but there have been repeated fitness concerns with him, which isn't something you ever got from Jimmy Anderson. So they couldn't really be more apart in that sense. As Hill runs in now, bowls, and that one's pushed into the offside by Simpson, who's off the mark. He'll be relieved of that with a
yes, he will.
pair in his last game. Is there a word? I know 4 ducks in a row is an Audi. Is there a 3 in a? Is there a 3
that's good. That's very good.
In a row? Anyway, it's not something.
He's averted it. He'll be very
pleased. It's not something Simpson will have to endure.
No.
Either of them. Yeah. So I mean, I think Ollie Robinson is someone that England would hope could spearhead their attack, but he hasn't been particularly reliable for them, and certainly on the last India tour, I don't think he covered himself in glory. As Hill runs in now to the right-handed Coles, who pushes that into the leg side, and they once again run a single.
That's interesting, actually. John Simpson absolutely scampered the first single, and James Cole suddenly realised, I think, that there might have been another run there, but there wasn't. Yeah, I mean, he's certainly got all the, I've watched Ollie bowl for the last 10 years down here, and he's, terrifically talented, and a great opportunity, you would think.
Yeah.
With, I know England talk about Rob Key's spoken a lot about bowlers, bowling over 80 miles an hour plus. They feel that speed is the thing, but I'm sure Ollie's a big part of the plans. Who else do you think? Who else will be?
I think Gus Atkinson. I think there are high hopes for him. He obviously went on the tour to India, but didn't get on the pitch, and he's capable of pace, of a bit more speed than we've seen from some of the other bowlers. I mean, obviously England would be the man England really would love to get back in the Test team is Jofra Archer, but he's had his injury problems.
In comes Leach, bowls, and Coles is struck around about the thigh pad. I think the ball bounces down the track. There is no run. I saw something in the press last night that Josh Tong is out for a good while.
Oh no.
He's got some sort of pectoral injury that he's had a setback, and the talk is he won't be available for I think the piece I saw said he wouldn't be available for the West Indies tour. The West Indians over here this summer. So that's bad news. The other one they're talking about, I mean, yes, it'd be great. I mean, I think in terms of Jofra, we'll just have to wait and see what happens in this T20 World Cup and how he comes through that. And fingers crossed everything goes on, because he'd be a massive asset to England. Leach in over the wicket, bowls, Coles drives. That's not where he intended it to go. He was looking to play that away onto the offside, rather squirted onto the onside. And interesting there, John Simpson again was looking for the second, just looking to put pressure on the fielders by running the first run fast. Coles goes to 14, a total to 95 for 4. The other one who's being spoken about quite a lot, and I'm watching him bowl for Worcestershire, is Dylan Pennington. I don't know if you've seen much of him, Charlie, but he's being spoken of as a possibility as well.
Yeah, well, I think, and he's moved to Notts this season. I think part of that was to try and get his way into the England setup.
Here comes Leach. Oh, Simpson lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Tattersall. There is no run. In a sense, that's a shame, isn't it? If you feel, I mean, Worcestershire are a Division 1 side. It's a shame if he felt that his chances of playing Test cricket are enhanced by moving to Nottinghamshire. But you slightly feel, sadly, that's the direction of travel.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I obviously haven't spoken to him or heard him say this, but it was certainly the talk when
certainly
the move was announced. But that these things can be sort of self-fulfilling. That can be as much people saying, oh, well, that must be why he moved when.
Yeah. Leach in bowls, and Simpson drives firmly into the covers.
I think often there's also a disparity in what counties with Test grounds can offer in terms of pay as well, which probably pays part as much as England exposure.
But it's interesting, isn't it? It all seems to be linked to this in terms of bowlers. It all does seem to be linked to the Ashes, which are 18 months away, and wanting to have bowlers who are going to go to Australia and can bowl, 85 miles an hour plus on those wickets. That seems to be Rob Key's plan. In comes Rich Bowles. We beat Simpson outside the off stump. That's a good delivery taken by Tattersall, and there is. No, I have to say though, we were talking about the podcast earlier on with Kevin Howes and Rob Key. I think it's terrific to get someone who's in the position that Rob Key is in, talking so openly. To be honest, prepared to come on and talk for an hour and take difficult questions. I thought that was really good. Doishi's trying to kill a fly that's invading our biscuits.
I mean that's certainly been the thing all the way through Rob Key's tenure. I think that he's been very happy to speak openly, and that hasn't always gone down well with some people, but with what he's had to say. But
Leaching again bowls, and Simpson is forward, places to backward point. A little uncertainly, there is no run. The fly is still alive. 95 for 4. Cole's on 14. Simpson is on 1. Doiji's going to come in. We'll speak to Charlie again after the lunch break. Doiji's back from doing his updates to various radio stations across Yorkshire. I could see you, Doiji, in the comment. Look at the people there enjoying a nice sort of half a lager or something in the sunshine.
Yes,
very
please.
Yeah,
if you're going, that'd be lovely. Thanks.
It's very pleasant, doesn't it?
That's what I've got Charlie for.
You've got to work, my friend.
I thought it'd have been straight round there, dynamic Reynolds, but no. Alas. So change of bowling here by the looks of things. Matthew Revis coming on for the first time today, so really are going through the seam bowling changes. Yorkshire in his first session, giving everybody a crack. And Matthew Revis, I would love to see Yorkshire try and use him as, if you like, a proper bowler who's going to do proper things as a seam bowler, because so far he's generally been used. He's got a lot of strength in that shoulder, and he's not the slowest, and he's been banging it in short of length when the ball has apparently been doing little. Is it my over, Harmsley?
Yes.
Okay, so there you go. Matthew Revis throws one up much more full than we often see first delivery. That is punched out into the offside by Coles to Shan Masood, no run.
We were just discussing England bowlers, Doishi, and Charlie was mentioning about Jofra Archer. I'm indebted to Gary Knight, who says, on the subject of England bowlers, I see Jofra is playing for Sussex Seconds today. Hopefully part of his preparation for the World T20. That's exactly what it is. They're playing at Beckenham. I think it's the final day, actually, today.
Revis in again, and once more he gets the batter coming forward, pushes into the offside, no run.
Not quite sure how that would work, because Jofra wouldn't have played in the rest of the match, but there was talk about him going there yesterday, but I think the weather wasn't great yesterday. But I think, in fact, that was something, because Rob Key, when he was talking to Kevin Howes, said that, I think the plan is for Jofra to play a bit of Sussex Seconds. And then I think the one-dayers start next week against Pakistan, I think.
Yeah, Headingley, there's a women's one-dayer on Sunday at Headingley. Get along there if you've not already got tickets. And next Wednesday against Pakistan, the men. Also at the same venue. Beautiful shot, figure of 9 that we all got taught about, I guess, when we were going through the ranks and playing cricket for the first few times. He got the front knee forward, head over the ball, and Matthew Revis is trying to quote-unquote bowl properly here, and that's not to take anything away from what he's produced previously, because he's just been bowling to orders, but it'd be just nice to see what he can produce if he's able to bowl and use a bit of grass on the pitch here. Give him the opportunity. And that one a little fuller, but strays down the leg side, picked off the legs for 4 runs. So successive boundaries. Coles onto 22, 100 up. There's more than a ripple of applause around the ground for that. 103 for 4.
Really good crowd, isn't it?
Good atmosphere, isn't it?
Yeah, terrific.
Shame about the atmosphere in the com box with you two.
So yeah, we'll have to see how Jofra goes. Also good. So thank you, Gary, for letting us know that. David's been in touch. We talked about Ollie Robinson, and David said, I believe Ollie should be playing more. He needs to get into the rhythm. Playing odd games, I believe, does him no favours. I'll talk about that at the end of the over.
Revis in again, past umpire Adnan, wide of off stump and a little shorter and left on the front foot by Coles.
Ollie the ECB would only allow Ollie to play 5 of this block of 7. So he had to miss 2, so he missed the games at Derbyshire and Cardiff last week, so he's playing this week, and he loves bowling at Lords. He always seems to get wickets at Lords, Ollie. So that's the reason why he hasn't been playing as much. I'm sure he'd have liked to have played all 7.
Revis is in, and again shouldering arms Cole, so he's finding a bit more of the range as the over went on there. Matthew Revis, 103 for 4 at the end of 26 overs this morning. I feel like I've barely been on. I think we probably got that break wrong. I should have probably been on for the first hour, shouldn't I? And then disappeared off for a bit. I don't know really, or maybe I should have been off for this last half hour somehow, because of the silly updates I've got to do.
Someone sent me a picture, actually. Thank you, Gary. He sent me a photograph of Jofra in action today at Beckenham.
Oh, good to see. Good to see, because he's struggled a lot with injuries, hasn't he?
Oh, so he's had a really tough time. I think we all just hope that the injuries are, because, he's just a very, very exciting cricketer.
Yeah.
And we love to watch him play. In comes Leach, down the hill, bowls to Simpson, who covers up, plays into the offside. He wanted a single, did John Simpson, and James Coles was having none of it. And there is no run. We've talked about bowlers. Lewis Hatchett, former Sussex seamer, is going to come and have a natter at about 4:30 today. He's here doing some I think a speech to the Boundary Club, which is the business club that are in today.
Great name for a bowler as well.
Lewis Hatchett.
Hatchet man.
So we'll hear from Lewis a little later on. Be good to hear from him. There's Leach. He's back to his mark. Probably get this and maybe another over before lunch. He's in and bowls and let go by Simpson, taken by Tattersall, and there is no run.
If you watch Dom Leach bowl, we're watching him front on from the commentary position, so you probably won't be able to notice it as much. But one thing I've noticed in the few occasions I've previously commentated from behind him is he really does bend his back when he goes through that delivery through the crease. I don't know, I'm not a bowling coach, but I would say he's strong through the crease, and he gets quite a lot of dip as he lets go of the ball, which tells you that's going to hit the pitch, and that's going to fly when it gets through the other end.
The one thing I would say with the crowd this size is that in terms of getting our lunch from the cafe, there might be a queue, so I would advise getting down there pretty sharpish.
Is it another Chelmsford job, this? All right, okay.
In comes Leach and bowls up on his toes. He's annoyed with himself.
Charlie's off.
Yeah, Charlie's. I know. Well, I've given the heads up to Charlie. It's Greg's Cafe. As you come into the ground, it's straight ahead of you.
And 2 pints of
lime and lemonade.
Whatever while you're there. Yeah.
I think. Well, John Simpson retook his gun. I wonder if the Simpsons thinking actually we could do with this being the last over before lunch. I think, in terms of the way the match has gone, I think Yorkshire will be slightly the happy of the two. Picked up 4 wickets this morning. Because each bowls to Simpson, who plays this to backward point. He's just slightly frustrated with this game at the minute. I think John Simpson, he was annoyed with himself with the previous delivery when he didn't turn it down to leg stump, and again with that shot. But I think the important thing for Sussex here, he's a fine player. And Sussex will need him to be there after lunch. They won't want to lose another wicket now. The digital clock is saying 12:58. There's still 2 balls in this over, so I guess this may be the last over before lunch. Simpson waits. 3 slips go down. On his way from the Cromwell Road in bowls. Simpson up on his toes and defends. In fact, that's a no ball, and I think that probably does mean that this is going to be the last over before lunch. 2 to the total, which goes to 105 for 4. Very quickly elsewhere around the country, second division is what we're interested in. Northamptonshire 101 for 1 against Derbyshire. Glamorgan 68 for 2 in Cardiff against Middlesex. Byron Labuschagne, the openers out there for Glamorgan, who of course beat Sussex last week. Gloucestershire going well at Grace Road, 103 without loss. Cameron Bancroft, another half century, he's 58 not out. Ben Charlesworth on 29. Change in the field, the square leg has gone out to sort of a deepish mid-wicket. In comes Leach roaring in bowls, and Simpson very happy to let that one pass by outside of the off stump. There is no run. There we are. 1300 hours, the digital clock says. So this will indeed be the last ball before lunch. In the first division, Warwickshire 76 for 5 at Chelmsford against Essex. Let's see who won the toss there. Warwickshire won the toss, decided to bat first. Lancashire 102 for 1 at Blackpool against Durham. Wicket there for Matthew Potts, who I think is very much in the England reckoning. I think he's a terrific bowler. Luke Wells, the man out there for 29. Leach in again. Bowles him some drive. Just a nice looking shot out the middle of the bat. Straight to mid-off. There is no run. That is the end of the over. And that will be lunch. With Coles on 22, Simpson on 1, Sussex 100 and... Well, I'm presuming it's lunch. Yes, 105 for 4 as the players... But I thought just for a moment they would have another over.
Now they're off to Kew.
They probably are. Just rattling those other scores. Not 65 for 6 against Hampshire. Mohammed Abbas in the wickets there, picking 3 wickets for Hampshire. Somerset 125 for 3 at Taunton against Kent, and Surrey 103 for 4 against Worcestershire, having at one stage been 16 for 4. Players making their way off. Doige, I think it's been a very entertaining morning here, and ebbing one way and the other, really.
Yeah, I mean, obviously a bit of a flyer for Sussex in that first 20
Well, a very good afternoon. Welcome back to Hove, where the two umpires are out in the middle. David Milnes and Hassan Adnam. Very good afternoon. I'm Adrian Harms. Jonathan Doige with me. Charlie Reynolds, the third member of our commentary team, as the Yorkshire lads make their way onto the field, followed by the two not-out Sussex batsmen, James Coles and John Simpson. I think having won the toss, Doige deciding to bowl first, Yorkshire be pleased with their efforts, particularly with the way that Sussex started off this morning.
Yeah, they would. I mean, yeah, they were just a bit loose. I'll keep saying that because that's really what it was, wasn't it? In that first 20 minutes or so, and that's enough to bring 4, 5, 6 boundaries and just feel like you're getting off to a little bit of a flyer as the batting side. But credit to them, they stuck at it, and obviously Ben Code, you expect somebody like him to not be too long in getting the radar right, and he did, and he got that first wicket. And then George Hill with a real impact with those 2 quick wickets, and really good from Yorkshire's perspective to see Dom Leach, who's waited in the wings an awful lot for opportunities and hasn't had many of them, to come on and get an early wicket, and that'll it'll have made lunchtime quite a lot more palatable as far as he was concerned. We'll see if he gets a first go after the break. Matthew Revis, by the looks of things, is going to continue at this C end. So I think they'll be happy overall because they've got the 4 wickets, but they'll know that it wasn't the perfect morning session.
Yes, indeed. So we're about to get underway, and it is indeed going to be Matthew Revis who's going to get us underway, bowling to James Coles, who just sort of typically elegant 22 before lunch, but Sussex winning a big score. I mean, Finn Hudson-Prentice is a fine all-rounder. He made 70 at Cardiff last week, but there's got to be a substantial stand here somewhere for Sussex. In a lovely sunny day, as Revis runs away from us up the hill, 3 slips go down. He's in and bowls to Coles, who's immediately on his way. There's a misfield actually. I think that's Jordan Thompson at backward point. And Coles goes through maybe for an unexpected single. He goes to 23 and Sussex to 106 for 4. The men out today, Tom Clark the first to go for 16, Tom Haynes for 31, Tom Alsop for 8. He was dropped by Joe Root when he was on 4, but it didn't cost Yorkshire too much. And Cheteshwar Pujara on 14. Lovely sunny day. The forecast is good for the rest of the day, so if you're thinking of coming along after tea, maybe to take in a few overs, it's a good day to do it. And there's a lovely buzz around the ground and a good sized crowd for the opening day of this county championship match. As in comes Revis over the wicket, bowls, and Simpson's on his way. It's a lovely looking shot by John Simpson, clipped away off his legs, and that was 4 runs pretty much from the moment that it left the bat, clipped away through sort of wideish mid wicket, and Simpson goes to 5 and Sussex to 113. Sorry, but they got up already. But doesn't put those runs up for John Simpson. 109 for 4 is the total, but it was definitely John Simpson because he's a left-hander. In comes Revis again, and there's some movement behind the bowler's arm, and that's irritating for John Simpson. And really, there should be some stewards there making sure that a couple of people were just wandering into the ground there. Yeah, the steward there really should be asking people to stop before they go into the into that southwest corner, particularly with the bowling coming from this end.
Who'll be a steward? They're everywhere where you don't want them, and not there when you do.
Yeah, that's irritating for Simpson. In comes Revis, bowls, and Simpson defends down the track. There is no run. Good to see though, good crowd inside Hove today. Sussex's return fixture is at Scarborough. Then a one-dayer at, we were saying earlier on, during the 100, the 50 over will be played at York. Is that a nice cricket ground, Doige?
It's lovely, you'll enjoy that.
Right.
Bring both an umbrella and the factor 50 because we're out on the balcony.
All right.
So we
it
are.
Gets warm.
Well, either way, if it gets wet, you do as well.
Revis in, bowls to Simpson, who again doesn't quite time it. He's looked to play that in the offside, got rather straightened up. Played onto the leg side, and there is no run.
But it's a great place to go watch some cricket. It's a strange angle, so as we look out at the pitch, if you like, the wicket, the pitch that they play on will go diagonally away from us, so you're nowhere near straight on.
Right. That's nice. I like going sort of quirky, great to get a different grounds. In comes Revis, bowls and let go by Simpson outside the off stump. There is no run.
But benefits is just a lovely clubhouse, lovely atmosphere. We'll get lots of deck chairs around. There'll be a few thousand in there.
Really?
Yeah. We get very well looked after as well, which is always a bonus for us. So we've just been talking about lunches, for example.
Yes, indeed.
It's always very nice there. So Nick Kay and the crew. I don't know if Nick will be listening or not, but shout out for them. Looking forward to going for those couple of one-dayers at York in July, August time.
In comes Revis, Bowles, Simpson lets that go outside the Ustrom, taken low down by Tattersall, and there is no run. Just one thing for Sussex supporters who may be coming up, Jonathan, coming up on on the train. Is it walkable from the station, or is it out of town a little bit?
Good question, because I where I drive in from, I'm the other side of town myself,
right, okay.
so I've never had to do that trip.
Is it sort of racecourse side of the ground, or
no?
Right, okay. So it's not within the city walls then.
It's I think in relation to the city, it would be out to the west or slightly northwest of the city. I'll just Google map it for you. So.
That was the end of the over, by the way. Apologies for that. 109 for 4, and Ben Code back into the attack from the Cromwell Road in 9 overs, 2 maidens. He's taken 1 for 27.
By road, it's 1.9 miles.
Okay.
Out of town. So here is Code then, down the incline and solidly behind it. Coles plays a defensive stroke. No run. It's actually, I'm looking at the map now, it's actually to the north, just slightly to the west of north of the town, if you like. So more north-northwest.
Right. But, if you're going up on the train, hop in a cab and it's not going to cost the earth.
No, it's a lovely place to go watch, I've got to say. We've had some really good days out there in the last few years. There was a championship game there against Warwickshire, but mainly one-dayers. Code comes in and that is punched up to mid-off.
So it's good that Yorkshire are playing away from Headingley. Is that the only venue they're using? Well, obviously Scarborough.
No, Scarborough.
Scarborough and York.
Yeah, I mean, I'll get the diary out and give you those precise dates for anybody who's not yet booked their tickets, because I'm sure both Scarborough and York would love to take your custom. Yes, the 2 York matches are first up. So Wednesday 31st of July is the match against you boys, as Coles is solidly behind another Code delivery and turns into the leg side, no run. And then on Friday the 2nd of August, Yorkshire versus Gloucestershire. So those Wednesday and Friday this year, they've generally been Tuesday and Thursday, those fixtures. But maybe Friday might get a bit more of that weekend custom. We'll take a day off and make a long weekend of it and all that.
It's I mean, the great thing about York is from King's Cross, it's a couple of hours. It's really quick.
Yeah. In comes Code, driven at. Oh, now then, was that a drop by Tattersall, or did it drop just short?
Let's have a little look. The reaction, Tattersall's reaction is he perhaps thought he should have got there. It was a little loose from James Coles, wasn't it? We'll get a replay of that in a couple of moments' time.
There was a definite edge on it. There's no doubt about that. As Code makes his way back to his mark, those who've got the pictures will be able to see, just as we're seeing now. Edges it. Yep, I think he has carried. Yeah. So he's taken a brilliant catch off Dom Leach to dismiss Pajara, Johnny Tattersall, but couldn't reel this one in front of Joe Root. Code in again. And Coles turns that to leg. And there's no run. I can reveal exclusively, in fact, at this juncture, that the match between Yorkshire and Sussex at York on Wednesday the 31st of July will involve Kevin Sharp as our third voice.
Oh, excellent.
Yep, Sharpie came into the box a few weeks ago up at Headingley and had a chat with us, and so we've sorted that. And then, as Code comes in, and that's dropped into the leg side by Coles, and there is no run, so a little bit of fortune on his side during that over. 23, he remains unbeaten at the end of it, 110 for 4. So then on the Friday the 2nd, Yorkshire versus Gloucestershire, third voice, none other than a man who lives fairly local to the ground in that region these days, David Lloyd.
Oh, wow, excellent.
Humble.
So Kevin Sharp, let's test my Yorkshire knowledge, left-hander.
Kevin Sharp, left-hander.
Used to bat about 5?
Yep.
4 or 5?
Top order, yeah. Right. I think higher than that to start with.
Okay,
14 first-class tons. He got just shy of 10,000 first-class runs.
Yeah. It's going to be Matthew Reeves who's coming in from the CN, comes in and bowls to Simpson. Simpson squirts that away through the slip cord. He picks up one. Batting not easy out there at the moment since lunch. Cole's given her life in the previous over, and John Simpson not quite timing it.
I can also tell you that, of course, he's been involved in the development of players a lot since he finished playing himself. So, was batting coaching at Yorkshire, was coaching in the twos at Worcestershire, and he came up to do a bit on air with us during the Derbyshire match a couple of weeks ago. Straight after lunch, I'll come up straight after lunch, do a bit with you. Well, they played 1 over and went off for rain, so I said, oh, let's stay on for a little bit longer.
Reeves in bowls, and Coles is going to get run down the leg side. A little glance from James Coles. I'm pretty certain that came off the bat. Yes, it did. It's the second time that Reeves has strayed down the leg side. Coles goes to 27, 115 for 4.
So the little bit longer ended up being a full hour during the rain break, where we just carried on chatting. It just flowed. It was lovely.
Wonderful.
Lovely to have a chat with him and look back at his career, and then asked him about the young players he'd brought through. And of course he looks out on the field even though there was nobody there, and he says there's 2 players playing in this match by the name of Root that came through my hands when they were younger. And he related the story about Joe as a 12-year-old when he first turned up at Headingley for a net session with Kevin, who'd just been bouncing Anthony McGrath off the machine to get some short bowling practice in.
Reeves in bowl. Coles defends into the offside, no run.
And he sort of must have said to Joe, I think Matthew, Joe's dad, said, right, I'm leaving it with you. I'm not going to be an interfering parent. I'll disappear out of the way. And Kev must have said to Joe, 12-year-old, what we're going to do then? Well, you've been bowling it at 90 at him. I'll have the same. And he said, I thought, what?
Great story. 3 slips go down. Joe Root in at first slip for Yorkshire. Matthew Reeves is in bowls. Coles defends that high left elbow, just plays it down the onside of the track, and there is no run.
So he proceeded to tell us that he did actually do what Joe had asked, and he was firing him in with the bowling machine, and he said, right, okay, for 20 minutes I am not going to be your friend. He said, and I was bowling it, and I was snarling at him, and I was glaring at him and all that, and he said he kept laughing, kept having a giggle and waiting for the next ball.
So he knew he was a bit useful.
Yeah, he just said his attitude, he'd never seen anything quite like it from a young player like that.
Reeves again, the sun is trying to come back out, bowls to Coles, he flicks this away. He doesn't quite time that, James Coles. It's one of his favourite shots, that little flick off the front pad through mid-wicket, but he picks up a couple of runs, just James Coles. He goes to 29, and that's up to 117 for 4.
I know you love being on air with me, Harmsy, so you've obviously got that to look forward to anyway, but the massive bonus now of Kevin Sharp as well, so you will enjoy yourself that day, absolutely guaranteed. All we just need is some cricket weather.
We do.
We're away.
So a lovely cricket ground.
Day.
Good, we're looking forward to that. Oh, actually, I had a weekend away in York. Oh, tail end of last cricket seat. It's a lovely place, isn't it? In comes Reeves, bowls and defends just Coles down the track. There is no run. End of the over. Reeves 3 overs, no maidens, 0 for 20. Sussex 117 for 4. Coles on 29. Simpson on 6. I'd imagine it's the sort of place at Doiji. I'd imagine York at Christmas is lovely. Just those little narrow streets.
Yeah, all lit up and all that.
But it's beautiful. Yeah, it was beautiful. In fact, the weekend we went up, there was actually racing. And you must be able to walk to the race course from the station, because there was a lot of people.
It's about a mile or so, yeah.
Yeah, there was a few tottering back at the end of the day down the hill.
A few times myself, yeah. But in fact, it just came up on my Facebook memories today, a video. We had a cricket club, Rawdon Cricket Club trip every year. I think some of the lads still go, and they will have been there yesterday. They always go on Dante, and I'd sort of put with this caption this video, more in a sec, because here's Ben Code round the wicket. Oh, and just a slight leading edge on that one for John Simpson. Wanted to turn it squarer than it went, which it went to mid-wicket and James Wharton. But when the lads have had a few drinks, and they were on their way back from the racecourse to the station, and there's an enormous expanse of land, as you'll know, around, the Knaves Mile, and there's 2 or 3 cricket pitches very close by, walking back along this pitch. And so a couple of the lads decided to have a sprint the length of a cricket pitch. Here's Code in again, and Simpson shouldering arms to one wide of off stump. And well, need I say more? There's been a few beers sunk at the cricket, and there's a couple of lads going to have a race over 22 yards, culminating in me saying this is the big race. Forget the Derby trial. This is the big race of the day, and somebody's going to lose this race, and they're about 4 yards from the end, so they just launched themselves in a dive for the line to try and get across, and it wasn't pretty. It's Code, and that's turned, or an attempt at turning it into the leg side by John Simpson. Hits him in the thigh pad, and there is no run.
That sounds a bit messy.
Yeah. Neil Allen, good afternoon to you. He says, afternoon JD, hope you're well and enjoying the sun. Shame you can't make Wembley next Sunday. Any media passes going spare? I should imagine they'll be like the proverbial rocking horse stuff. But I might actually try and avail myself of one just in case anything goes wrong at North.
Oh, it's close.
In again, he's got him. LBW. Simpson looking down the leg side after the decision had been made. In terms of where he got from on the crease, he didn't get very far. We are nothing like straight on here to be able to tell you anything other than that, but he didn't really get much of a stride in, and those looking at the streaming can see it again now. Yeah, it's angled in towards him. It probably hits him in front of middle, so that's doing a lot if it's going to miss. And it's one of those where, given David Milne's finger went up, even if they had recourse to the replay, it's probably hitting some part of the wood and therefore would have been out.
Yeah, just watching the replay. Yeah, it's. I think probably what's done is not perhaps getting far enough forward, Doige.
Yeah.
So is it a slightly disappointing run of form at the minute? John Simpson picked up a pair last week. Never looked totally settled today. Nice shot after lunch where he clipped a boundary through mid-wicket. I'm sure his time will come again. But Sussex in a spot of bother now. 117 for 5. But these two batted very nicely down at Glamorgan last week. That was Finn Hudson-Prentice and James Coles. The pair of them added 118 last week down at Glamorgan. I should say congratulations to Jayden Seales. I wasn't aware, but at lunchtime he was presented with his county cap by former Sussex Corrie Collymore. So well done, Jayden. Sussex used to cap players as soon as they arrived. If you were an international, they don't do that now. You have to sort of earn your stripes. And 23 wickets in his opening 5 games. We had 5 games. He's bowled beautifully, so really good for Jayden, and a lovely guy as well. So well done to him. And also, if you enjoyed the Sussex Museum, I don't know if you went and had a visit at lunchtime, but it's open. I can't say if there's a book sale because they rely on selling the books to keep the museum not going, but to update it, etc. So if you are looking for a cricket book, that's the place to go.
Corrie Collymore played a bit for my first club, Horsforth Hall Park, back in the day. Here's Ben Code over the wickets, bowling here to Finn Hudson-Prentice, right-handed of course. He pushes that one out into the offside, and there is no run. Now that 5th wicket really will start to, Yorkshire, if they weren't already feeling vindicated by bowling first, 117 in your 5th wicket, and so
certainly
they know now they've got a real opportunity in this match here. Couple more quick wickets into the tail. Here's Code to Hudson-Prentice. He gets the ball short of length and gets nicely over the top of it, just dropping it into the leg side for a single to complete the 31st over. Then Ben Code, 11 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 28, as tight as ever, despite the fact that he was a little bit loose by his standards in the first 2 or 3 overs. But as ever, just chipping away at the wickets column.
Useful player to come in at number 7, Finn Hudson-Prentice, yet to score a championship century. I thought last week he was well on the way to it, but he was the leading run scorer for Sussex in the championship last year, 879 runs at 48. And Sussex could really do with a partnership like these two put on at Glamorgan last week. It's going to be Matthew Reeves who's going to carry on. I'll do this over and I'll make way for Charlie Reynolds, who'll be back with us. In comes Reeves, bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery. Look at the carry on that as well, Doige. I mean, Tattershall's taking that virtually chest high.
Who, sorry?
Tattersall. You're not going to catch me out again. One of your listeners likes you, and I kept calling him Tattershall. He said, "Would you get that man and call him Tattersall?"
Oh, you've got one on Revis now, though. Martin Rowe says Revis.
Is it Revis? Oh, okay. Sorry. Matthew Revis on his way from the C end of the ground. He's into bowl to James Coles. He's in and bowls, and my apologies, it's distracting me completely. It's Hudson Prentice who plays that down to third man. He's going to pick up at least 2 and maybe 3. They're thinking about 3. Yeah, good running that by James Coles, who was running to the danger end. Good cricket all round there. Good throw and good running between Hudson Prentice and Coles. Hudson Prentice goes to 4 and the total of 121 for 5.
We like to keep people guessing with Yorkshire names. That's why look at my spelling. I mean, you know, nobody ever knows how to pronounce it.
We just say Doiji, which makes it nice and easy. 2 slips, 3 slips in place, no third man, hence the chase down to the third man boundary. And that's Finley Bean chasing it all the way down there. As in comes Revis. Over the wicket, bowls, and up on his toes is James Coles. Place it onto the leg side. And there is no run. A very good afternoon, wherever you're listening from, watching the live stream or around the ground or listening via the BBC. It's great to have your interactions. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk, or you're familiar with Doiji's email address, BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com, or on Twitter at Sporting Lives1, or at BBC Sussex Sport. Revis in lovely sunshine, in and bowls, and Coles defends right in behind that, plays it into the offside, and there is no run.
Tony Berthon, he's calling the BBC scorecard producers clowns because they've put Dom Best down rather than Dom Leach on the scorecard.
Oh, that's not great, is it?
No.
Wonder why we've done that.
Not sure. And Alan Harris says, with regard to the York game for Sussex, I live about 5 minutes further away from the ground than the station is, and I walk it. So it's walkable.
Okay. Revis in bowls, and I don't know if that's another chance that's gone down. It's a hands on head. I think that is a chance to Adam Lyth, low to his left hand side if it is him.
I think it's just short. I think it's just short from the angle. I'm not at a bad angle from a bit further across to the right than you are.
It was just the hands on heads there, wasn't it? And it could just be, oh, that was nearly a chance.
Yeah.
I'm not sure we're going to see the replay before the next delivery from Revis. Let's just see. And here we go. Quickly, we're going to get this replay in. Yeah, it bounced. Yeah, not a chance. Revis in again. Bowls. Oh, the carry on that through to Tattersall. He's taken that shoulder high.
Which is so maybe there's a bit of unpredictable bounce because the ball before doesn't quite reach slip, and then this one zips through high to the keeper. Interesting.
Right, I'd better go. I'll be back after I'll be back for 2:30, where we're going to be joined by a gentleman who's going to talk about Sussex seniors cricket. So we'll look forward to that. And I'm going to leave you with Charlie and Doiji.
Yep, and we're going to see Ben Code continuing. And to come down the incline. Mighty Mariner says, morning all, hope we get 4 full days play. Have you got your sunglasses and sun cream? It looks warm in Sussex. Yeah, it is. It wasn't so much yesterday when we arrived. Dot ball there from Code first up to Hudson Prentice. But I remember remarking yesterday to the Yorkshire scorer John Potter, who I'd travelled down with, it was a bit parky when we arrived at Brighton Station by comparison to what it had been in Leeds. But it's warmed up today. Afternoon to you, Lily, as well, who's watching the stream on holiday in the Greek island of Kefalonia. Oof, I did go there once. It was 1993. Here's Code, good delivery. Hudson Prentice pushing forward at this one, which meets Tattersall on the rise at the back of the stumps. Well bowled, Ben Code. Yeah, at Sporting Lives 1, as Harmsy just said, BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Your points of contact, got a couple of emails to get through as well. Start on those after this delivery. Hudson Prentice just trying to get himself in here. Not out on 4, and Code trying to stop him from doing so. That delivery just worked to the onside of straight. Masood fielding at mid-on. Hi to you, Malcolm Palmer. Great to see cricket in the sun at Hove, he says, and good to see Shan winning the toss. He hasn't done that much this season. I think it's just the second one he's won. I don't see Tomo as an opening bowler. Far too expensive, he says. Good start from George Hill and great catch by Bean. Just hope we get some respite from the weather. We both want good luck at Wembley. That's Leeds and Real Madrid. As Code is in, and Hudson Prentice opens the face and runs it out to Leach at point. No run. Dean Southall, good afternoon to you. Glad to hear you're enjoying the commentary. It's been listening for 10 years now, he says. Hopefully you've managed to get a cup of tea and nip to the loo now and again during that time. Dean in Doncaster started listening in 2014, was lucky enough to hear us win that season and the next. It would have brought George Hill on earlier, he says. He's been pretty good as a bowler. Brackets, is he an all-rounder? And he's quite economical, correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, I think I mentioned that earlier, 2.99 and over. Code in, Hudson Prentice turns this one backward of square and will pick up one. Revis coming round to field. Yeah, he's not been used as often as he might have been with the ball, but good to see him among the wickets this morning, George. And John, good afternoon to you. Hope you had a good lunch, he says. Grateful if you could give your usual shout out to any Southern-based members or supporters of the club regarding the activities of the Yorkshire CCC Southern Group. As Code comes in again for the final ball of the over, and that's solidly blocked by Coles into the offside. 122 for 5 at the end of the over. So John continues. The Yorkshire County Cricket Club's Southern Group supporters, that is, will be at Hove in force tomorrow, just in time for the thunderstorms. And we're having our second lunch of the season in the Cow Corner, which Harmsy and I did walk through this morning and clambered over the fence to go and film the toss. Sadly, he says, we don't have any lunch places left at present, but potential new members are always welcome to pop in and say hello. Several of us will be also at Northampton next week. We've got an open meeting with Colin Graves planned for London in July. Anyone who can't find us in the huge crowd or would like further details of our activities are welcome to contact myself as chair on john_Kirkland@yahoo.com. Here's Charlie.
As Revis comes in now, bowls, and Hudson Prentice drives that nicely through the offside. It was in the air for a little while, but it's at the boundary very quickly indeed, and that's 4 runs. That one was there to be hit, and Hudson Prentice obliged. Sussex moved to 126 for 5. Hudson Prentice moves on to 9.
Martin Bloomfield says, did I hear it correctly or did I dream it? Bumble is to join you in the com box later this season at York. This could result in the battle of the FST impressions. Marvellous. Well, there's only one.
As Revis comes in now, bowls, and that one's slashed at by Hudson Prentice, but he doesn't get anything like the middle of the bat on it, and it just dribbles off the toe in the end to the man at cover, and there's no run. But some bounce again from Revis, and that one, well, Hudson Prentice threw everything at that and didn't really go very far in the end.
All that bounce. I'll give you bounce then. Bounce.
Revis at the top of his mark, running in now past the umpire. He bowls, that one again bounces, it's left well alone by Hudson Prentice outside his off stump. Seeing some good carry through to Tattersall behind the stumps. Just that slight after lunch lull in the crowd as fans still digesting their sandwiches.
Not you though. You're on the coke to keep yourself awake here, I noticed. Coca-Cola, I should say.
Well, it was provided to us by Sussex. I'm sure I should tuck in as Revis comes in now, bowls, and that one's wide of the off stump and flailed at by Hudson Prentice. Was that a drop, or was that just dropped at backward point? But it was an incredible diving effort from the man there.
Jordan Thompson,
who saves 4, but nearly pulls off an extraordinary one-handed catch. So
what an effort that was, wasn't
unbelievable. But the end result is a single to Hudson Prentice, who moves to 10.
Did well to get his hand to that.
Yeah, one of those ones that goes down as a drop rather harshly, when in fact if he made less of a good effort at catching it, he wouldn't have got anywhere close. As Revis comes in, bowls, and that one bounces and it's over the head of Coles, who ducks under it. Yeah,
yep.
Those drop statistics are always rather unfair, because sometimes the more extravagant fielding efforts, which get closer to catching it but you end up dropping it, go down against the fielder.
Yeah, super effort from Jordan Thompson just to get his hand to it. Save 4.
As Revis comes in now to Coles, who shoulders arms outside his off stump, as that one whistles through to the keeper. That'll be the end of the over. Sussex are 127 for 5. Coles has 29 and Hudson Prentice 10.
David Coleman, good afternoon to you, says, hi JD, just got back from the U3A walking cricket session at Kirkstall, up there in Leeds, where Blue Bibs beat the Yellows by 35 runs. Me and partner got unbeaten 59, so we're taking credit for winning the game. Well, there you go, magnanimous as ever. Originally going to be at Hove, but last Saturday gave my daughter away. Proud dad. Hope you got a fair price for her rather than giving her away. It's not really the done thing as a Yorkshireman, is it, to give anything for nothing? Here's Ben Code bowling to Finn Hudson Prentice, who's got an outside edge on this and will get 4. It went through wide of third slip Finlay Bean. He was one of 3 pursuers, all in vain. Dom Leach and the man winging the ball back in, Joe Root, were the other 2. So 4 on the ball to start the over. 2 for 33 off 12.1 now for Ben Code. The miser that is Ben Code. He won't have enjoyed seeing that go up against the name, but he will have enjoyed the outside edge, and knowing that he's still very much involved here as bowler on this pitch. 131 now for 5. Hudson Prentice just rearranging his gloves and gets himself set, and Code comes in again. Oh, he's pushed at this one and he's gone. On the rise, a feather through of a nick to Tattersall. Didn't really go at the ball, just a little push, nothing more than that, and Code has a 3rd wicket, and Yorkshire have taken a 6th Sussex victim. 131 for 6 after 34 overs and 2 balls, and Sussex now may be in danger of being dismissed for a fairly low total.
Yeah, I think that one bounced a little more on Hudson Prentice than he expected, but I mean, he had to play it. It was on the stumps. Another excellent delivery by Code, who's rarely strays from that very dangerous line. And Sussex in a fair amount of trouble now, having started well in the first part of the morning session, but this has been more like what Yorkshire hoped for when they put the home side into bat. 6 wickets now down, and Danny Lamb, the new man out in the middle.
So Hudson Prentice gone for 14 from 15 deliveries. And that included 2 4s. And Yorkshire, well, they certainly will be very happy with things now, having backed up that morning session performance with the 4 wickets by adding an extra couple and really getting stuck into the middle and lower middle of the Sussex batting side. Long way to go yet. There's been no chickens being counted, certainly having not managed to put anybody away in couple of matches this season when they've had opportunities to do so. They know that they need 20 and not 6 wickets to win the match. So Danny Lamb to face his first delivery. 4 slips back in place, ready and waiting. Code coming in, and Lamb just dropping this one out square on the offside for Leach to field. Danny Lamb, of course, formerly of Lancashire.
So there's added incentive for him there, is there?
Yeah, probably. Added incentive for him to come up with a contribution against the old enemy. Go down the incline once again, past umpire Milnes. It's short of length, and an easier leave this time for Danny Lamb.
Does have 100 this season. for Lamb against 134 against Leicestershire. He's averaging just over 50, so Sussex could certainly do with some of those runs now if they're going to get out of this hole that they're in.
Good on the turn. Making his way in then. And again, good length ball. Lamb just pushing once more to Leach in the offside, no run. Renko, Phil Wrench, emails on BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Greetings, great to see the sun shining in Hive, as he's put it, but I think it's called Hove still. The Tykes are in a good position. Please pass on my regards to John Potter. I sat in his score box at Headingley with the PA guy, Tony Lofill, in the day. John, lovely fella, made me very welcome. I'm sure he did, as Lamb gets off the mark with a ball that he runs wide of the slip cordon. George Hill out to do the fielding. Lamb will retain the strike. That was the last ball of over number 35. And with him on 1 and Coles on 29, Sussex 132 for the loss of 6 wickets in Yorkshire, with 2 bowling points on the board.
It's going to be Matthew Revis to continue from the C end, as Yorkshire continue to hunt for wickets. They've certainly made a good start after lunch, but there are those pesky 4 remaining. Slight delay as Lamb marks his guard for the first time at this end. Stretches a few times and he's ready now to face Revis, who charges in past the umpire, bowls, and that one whistles past the outside edge of Lamb. He was pulled the bat well inside the line of that, I think, in the end, and it flies through again with good carry to the keeper. Yet to get a wicket so far this season, Revis, but he might fancy his chances here.
Rustling in the background, yet another packet of biscuits being opened by Harms.
As Lamb lets that one through outside his off stump and there's no run.
The sheer amount of sugar content taken on board by Adrian Harms today, unreal. I think he'll be running back home tonight to burn all this off.
Revis, once again at the top of his mark, runs in now past the umpire, bowls. That one again is outside the off stump of Lamb, who once again I think just pulls the bat inside the line of that. I don't think he played at that, and there's no run. Just needs to be a touch straighter perhaps, Revis, do you think?
I think so, yeah, and maybe just a touch fuller as well, and really ask him to come forward. Again, we don't know what's been said to him, do we? So it might be that they want him to bowl a bit shorter. He's certainly not bowling it as short as he regularly has been doing when the ball's been worn.
He's in now, bowls, and that one driven at by Lamb, but he doesn't get bat to ball to play in a miss through to the keeper. So perhaps an indication why Revis might be bowling it outside the off stump. He's trying to draw Lamb into a shot.
It'd be interesting to find out a bit more about the sort of work that's been done with Matthew Revis. Sort of a battering ram tactic a lot of the time so far.
As he's in once again and bowls, and that one is again outside the off stump of Lamb, and again he doesn't get bat, and I think he did play a bit more at that one. So Revis drawing Lamb in so far, but not finding the edge or making the breakthrough.
Yeah, relatively expensive so far in terms of economy rate, 5.09 in his 6th over, but the field is still, as you might expect, an attacking one. Once it gets through, it goes for 4.
As Revis comes in now, bowls, that one's outside the off stump of Lamb. It beats the outside edge and it goes through to the keeper, and that's the end of the over. It's Sussex are 132 for 6. Coles has 29 and Lamb has 1. Are you surprised you haven't seen maybe George Hill after lunch, considering how well he bowled this morning?
I don't think it'll be that long before maybe that change is made again. It may have been just, who knows, let's say, for example, Jordan Thompson was unable to control the new ball as well as he would have liked. So let's try George with that. There was still a fair bit of varnish on it at the point he got his hands on it, so it was almost new ball bowling, wasn't it, really?
Yeah.
It's different now, isn't it? We're into the 37th over coming next, so going on for halfway through its useful life. He might be able to come back on and bowl a lot better, Jordan Thompson, with the shine knocked off and work on one side of it. It might be different for George, we'll see. Here's Code, meanwhile, over the wicket, bowling to Coles, who gets the ball short of length, drops it into the leg side. There was a thought of a run, but turned down. Three slips. Again now, with George Hill having been sent back out into the covers. Dom Leach has been at point quite a bit, but he's been dispatched down to our right. He'd be 5 yards in from the boundary at third man. Ben Code once more in, good delivery, and that's a little win for him as it goes past the outside edge of Coles' bat. And James Coles, 29, including 4 fours. He's been batting for over an hour and a half now. 62 deliveries faced, 63. So he's had a good look at it either side of the lunch break. Here's Code again, and this time fuller of length and turned in front of square to James Wharton, who gets down and puts in an exemplary long barrier. Remember those days?
Going out of the game there, you feel, the long barrier. But
yeah.
Good to see it still there.
Yeah, it's the sort of thing that would excite our colleague at Gloucester, Ed Seaborn. 101 great long barriers. He's probably got a video at home that he enjoys watching. Loves that sort of thing. Here is Code again. It's wide of off stump. And Coles shoulders, arms. Good afternoon, Jonathan, says Russell Walker. Joy to see Yorkshire bowling and fielding so well. With the 6 wickets down, it's a real opportunity for us to get in the box seat. This wicket looks to have some sap in it. Hello, Wembley.
The long barrier is always a good idea until you get one right on the end of the knee, and then it.
Yeah, they're not pleasant, are they?
Or worse, maybe the inside of the knee.
Cody's in and bowling here to Coles again, who's squared up slightly, solidly behind it. No run. Good afternoon to you, Edward Harland, who says, JD, Kevin Sharp's 1-hour interview at Headingley was pure gold. Glad he's coming to York. Do the people over the 6-foot brick wall have a wonderful cricket ball collection, or do they return them? Question mark. Well, actually, Edward, I mean, dear me, I hope you're not measuring me up for a suit, because it cost me a fortune, if you think that's only 6 foot. Here's Code, and Coles dropping that one into the leg side. No run. It's probably more like 12 feet, I would imagine. Certainly, it's got to be 10. I always liken it to The Secret Garden. You remember the storybook? I remember reading that as a child, and it's a bit like that. It's just this massive high wall, and even from the elevation of the first floor level from which we commentate, you can't see a whole lot over the wall. So you wonder what's going on in The Secret Garden.
Balls,
yeah, it must be. There must be quite a lot in there. I remember Matthew Waite hitting 32 in and over in a one-dayer there a few years ago, and a couple of them went over the wall. One of them went a long way over the wall.
As Revis comes in again from the C end bowls, and Danny Lamb shoulders arms. Lets that one go wide of his off stump, and there's no run.
Secret Garden, your childhood book of choice, Charlie?
I don't know if it's my book of choice, but I enjoyed it.
What's your favourite?
Oh, you put me on the spot now.
I like to do that sort of thing. Keep you on your toes.
It's going to be Revis to continue now, bowls, and That one's pulled away into the leg side by Lamb. It was a stylish looking shot, but it is straight to the man at fine leg. So they just come through for a single. And the score moves to 133 for 6. As I try and think of a single book I read as a child. Which I did
Well,
actually.
if you're struggling, I'm a lot further away from childhood. I've got no chance.
I did read quite a lot, but I haven't retained the information clearly. The Willows? That's the one I can remember. I enjoyed that. As Revis comes in now, bowls, and that one's pushed solidly in defence by Coles, and there's no run.
I used to be a bit sad and read things like the Playfair Cricket Annual, or do you remember?
Yeah, I should have said Wisden 1998.
Well, you're too young for this, but they used to bring out an annual, I suppose it was like a magazine type format called Cricket with the year. So I remember having Cricket 75, Cricket 76, Cricket 77, and it'd give you the tour inside and little pen pictures of them. I used to read that a lot.
As Revis comes in now, bowls, and that one's squirted off an outside edge by Coles, but safely along the ground. It's fielded by the man at point, and there's no run. Yeah, I think I remember once quite sadly as a child looking through the Wisden to see if any of the cricketers had the same birthday as me.
And?
Chris Adams of Sussex,
Grizzly,
formerly of
yeah.
Sussex, was the only one. I don't know whether there'd been any.
Was that a disappointment then, or
Well, I had heard of him at least, but Revis in now past the umpire bowls. That one's worked off his pads by Coles. It was a good single scampered through. One more to the total, 134 for 6 now.
I've just had a text off Chris actually. He says it made his year when he found out he got the same birthday as you.
Well, same birthday as Kevin Howells as well, I believe, of BBC Radio fame.
No wonder you're getting plenty of work.
Yeah, it's the 6th of May club. I'm infiltrating cricket commentary. Secret handshake and everything. As Revis comes in now, bowls, and that one's left well alone by Lamb. He gestured at playing at it for a second, but pulled the bat out of the way safely, and there's no run to end the over, so that'll leave the score at 134 for 6. Yeah, I don't know whether I haven't looked to see if there are any new cricketers on the scene with the same birthday. Any cricketers with the same birthday as you that you're aware of, Jonathan?
No. The only famous person that I can ever recall having the same birthday as me, and she's no longer with us, was Beryl Reid. You know, it used to, you look in the paper on your birthday and it'd be there, birthdays today, and that was it. I think Sheena Easton was the day before or something like that. I've got to disappear and do a 2:30 update, I'm afraid, folks. So I'll have to leave it with you, Charlie.
It's going to be...
You want to pass your headphones onto Harmsley? Yeah. I was trying to switch the microphone off there,
Sorry,
folks. Sorry.
we'll do a little
One
bit
run to somebody, to James Coles.
Bit of jiggery-pokery with the headset. I share my birthday with Margaret Thatcher. I didn't say anything to anyone. So back to his... Oh, the scoreboard's disappeared now. That's not very helpful, is it? We can see it's 133 for 6. There's... played into the... Oh, I think that was just short of the field in the gully. It's... Danny Lamb just pushing at that one. It's fielded in the gully by Finley Bean, and there is no run. Yorkshire very much on top here. Charlie. Sussex needing a stand from somewhere. Can the Lancastrian do it for the... It's all right. Yeah, you can chat, Charlie. It's all right. Played by Lamb to mid-wicket, and there is... Yeah, we're waiting for an update as well, but we can chatter away. Good bit of fielding again. Good diving stop.
Chris Adams through the window at me.
Oh, okay. Well, You'll be very popular in these parts, sharing a birthday with Chris Adams, championship winning skipper, of course. Down the hill comes Code, bowls, and forward comes Lamb, play to backward point. There is no run allowed. Shout of weight from James Coles. Much depending here on James Coles. He's a fine young player, and this is a great stage for him. It occurred to me a little earlier on that he's such a, you're playing here, batting against high class bowling on a pitch that's giving a bit of help to the seamers. In front of a former England skipper. What an arena, what a day to really make your mark for James Coles, if he hasn't already. Code in bowls to Lamb, who works this one down towards third man. They're going to pick up one, they'll think about a second. We've got some rather loud music in our ears now, sorry about that, Charlie. That's because we've got an update to come. We'll do that in a couple of moments' time. I need to bone up on the Kent score, because in the afternoons we give the Kent score and the Surrey score. So we'll do that in a moment's time. Code back to his mark. 3 slips, backward point. Cover. Some of the covers there practicing their golf shots. As in comes Code racing in, bowls to Coles, who works this into the cover. He wanted a single there, James Coles. There was never a single there because Dom Leach was closing in. Very quickly, it is the end of the over. Sussex 136 for 6, Coles on 31. Lamb on 3. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex, multiple stations around Yorkshire. Very good afternoon, wherever you're listening or watching us from. I'm Adrian Harms, Charlie Reynolds with me, and Jonathan Doyge doing his update to the listeners up in Yorkshire. And Yorkshire very much on top, Charlie.
Yeah, they certainly are. This is much more what they would have wanted when they put Sussex into bat, having taken a bit of punishment in the opening overs from Sussex's opening pair.
Do you mind if I interrupt you,
No.
Charlie, because I've got an update to do here to the listeners in Surrey and in Kent as well. Here we go. Well, Sussex have just lost another wicket, not having the best of days. Danny Lamb caught in the slips, he's on his way for 3, and Sussex really struggling here. They're 136 for 7. They were put into bat this morning. A good opening partnership of 42 between Tom Haynes and Tom Clark, but since then wickets are falling regularly, and only James Coles, who's 31 not out, is holding things together. Surrey are playing Worcestershire at the Oval. At one stage Surrey were in trouble as well. They were 15 for 4 at one stage. They've rather been rescued by Dan Lawrence, who's 84 not out. Ollie Pope just out for 63. Surrey 163 for 5. Meanwhile, Kent in action today. Sorry, their score has just disappeared. Here we go. Kent are at Taunton against Somerset. Somerset are now 183 for 4. So another wicket goes down, and Sussex in real trouble. I haven't seen the replay. It looked to me like perhaps he didn't need to play out outside of the off stump, Charlie.
Yeah, it's quite hard to tell from this angle, but it was another edge into the slips and a regulation chance. Well caught. The misery continues for Sussex.
It does. We have a bit of a change around in the commentary box, Charlie. Jonathan Taylor's going to come and have a bit of a natter to us about seniors cricket in Sussex. So I'll just thank you, Charlie. We've seen a minutes or so. And Jonathan, come and grab a pew, Jonathan. We can have a natter away.
Okay, fantastic.
Your headphones on. Well, first of all, I apologise. Welcome to the commentary box here. I hope it's great to see you. And apologies, because you sent me an email this morning and we said we were going to chat. And I have to say, I'd forgotten with all the guests we had coming in today. So thank you.
No problem at all.
Sussex going to bother here.
I know. We thought going to be a long day batting for Sussex. We won't see Joe Root, but maybe we will.
Well, I think there's every chance. I'm sure presumably Joe Root bats at 4 for Yorkshire, but well, there's still a bit of help there for the seamers, and you'd think that Ollie Robinson will perhaps be licking his lips at this opportunity, but
Yeah,
Yorkshire have certainly taken.
One of the questions that came up this morning at the members' forum was why had he only played a few matches. Was it ECB that?
Just break off for a minute. Hill comes in and bowls, and Carson with the play and a miss outside the off stump. There is no run.
Why had he? Was it an ECB thing that he hadn't played? And the coach was very clear that it was no, it was Ollie Robinson who didn't think he was available for a couple of matches.
Well, that's interesting because we understood that he could play 5 out the 7, and we presumed that was ECB imposed. So that's not the case.
No.
Here comes Hill. Bowls 3 wickets now for George Hill, 3 for 15 in his 8th over. Before we talk about what you are going to talk about, anything you can tell us about the members forum?
Yeah, no, it was a really good session.
Right.
Packed out into the long room. John Philby, the new chief exec, Peter and Paul Farbrace. Paul kicked it off with some very interesting stuff about the team, and questions were asked about the usual stuff as you expect, county versus 2020, etc., etc.
Just break off as George Hill runs away from us. 4 slips go down, comes in and bowls to Carson, who's right in behind that, plays it to backward point. There is no run.
And he was superb. I mean, he's a real. He's definitely got an after dinner speech career lined up.
Paul?
Well, yeah, he's really some good funny stories interspersed with the questions from members. And the good thing about all 3 of them is they were really honest. They didn't duck any questions from members. They told it as they saw it.
And comes George Hill running away from us in and bowls to Carson, who's caught behind. Another wicket goes down. And Sussex rather folding here, 136 for 8, a shot that Carson didn't look like he needed to play. He's tickled that behind. Tattershaw takes the catch, and Sussex are 136 for 8, having at one stage been 42 without loss, and in real trouble. James Coles leans on his bat at the non-striker's end, and he'll be thinking to himself now, well, do I just go on the attack here because... Well, Ollie Robinson can bat, there's no question about that, but James Coles, who was left rather marooned at Cardiff last week, finishing 61 not out. He's 31 not out, but another wicket for George Hill. Wonderful figures, 7 overs and 5 balls, 2 maidens. He's taken 4 for 15. At the moment, Yorkshire are all over Sussex.
So then after Paul, John Philby basically covered the areas of the ECB, and was very clear that whether you like it or you lump it or don't like it, the 100 is here to stay. And it was very well made point that without the 1.3 million that we get from that, we would not be financially viable. And he's obviously fighting battles with the ECB on that front, the fixture lists, and also, most disappointingly for him personally in Sussex, the non-award of a women's county. I mean, he's absolutely gutted. I mean, no county's done more for women's cricket than Sussex. So he's absolutely... 2 weeks ago he was really, really upset. I'm sure it's not better now. And then, so he didn't really take many questions because he'd already answered them. And then the new chief executive talked about the scope for development of all types of cricket, and mentioned the new guy who's come in as, I think they called him growth director or growth officer. Took some questions from the floor.
Sorry, what, growth officer here at home?
In terms of all types of cricket.
Right, okay.
And a new appointment.
Who is that?
I don't know, can't remember his name, to be honest.
Here comes George Hill running in and bowls. And Ollie Robinson doesn't play a shot at that. There's a loud appeal. The bounces around the offside. And there is no run. End of a very successful over and a very fine spell of bowling by George Hill today. 8 overs. He's taken 4 for 15, including 3 maidens. And Sussex in real trouble here. 136 for 8. Coles on 31. Robinson yet to score.
So the overall take was that they were very upfront about all the questions, didn't duck anything, and
Good.
I think the members were extremely pleased to hear from them and feel that there's a very good new team in place.
Good. And was there any just a final question on the members forum?
I hope I haven't done anything I shouldn't have done.
Well, I'm sure you hadn't. If it is in the members forum, as Coles waits and plays defensively to bend Code onto the onside, and there is no run. Yeah, I'm not allowed to go to the members forum because I'm not a member.
Oh, right.
I don't know whether I might be able to sort
I'm
of...
sure as a media...
perhaps I could stand at the back and...
exactly.
But anyway...
It was very good, very good.
Good. Okay, well, good to see you. Thank you for coming and having a natter. In order to talk about senior cricket.
Yeah.
in the county. So we'll do that sort of in between deliveries, Jonathan, and you can tell us a little bit about yourself as well, particularly for our listeners up in Yorkshire, which there are many of, as in comes Code and bowls and Coles drives. He's going to get a single down here to wideish third man. It's fielded by Dom Leach. 1 to Coles. He goes to 32, 137 for 8, brings Ollie Robinson on strike. So clearly a keen cricket man. Tell us a little bit about yourself, Jonathan.
Always been very keen on cricket. Played it at school in Wallington in Surrey. Played for Sanderstead Cricket Club, who one of the first cricket clubs to get into filming their matches. There's quite a following on YouTube for Sanderstead, which is sort of just south of Croydon. Played for them in their, as a teenager.
Ben Code on his way. 3 slips go down. He's in and bowls to Robinson. Takes a step down the wicket and plays to backward point. There is no run.
Then university, work. Didn't play any more cricket, but then ended up living in Brighton in the mid-80s, commuting to London, and was a member here at Sussex sort of 85 to 87. Then that commuting was crazy, although I was talking to a guy this morning who did it for 30 years. Anyway, I moved back to London, and
in comes Code. 3 wickets to his name, bowls to Robinson, who clips this firmly to mid-wicket. There is no run.
Saw all my cricket for the next 25 years, 30 years at the Oval and Lords, being a member of both Middlesex and Surrey. Then moved back down to Horsham in 2017, sadly, because my wife was had terminal cancer. I moved down to be close to family in Horsham. So I've been in Sussex since 2017.
In comes Code, bowls, and Robinson is forward, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. I'm sorry to hear that, but delighted to have you here.
My next door neighbour, who's sitting up at the far end there,
right.
He immediately instructed me that I would be a Roffey supporter, because his 2 sons did and still do play for Roffey, and they were in their pomp then, winning the Sussex Premier League year after year. If I hadn't known that, I'd have probably gravitated to Horsham, but I've been a Roffey supporter since then.
Code, 3 slips go down, comes in and bowls to Robinson, who lets that go outside of the off stump, taken by Tattersall. There is no run. End of the over, 137 for 8. Coles on 32. Robinson yet to score. Listening to live cricket on the BBC. Myself, Adrian Harms, in conversation with Jonathan Taylor, who will get round to chatting around about seniors cricket in Sussex in a moment's time. Sussex member, and glad to welcome you to the commentary box.
And so I was in Barbados, whenever we played Test match there last time, and I was chatting to this chap who was sitting behind me, and I said, "Where do you come from?" He said, "Horsham." I said, "Well, that's a surprise, I live in Horsham." We chatted, and he told me he played for a Sussex senior team, and at that time I didn't know that Sussex senior teams really existed.
George Hill is going to come in to start the next over, to bowl to the right-handed James Coles. Is in and bowls, and Coles squirts this one down to fine leg, picks up a single. He goes to 33. Sussex to 138 for 8.
And in the course of our chats over the next couple of days, because we went to the Test match each day, he said, "Do you play still?" And I said, "Well, I don't really play much at the moment." He said, "Do you score? We're really keen to have scorers in Sussex senior cricket." So I said, "Well, I haven't done it for years, but I'd like to try it." So he put me in touch with the chap who runs Sussex senior cricket.
Hill again. Runs away from us in and bowls to Robinson, who places confidently enough down to fine leg, picks up a single. Robinson is on his way. Sussex to 139 for 8.
And to cut a long story short, within a few weeks he'd introduced me to Hugh Milner, who still runs Sussex senior cricket, and I was scoring for a 70s seconds team. And why I thought it might be of interest to your listeners, and indeed folk up in Yorkshire, is that they'd probably be amazed to know how many senior cricketers there are.
Hill in and bowls. Coles he's beaten. He was looking to punch that one off the back foot. He's beaten outside the outside edge, taken by Tattersall. There is no run.
And I'm sure it's as active up in Yorkshire as it is down here. So in the home counties, Sussex put out, in the whole of the cricket season, every week, 8 or 9 senior teams.
Wow, that's incredible. And when you say, what do you have to do to qualify as a senior?
It starts at 50.
Okay.
So Sussex have 2 50s teams.
Hill again. Comes in bowls to Coles, who's 4 defensively, plays that into the offside, no run.
They have 4 regular 60s teams and sometimes a 5th team, and they have 2 70s teams. And there is already talk of an 80s team.
Really?
And several of the people in the 70s are over 80. And they still enjoy their cricket. And it's amazing to think that over 120 every week play.
In comes Hill, bowls. James Coles takes a step down the wicket and plays that into his pad. The ball bounces out into the offside, and there is no run. And are these matches against other sides in the county?
No, they're county matches. So all of the teams play in leagues, predominantly around the home counties. So Surrey, Sussex, Kent, Essex, Hertfordshire, Middlesex, Buckinghamshire, Hampshire are the kind of 8 teams that make up the leagues.
In comes Coles, over the wicket bowls. Coles doesn't bowl at all.
Sure.
It's Hill bowls to James Coles, who plays that nicely away through the covers, picks up a boundary. Such a fine player is James Coles, beautifully controlled. He picks up a boundary. He goes to 37, Sussex to 143 for 8.
So from May to August, they play in the leagues of their respective age groups and play home and away, and then the top teams in each league go into a national knockout competition. So you could find yourself playing Yorkshire at Harrogate in August, or Gloucestershire, all over the country. So all of these regional leagues get their winners to play in a national knockout competition. And I just was amazed that there would be 120, 130 guys in Sussex, Surrey, loving their cricket, some of them still playing club cricket, for example.
Just break off for a minute because Jordan Thompson is back into the attack for Yorkshire, running down the hill from the Cromwell Road and bowls to Ollie Robinson, who clips that away beautifully. I think gone all the way for 6. Yes, it has. That was just... He's a fine player, Ollie Robinson. It was just clipped away off the front pad. It sailed away over square leg for 6, and I probably say this every time I watch Ollie Robinson bat. He started his career, batting. Used to, when he was playing in Kent as a young man.
Yeah,
he can. And in fact, to an extent now that immediately he's played that shot, Yorkshire have posted someone back on the deep square boundary. So first shot sails away for 6, he goes to 7, Sussex to 147 for 8. Thompson in again bowls, and this time Robinson is beaten outside the off stump, taken by Tattersall, no run.
So a lot of Sussex members will obviously remember Harry Finch.
Yes.
His father Jason is captain of the 50s firsts or seconds. Not many ex-pros go on to the senior cricket. It's a good standard, but I think they probably feel as though they've had their day. A lot of very good club cricketers. The batting is particularly strong.
In comes Thompson down the hill bowls, and Robinson is caught. He's on his way, caught by Adam Lythe, pouched in the slips.
How many is that behind?
Comfortable catch, and Robinson is on his way, having hit a 6. He's gone for 7, and Sussex are 149 for 9. And just Sean Hunt to come. Oh dear.
How many, is that all of them behind the stumps?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. All caught in the slips, or by the keeper. So just tell me, do you need to be of good standard to play? If someone's listening to us,
right,
Jonathan.
I was going to come on to that. If anyone has played club cricket and wants to maintain their cricket career, or indeed come back to it. I was speaking to a guy the other day. There was a 50s twos game at Horsham against Essex, and the fella there hadn't played cricket for 23 years, but his daughter's boyfriend played, and he said, I could still do this. So it's open to anyone who feels that they have been or are still club level, not necessarily first team, because there are, as I say, 4 60s teams and 2 70s teams. It's really those guys who still love their cricket, and if they want to get in touch with you, you can pass it on to me, and I will introduce them to the relevant captain at whatever age they are, 50, 60 or 70.
And when you say club cricket, because I was a village cricketer,
Yeah.
I wasn't, but you say a club. I always think of a club cricketer of playing quite high standard cricket. But if you're a village cricketer like me,
you wouldn't get into the 50s or the 60s 1s or 2s, but the 60s 3s and 4s, and the 70s 2s are are, village cricketers. There are usually a mixture of...
Yeah, you know how to hold a
really-
bat, and yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But the key thing that holds it all together is their love of the game.
Yes, great.
And the fact that, I score for them. I'm not even yet eligible to play for them because I'm only in my mid-60s.
In comes Thompson, bowls to Hunt, who's beaten outside the off stump. I think we may see, if James Coles gets back on strike here, there's still 2 balls to go in this over because there's nothing to be lost really here. He's 37 not out. And in terms of, a love of cricket and socially, is it good? And it's a chance to mix with people.
Yeah, it's really good. The social aspect is really good. There's some clubs have teas, some don't have teas. There's camaraderie after. There's always good drinks with the clubs. It's well hosted. I'll tell you some of the grounds that we play at.
In comes Jordan Thompson. 4 slips go down, bowls to Hunt, who lets that go. Taken by
last
Tattersall,
week,
no run.
Last week I was up at a lovely ground, Watford Town, and it was a gorgeous ground. It's where Stephen Finn learnt to play cricket.
Right,
His dad
okay.
played there. And you go to all these lovely grounds around the country. Barry Hearn, the
Boxing,
snooker man,
yeah.
he bought a house primarily so he could put a cricket field around the back, and that's out at East Hanningfield, so he still plays.
Where's
for the
that?
Essex, somewhere
okay.
past Chelmsford. And
Okay.
Barry Hearn plays for the 70s twos and bats a bit, bowls a bit.
Thompson, final ball of the over, in and bowls to Hunt, who covers up, plays to mid-on. There is no run. End of the over, 149 for 9. Coles 37. Sean Hunt is yet to score, and Jordan Thompson picked up his first wicket at 6 overs, no mains, 1 for 40. Got a bit of tap early on today, but he's come back to get the wicket of Ollie Robinson for 7.
In Surrey, I think the only former cricketer who's on the books, but I don't think I've seen him play, is Monty Lynch.
Okay, yep.
And there aren't any currently from Sussex that I'm aware of. Essex did have a couple of former pros, in Hampshire, but Surrey 70s firsts, take them as an example, have 2 England batters who play in the England firsts at that age group and usually get 50 every week.
I bet they do. What's the format of the games? Just break off as George Hill comes running in up the hill to bowl to James Coles, who drives into the offside. There was a single there, but he's elected not to take it.
50s and 60s play 45 overs and the 70s play 40. And apart from that, it's absolutely standard. The umpires are often, the panel umpires.
Wow, so
certainly in the 50s and the 60s, 1s and 2s, they take it very seriously. Horsham gets quite a lot of matches. Eastbourne, Littlehampton, Newark, Roffey are typical of the grounds. Some lovely grounds that we go to.
In comes Hill running in, bowls to James Coles, lets that go outside the off stump. There is no run. Just one thing, because not everyone's rolling in money at the moment, Jonathan. So if someone's listening to us and thinks, quite fancy that, I used to play a bit of club cricket, but I haven't got any gear, I haven't got any pads or bats or anything. How does that work out?
They don't need to worry as long as they can get some whites.
Yeah. There's pads and bats.
Most of the clubs have branded shirts, and which they wear, and bats and pads and things. Not a problem. In
comes Hill. The sun has disappeared momentarily. That's short and it balloons over the left shoulder of James Coles, taken down the left leg side by Tattersall. There is no run.
There's a match fee of £15, which they all chip in towards the payment, the honorarium for me as the scorer and the umpire. It's a very convivial group, and the Surrey group have an additional bonus point in that they have a group that meet all through the winter going on walking trips.
Oh, excellent.
So once a month we all meet and go for a walk.
In comes Hill, bowls, and Coles defence into the offside. He'll be looking for a single here, George Hill, because that's 4 balls gone of the over. James Coles, I apologise. And I'm sure he'll be looking to pinch the strike. He wanders down the pitch, does a bit of gardening. Sussex will be disappointed.
Very disappointed.
149 for 9. However, we'll see how. We're certainly going to see Sussex bowling here today. I don't think there's any question about that. Is that 55 or 52 overs left? 52 overs left in the day. We'll lose 2 for a change of innings. In comes Hill, bowls, and Coles is caught behind. Is he? Well, certainly Yorkshire thought they'd got their man. He was prodding forward, was James Coles, but the umpire decided that wasn't out. They were all up. Taken by Tattersall, and there is no run.
One thing interesting that Paul Farbray said was that they have left, I think it was 18 mils of grass on this pitch, And what he's trying to get them to do is to have a pitch that doesn't move sideways, but gives you good carry through. So he said he's asked the ground staff to have a pitch that makes sure all the edges carry to slip.
Well,
and you've been in a better position to view whether it's moved sideways, but they seem to have
I don't
carried
think it
through.
has. Yes,
That's what he wants.
We were commenting in commentary how the ball that the keeper's been taking the ball
Up
chest
there,
high.
yeah,
It's been
yeah,
really good to see. None of this sort of grubbing around on the floor.
And that's what he said he wanted. Good, because if somebody like Coles, who he said the England team have got on the radar, they want to make sure he's got a decent pitch to bat on.
Well, I'm sure Harry he's a fine. There's a long delay here because this is the final ball of the over, and I think Shan Masood is discussing here with George Hill exactly what the field is going to be, because they're going to want to prevent James Coles taking the single here, and to that effect the fine leg has now come up to a one saving position. So there's 1, 2, 3, 6 men saving a single and 3 slips. As in comes Hill, bowls, and Coles is forward. He manages to get a single. In fact, they may well let him have 2 here. He runs the ball down to third.
One.
Well, they might let it all go the way for 4. Let's see what happens. No. So single to James Coles. Loud applause around the ground. That's for the 150 out. 150 for 9. Sussex. Coles goes to 38. And George Hill's figures are 10 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 22. We should just mention Jaden Seals. We were talking about him being capped at lunchtime. He is cap number 159 for Sussex. So well done, Jaden Seals, presented by Corrie Collimore. So very nice to see at lunchtime. Adrian Harms here in conversation from BBC Radio Sussex with Jonathan Taylor, Sussex member, and we're talking about Sussex senior cricket. We've got another over to chat away. Jonathan, so someone listening, what do they do?
They can, am I allowed to give you an email?
Of course you are.
Yeah, so if they either contact you through your, your Sussex...
Yep, sussexcricket at bbc.co.uk.
Or they can email me, which is jchtaylor@me.com, and just say, I'm X so-and-so, this age, please put me in touch.
In comes Jordan Thompson to bowl to James Coles, who decides the time has come, but he's going to be caught at mid-on, looking to drill the ball over mid-on. He was on a bit of a hiding to nothing, in truth, was James Coles. He's holed out to mid-on, and that is the end of a disappointing innings for Sussex. They've been bowled out for 150. James Coles, the last man out, for 38. And Jordan Thompson finishing 6 overs and 1 ball, 2 for 40. And I think he probably had to do that, James Coles, to be fair. He didn't have an awful lot of choice, and he's caught at mid-on. I'll tell you who caught that in a couple of moments' time. Suffice to say, the Yorkshire openers are making their way off the ground, no doubt quickly, because see Joe, that's interesting, see Joe Root walking off there, chatting away to James Coles.
Yeah.
Very, very highly rated, James Coles.
He might be doing a bit of unofficial scouting.
Well, you never know. He's a fine young player.
On the phone to Rob Key.
Well, there we are. People can go and have a cup of tea or whatever. This gives us a chance to just natural. So, just give us that email address again.
So it's jchtaylor, Taylor, @me.com. And if anyone who is, in fact, they need only be 49, because each team is allowed to have a couple of underage players. So anyone from 49 upwards qualifies. And if they want to just drop me a note, I would then pass that on to the relevant administrator or skipper for the age and level that they feel they're at. And then the season, it goes on, because once that league has finished and the knockout session starts, you could end, as I say, ending up playing a final in early September against Yorkshire in Harrogate for the overall champions of the 70s ones or the 60s threes, and they're as excited as they would be winning the FA Cup.
And important to stress as well, you were talking there, clearly it's a decent standard of cricket, but the social aspect as well. I imagine that's probably just as important as the cricket, to be honest.
Just important. So, as you might imagine, as the players get older, the fielding gets less mobile.
Yes.
I mean, I watched the 50s the other day at Horsham, and they were running around. You wouldn't have known they were 50. You thought they could have been 30, 35. Bowlers were coming in off 10 or 12 yards, and the batsmen were good. Go to the 60s, the run-ups get shorter. The 70s, I have got one guy in a team who's, I think, just about 80 and still runs in a bit. So the bowling gets slower, but in a sense more deadly, because they can just hit the spot. The fielding becomes much more boot-related, and the boot goes down. Quite a few of the 70s wear shin pads, and the batting tends to stay around. So a guy who made a stack of runs when he was 30 is still scoring 500 runs age 75, because as long as the eyes are still working, and they go on. And as I say, the team that I score for most has got at least 2 or 3 80 plus, and they just love their cricket.
Wonderful.
And I just thought, I didn't know anything about it 3 or 4 years ago. I bet you there's lots of people out here today listening, either here or around Sussex or Surrey or up in Yorkshire, who, God, I never knew that. And they could suddenly find they've got another 10, 15 years of cricket when they thought they'd
hung the whites up.
And as I say, even some talk of 80s.
Well, that's wonderful. Jonathan, thanks so much for coming and talking to us. And there may well be listeners up in the Yorkshire area thinking, wow, I didn't know that sort of thing existed.
And there'll be the same. I obviously can't speak for the detail,
yes,
but I know that this is all over the country. There would literally be thousands of senior cricketers playing the game they love week in, week out. A lot of them still play. The chap who I mentioned, Ian Stocker, who captains the 60s thirds in Sussex, still captains Broadbridge Heath on a Saturday.
Which is a little village outside of Horsham.
Just outside of Horsham. Yeah. And he's probably, I don't know, 65 and plays 3 times a week. So thanks for letting me come in and chat to people about it.
Thank you, Jonathan. Great to see you. Thank you so much. Come
Thanks,
and say hello again, perhaps throughout the season, and let us know how things are going on. Jonathan Taylor, Sussex member, and talking about senior cricket around the county. Thank you very much indeed. Let me just run through the scorecard for you, because Sussex have been rather bundled out here for just 150. Tom Clark, first man to go, caught by Joe Root off the bowling of Ben Code for 16. Tom Haynes, caught by Adam Lyth off the bowling of George Hill for 31. I should say that the opening partnership for Sussex was 42, which was the highest partnership of the innings. Tom Alsop next to go, was actually dropped by Joe Root when he was on 4, but then very well caught by Finley Bean off the bowling of George Hill for 8. The key wicket of Cheteshwar Pujara, caught by Johnny Tattersall off the bowling of Leach for 14. Sussex going to lunch on 105 for 4. Then after lunch, John Simpson, LBW to Ben Code for 6. Finn Hudson-Prentice following soon after, caught behind by Tattersall for 14. Danny Lamb was caught by Finley Bean off the bowling of George Hill for 3. Jack Carson didn't last long, just 4 balls before he was also caught by Tattersall off the bowling of Hill for a duck. Then Ollie Robinson caught by Lyth off the bowling of Thompson for 7. James Cole's the last man out, caught by the skipper Shan Masood at mid-on, looking to get on with things, and he was out for 38. The bowling figures for Yorkshire, well, excellent throughout. Ben Code 16 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 37. Jordan Thompson was really expensive this morning, finished with 6 overs and 1 ball. He took 2 for 40 with no maidens. George Hill 10 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 22. Dom Leach 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 12. And Matthew Revis 7 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 30. So Sussex dismissed for 150 in just 44.1 overs. Charlie Reynolds back with me here in the commentary box. Interesting point that was made there by Jonathan actually about the amount of players who have been caught in the slips, and actually every single wicket was either, oh no, there was an LBW. John Simpson was, what was he, LBW?
Yeah.
Yes, he was, to Ben Code for 6, but apart from that, 8 were catches behind the wicket, and then James Coles, who I say was on a bit of a hiding to nothing really, just deciding to hit out.
Well, I mean, that shows the way to go, I think, for Sussex's bowlers. They've been given a blueprint, and, well, they've got, if it was a good pitch for Yorkshire's bowlers, it should be a good pitch for Sussex's bowlers, but a disappointing effort with the bat after the start that Sussex got, really.
Yeah, most definitely, and I'm sure they'll be very disappointed in that dressing room. I'm looking at Ollie Robinson. This kind of feels like a big afternoon for Ollie Robinson. He's interesting what Jonathan was saying there, that Paul Farbrace had said in the members that Ollie only wanted to play 5 of the 7. But he's certainly, going to be playing next week at Lords. But the England selectors will be looking at bowlers. We've heard Rob Key say it's about bowling with pace. They're looking at bowlers who are taking wickets as well. So you get the feeling this is an important afternoon for Ollie Robinson, who I'm sure will be charging down the hill, and certainly the wicket hasn't moved sideways, has it? I mean, it's interesting. Paul Farbrace said that to me this morning. They're trying to get Carey into the wickets, and and I thought they've definitely done that. But bit of extra bounce. But you'd feel an opportunity here.
Yeah, certainly would. And I mean, I haven't seen any of Sussex's games so far this season, but would it be fair to say that Ollie Robinson hasn't really got going?
Yes, I mean, it's been a little stop-start, I think, because he played a couple of games, then he had a game off, then he comes back for a couple of games. But so that is very interesting. My understanding was the ECB had said that he could only play 5 of the 7. The suggestion from Jonathan there was that at the members' forum it was said that wasn't the case. But he certainly hasn't taken the amount of wickets that he would hope to. Maybe getting himself back to fitness. I saw him up at Derbyshire a couple of weeks ago, and he looked very fit, and I commented on that. So we'll have to see how he goes. But the fact that Sussex have been rather bundled out here for 150 suggests there is a bit in the pitch for the seamers.
Well, with no Jayden Seales, the pressure is on
Robinson. And that's a very good point, and that was the point I was going to make, because Jayden Seales, leading wicket taker in the second division with 23 wickets before this game, you feel that there is, I'm not saying it's all down to Ollie Robinson, of course it's not, but with your leading wicket taker out of the game, you're expecting Robinson to pick up the mantle.
Is that, I mean, often that's something that spurs bowlers on. I mean, you see Stuart Broad often bowled better when he was the man charged with leading the attack for England. Is that something you see with Robinson? He'd like the sort of pressure of it?
Yeah, I think so. And in fact, last year there was a game down at Worcester that Sussex very nearly won, and he was magnificent in that game. From memory, I looked up in he took 14 or 15 wickets in the match. He very nearly bowled Sussex to victory, and he got cramp. He kept on going. I mean, every time the ball was in his hands, you thought he was going to get a wicket. It was like when watching when Joffre was here playing in county championship cricket, you felt it was like every ball he was going to get a wicket, and you certainly felt that with Ollie Robinson on that particular day. And he might well relish the fact he's playing here. It's a beautiful sunny day. There's a decent crowd in, good Yorkshire batting lineup. Every opportunity, but Yorkshire fully justified. When it was 42 without loss, Doige and I were looking at each other thinking, perhaps that wasn't such a good idea. But to be fair, Yorkshire have bowled very well once they got through that initial blip. I also thought, Charlie, they've caught very well. When Joe Root put one down, but in general, I think they've caught very well.
Yeah, I mean that were really the Joe Root chance was about the only one that went down. Jordan Thompson dropped what would have been a catch of the season, backward point. But otherwise, yeah, you're right. They created the chances and they took them.
But I mean, what I would say about this pitch is, it's not a minefield, is it? I mean, I think that, there's been some very good bowling by Yorkshire. A couple of deliveries that players had to play at. Others may be a little disappointed. They're playing at deliveries that maybe they didn't need to. But I certainly don't think it's a minefield. Ollie Robinson is peeling off his jumper, and he's going to open the bowling unsurprisingly from the Cromwell Road end. As I say, this just feels like a big game for Ollie Robinson. These next couple of games leading up to the Test match series, which I believe starts on the 1st of July against the West Indies. There's not an awful lot of time now for bowlers to catch the selectors' eyes.
No, I mean, I feel Robinson probably has the eyes of the selectors, but has probably raised a few questions through his commitment to fitness. Would that be the?
Well, I think and Ollie spoke very honestly and openly at the season. He said things, for example, like he felt this was a crossroads now, and he wanted to prove to people that he can do it. And he obviously gets a lot of coverage in the media, particularly after that Test match in India. But he's got himself. He looks very fit, and he'll know that this is a massive opportunity for him with England, with Jimmy Anderson now retired, and Robinson is in. Down the hill, bowls to Adam Lyth. Oh my word! What happened there? We'll have to watch the replay of that. Well, it was a quick delivery. I think John Simpson might have heard his hand taking that. Or is he just adjusting his? No, he's okay. Just going to watch this delivery. That almost seemed to take off a little bit. Let's watch this, Charlie. Robinson in, bowls. Well, it moved away off the pitch, off the seam. That was a terrific delivery by Robinson, and Lyth probably quite fortunate not to get a nick on that.
Certainly didn't end up where Simpson thought it was going.
No. Robinson on his way down the hill, bowls, and Lyth is beaten. That's twice in 2 balls, and there's good pace there from Robinson, who does look like he's in the mood here. A lot of talk around weather forecast for tomorrow. I've had a look at the latest forecast. Looks okay to me. I think a bit of possibility of a bit of rain early on, but the suggestion is that it clears pretty much late morning. So and after that, I mean, you never know for sure down on the coast, but certainly the way this, we've had 10 wickets go down already.
Yorkshire might be bowling again.
Well, you never know. Sussex were bowled out in 44.1 overs. In comes Robinson again, bowls, and Lyth is driving again. Well, Ollie Robinson looks ruefully in the direction of Adam Lyth. The ball, so it's 3 balls of the innings and 3 balls in which Lyth has been beaten outside his off stump.
Yeah, Lyth seemed to decide he'd had enough of watching it whistle past his outside edge. He was going to take a more proactive.
Jane,
no.
Charlie. Jane has been in touch from Shoreham. Hello, Jane. She said, I'm enjoying the commentary, but oh dear, we're in tatters, hoping for improvement, says Jane. Yep, Sussex bowled out for 150. And they'll be very much hoping to pick up early Yorkshire wickets here, as Robinson is on his way down the hill for the Cromwell Road in bowls to Lyth, who's right in behind this, plays it to the offside. And there is no run. Sussex with 3 slips and a gully. Cover mid-off, mid-on. Doigy's just signaling he's going to make me a cup of tea or a cup of coffee, which is very nice. I tell you what, I'd love a black coffee, please, Doigy. That's very kind of you. Can I give you the coffee? Because I don't think there's any out there. I might have left it out there, actually. Thank you very much. It's the decaf. Trying to be healthy. Robinson. This is an intriguing contest in this opening over. Comes in, bowls to Lyth. The Lyth squirts that away through the slip cordon and picks up a boundary. And Ollie Robinson immediately signals he wants someone else in that slip cordon. Came away off an outside edges and run away for 4, and Yorkshire 4 without loss.
Yeah, the first runs of the innings, but not in any sort of convincing fashion.
No, he immediately signalled, and now Sussex have got 1, 2, 3. Difficult to see from this angle whether it's 4 slips and a gully or 5 slips. But he's got every, and now, well, I think they've got another check. I think they've got 5 slips and a gully. Yeah, there is. Look at that ring of fielders. Robinson. Oh, now Adam Lyth. I think there was probably a bit of chatter going on there in the slip cordon, and Adam Lyth quite within his rights to pull away. He's looking in that slip cordon, or maybe he's just waiting exactly where they are. And they're in direct. We can't even see exactly how many there are because they're all in a diagonal line, Charlie.
They look like they're about to start a race from our angle.
They do. Robinson in, bowls down the leg side and taken by John Simpson. There is no run. End of the opening over that Adam Lyth survives. I think that's a fair description because 3 deliveries, he played and missed outside of the off stump, and the ball was taken by John Simpson behind the stumps. It's going to be Sean Hunt who's going to open the bowling from the C end of the ground. His first appearance for the Sussex first 11 this season. Brought in as a replacement for Ari Cavalos. And he's going to be bowling up the hill from the C end, and he's going to be bowling to Fiddly Bean.
Well, that was a great start from Robinson. I think if he keeps that up, wickets won't be far away.
I would agree, yeah. But,
Bean, the man on strike to Hunt, who comes in now, bowls left arm. That one's worked off his pads by Bean. They think about a single, but Lyth sends back his batting partner, and there's no run. Finney Bean, a man in form this season. He's got that big score of 173 in his last game out. So, not just Adam Lyth with the talent at the top of the order for Yorkshire. We've got a very strong top order, in fact. As Hunt comes in now, bowls, and Bean lets that one go. Bounces over the top of the stumps.
Well, there's a first. Doigy's maybe a cup of coffee. Thank you, Jonathan. Very kind of you. Just noticing around the country, wickets have gone down a plenty today. Charlie, Warwickshire 163 for 6 against Essex. That's something of a recovery, actually. At one stage, they were 104 for 6. 2 wickets there for Sam Cook, who's another one who's a fast bowler who's making an impression this season.
As Hunt comes in now, bowls, and Bean
Shot.
swats that away into the offside. It's going to run away for 4, is it? Or is it just going to be hauled in? No, it's just beats the fielder. That was a lovely shot by Finley Bean, who slapped it through the gap between point and cover and picks up 4 runs.
Too wide, that, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was there to be hit, but it was a good shot from Bean.
Lancashire 181 for 2 against Durham. Wicket there for Ben Stokes, who accounted for Josh Bohannon for 39. Keaton Jennings 97 not out. In fact, another wicket's gone down, 181 for 3. Lancashire, that game being played in Blackpool.
What does Hunt have now in response? He's in bowls, and that one's again carved into the offside by Bean, but it's this time straight to the man at backward point, and there's no run.
Nottinghamshire 115 for 6 against Hampshire at Trent Bridge. 3 wickets there for Mohammed Abbas. Somerset 224 for 4 against Kent in Taunton. Tom Banton 53 not out. James Rue on 39. Tom Lemonby made 69.
As Hunt comes in now, bowls, and Bean edges, and he's
Out.
caught. A fairly regulation chance at second slip, but it had to be taken, and Tom Clark holds on. So Sussex have a breakthrough in just the second over of the innings. Yorkshire 8 for 1. Finley Bean, the man to go. He got that lovely 4 away earlier in the over, but he's on his way back to the pavilion now, and Hunt makes the breakthrough.
Yeah, good catch, good pair of hands as Tom Clark, very unfazed.
To the slip cordon.
Somebody's gone off the field here for Sussex. Ollie Carter, I'm sure that is who's just come on. Yes, it is Ollie Carter. So somebody's gone off the field already for Sussex. Not entirely sure who. To come on for one, literally 1 over, then go off again. I'll just rattle through the rest of these scores. Surrey 193 for 8 at the Oval against Worcestershire. 3 wickets there for Matthew Waite, 3 for 15, 3 for Joe Leach. Dan Lawrence top scoring for Surrey with 84. That's all the wickets in the first division. I'll go through the second division as we go through the over.
Shan Masood's the new man on strike. He'll have 1 ball to face from Hunt, who's in now. Bowls, that one slapped it through the offside by Masood. He carves it away. It's going to go for 4. He got a bit of width and he threw everything at that. Just whipped it through the offside. That's going to be a boundary. So Yorkshire moved to 12 runs, but they've lost a wicket. That of Finley Bean. And, well, it's been quite the start to the innings.
It has. Elsewhere, Northamptonshire 159 for 4 against Derbyshire in Derby. A couple of wickets there for Anus Dull, who I think is a very fine all-rounder. Derbyshire without a win so far this season. Glamorgan in real trouble down at Cardiff. They're 138 for 7 against Middlesex. 3 wickets there for Tom Helm and 2 for Ethan Bamber. Gloucestershire going on very nicely at Grace Road against Leicester as in comes Ollie Robinson. Down the hill to bowl to Adam Lythe. He's in and bowled. Lythe lets that one go outside the off stump taken by Simpson in front of Alsop at first slip. There is no run. Gloucestershire 228 without loss. Cameron Bancroft looking for back-to-back centuries in the county championship on 97. Ben Charlesworth on 87. Let me plug Charlie's laptop and give it some charge. Yeah, 228 without loss. Gloucestershire. Here, if you're just joining us, we've had 11 wickets in the day. Sussex bundled out for 150. Yorkshire 12 without loss. Robinson in, bowls to Lyth, wide of the off stump, taken by keeper Simpson, and there is no run. Doige will be back with us in about 10 minutes. I'll do my 3:30 update, then I'll disappear and leave with Jonathan and Charlie. Adrian Manger, I hope that's how you pronounce your surname, Adrian, Manger. He said, excellent to hear about seniors cricket just now, and to confirm it's a real growth area across the country. There's hope for me in Doige yet. You're into seniors, aren't you, Doige? Over 50s? In comes Robinson. Over the wicket, bowls, and Lyth lets that one go through to Simpson, who again, really good carry. Takes it just above waist high, does John Simpson. He goes on to say there's even the inaugural 70s World Cup in this country at the end of July, early August. I play for Sussex's partner county Oxfordshire 60s, running 4 teams, and also this year we're running a joint 70s side with Berkshire to get that age group off the ground. The pick-up in player interest here over the past couple of seasons has been phenomenal. It's great to hear this. And comes Robinson again. Over the wicket, bowls, Lyth again lets that go. He's just been a little irritated here, Ollie Robinson. Is Adam Lyth able to let the first 4 balls of this over go through to John Simpson? He goes on to say, I can thoroughly endorse the comments made of the conviviality between the senior teams. It's great fun. That's really good to hear from you, Adrian. Thank you for getting in touch. And in fact, anyone listening in the Sussex area that wants to get in touch, it's JCH Taylor, Taylor, at me.com, or you can drop me an email, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, if you're interested in playing some seniors cricket. Ollie Robinson in bright sunshine, in and bowls. Lyth is forward, runs here for Adam Lyth. He runs that down towards third man. Adam Lyth is very quickly back for the second run. Nearly collides with John Simpson, and sort of heads up, sorry about that, but no malice intended at all. Lyth goes to 6 and Yorkshire to 14 for 1.
Well, runs again for Lyth through the slip cord, and that one a little bit more deliberately this time. But he hasn't really managed to get on top of Ollie Robinson so far. The England man's had the better of that battle.
Robinson is back to his mark. He's prowling around, isn't he, at the Cromwell Road, and he's itching to bowl. He's coming around the wicket now. Now that's interesting. He's moving his fine leg a little finer. That's Sean Hunt down here as he comes around the wicket. Robinson in and bowls, and Lyth again. It's that one go outside the stump. Didn't quite get his range right in that over, did Ollie Robinson. 14 for 1. Lyth on 6, Shan Masood on 4. If you just joined us, a very good afternoon. Welcome to Live Cricket on the BBC. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Charlie Reynolds. Jonathan Doige, the voice of Yorkshire cricket, back with us in 7 or 8 minutes' time. If you've missed what happened, well, you've missed a lot of action here today. Sussex bowled out for 150 today, having at one stage been 42 without loss. James Cole's top scoring with 38, Tom Haynes making 31. But excellent bowling from Yorkshire throughout. George Hill, 4 for 22. Ben Code, 3 for 37. And a feature of the Yorkshire out cricket was that, with the exception of a drop from Joe Root, which he probably ought to have taken, the Yorkshire catching was really very fine indeed.
Here's Sean Hunt now bowls, and that one's tempted to be worked into leg side by Shamsu, but he doesn't get the right, and I think it hits him in the body, perhaps. Or
yes, maybe around
a little painful.
Yeah.
Certainly didn't get it into the leg side, which is where he was going for.
Sean Hunt has worked tremendously hard on his fitness. By his own admission, he, wishing being kind, it's not in kind of new. He wanted to get himself trim and in condition. He's really done that. Worked very, very hard indeed.
He's in now, bowls, and Shan Masood struck on the pad. It's a big appeal from behind the stumps, not quite so enthusiastic from the bowler, who perhaps realised that he ought to, if he wanted to get the umpire to raise his finger, and joined in somewhat belatedly, but the umpire does not raise his finger.
Originally from Surrey, Sean Hunt, who was born in Surrey, certainly played a bit of cricket in the junior age groups for Surrey, 22 years of age. Played his cricket at Sendon Horsley Cricket Club and really given an opportunity. I think he shortened his run, actually.
He's in now, past the umpire. That one bounces over the stumps as Shan Masood lifts his bat and gloves out of the way. consider that playing at that for a millisecond, but sensibly opted against it.
He's coming to the side as a replacement for Ari Carvelas. There were other options. Henry Croker was another option for this game. And I just wonder whether the different action, left arm over, just gives a little bit more variety to the Sussex attack.
As Hunt comes in now to Shan Masood. A little bit fuller from Hunt. Yeah, I mean, I think it must always, as a selector, it must be very tempting. If you've got a left armer as an option, you must want to just chuck them in. I always think.
Yeah, absolutely.
Something very satisfying about left arm fast bowling.
Yeah. Joe, we're going to have a lot more cricket here today. Still another 45 overs to be bowled after this one. It's already 3:25, so plenty of cricket to enjoy in the sunshine.
As Hunt comes in now to Masood, who drives at that one and doesn't get bat on it at all. It goes through to the keeper. That was an extravagant play and miss from Masood, who hasn't looked very comfortable this over against Hunt.
That was very loose, wasn't it? The last time we saw Shan Masood in action was a game at Derby last year. 2 years ago. 2 years ago, where he made a double hundred in a match where Cheteshwar Pujara made a double hundred, Tom Haines made a double hundred, and Shan Masood made a double hundred.
As Hunt comes in now, bowls, and Masood this time finds the middle of the bat. He pushes it down the pitch to mid-on, and there's no run. That's the end of the over. It's a maiden from Hunt, who is the wicket taker so far for Sussex. He claimed Finley Bean in the over before and kept up the pressure there.
He did. Gets a nice pat on the back from his skipper, John Simpson. What was I talking about then? I completely lost my thread. I was saying something very important, Charlie. So important that no one was listening.
I got distracted, sort of dreaming.
Don't worry.
Left arm fast bowling, I think.
Don't worry. Ollie Robinson is coming down the hill from the Cromwell Road, and it means he's running in down the slope. Comes in and bowls to Adam Lyth, who's full place into the offside, and Shan Masood was halfway down the wicket. That was what I was going to say. In that game, Masood, Haines and Pujara all got double hundreds. Dave Griffin, who Doisy would know very well, he's a Derbyshire man through and through, great man for stats. And I believe that was one of the only games in the County Championship's history. Yeah, Doisy's a senior moment, senior cricket, senior moment. I think it's one of the only times in County Championship cricket that 3 double hundreds have been scored in the same match.
Well, nice to be on the right side of that as a Sussex.
In comes Robinson, bowls. Oh, he beats Lyth outside the off stump. Good delivery by Robinson, who wanders away as if to say, what have I got to do to get an edge here? Taken by Simpson. Yeah, I mean, the game rather petered out into a draw, which was a shame, but the wicket did go very flat, but you can't take anything away from 3 double hundreds in a game. I'm trying to count the number of slips here, Charlie. 1, 2, I'm pretty certain it's 5, but they're in a diagonal line. Yeah, we could put it with 5 in the slips as a backward point, extra cover, a mid-on and a fine leg. 1, 2, 3. Here comes Robinson again. Over the wicket, bowls, let go this time by Lyth. There is no run. Yeah, that's right, 5 slips because there's 4 other fielders. Finn Hudson Prentice at backward point. Cheteshwar Pujara sort of extra cover-ish. Danny Lamb at mid-on. There's a massive gap between Danny Lamb at mid-on and Sean Hunt down here at fine leg. So Ollie Robinson will be very keen not to err onto the pads of Adam Lyth.
Certainly will, and Lyth would dearly love him to, because he hasn't managed to get anything away so far. Robinson's really had him in a spot of bother.
He comes again, striding in, Ollie Robinson. Bowls to Lyth. Has he beaten him again? Little tickle through to the keeper. Robinson thinks he's got his man. I think there was a little bit of kidology going on there. All the slips were up. Ollie Robinson ran through and was appealing almost as if he didn't need to look at the umpire. Yeah. But Adam Lyth wasn't going anywhere.
I mean, I thought it might be one of those ones where when he turned round to the umpire would give, the umpire refusing to give it out until the bowler actually appeals to him. But
yes.
In the end, no, it just wasn't out.
No, it wasn't. So the slip called an Alsop, Clark and Coles. I think that's Tom Haines in there at 4th slip, which is an unusual position for Tom Haines to be. and Jack Carlson at 5th, but for me we can't quite tell whether that's a gully or whether it's a 5th slip, but you'll get my drift as Robinson is in, bowls. And Masood does look to turn that one on the leg side. He's wrapped on the thigh pad. Robinson fields off his own bowling. There is no run. So Yorkshire 14 for 1 here in reply to the Sussex total of 150. Fiddly Bean out for 4, caught by Tom Clark in the slips. Doigy's coming back, and I will disappear in a mo.
I've just given Charlie his cards, to be honest. I've heard enough. That's it.
Well, no, I want Charlie
He's
to
done.
stay on. He's our wicket taker. I'll disappear when I've done my update. In comes Robinson. Lovely buzz around the ground as he's in on bowls. Let go by Live, taken by Simpson. There is no run. Good tidy stuff from Ollie Robinson. But so far without a wicket. 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 6. Yorkshire 14 for 1 with Live on 6 and Masood on 4.
That's why I want him out. He's gone for an hour. Let the 2 and 3 settle in here. Oh, 1 and 3. Quite nicely for Yorkshire. Off you go, Charlie. Go on. Do a lap. Go get us an ice cream.
Well, it certainly is ice cream weather, and a good crowd in.
The van out the back was doing a roaring
yeah,
trade.
good. Well, good on them. And they've probably been waiting. If you're an ice cream man, you've probably been waiting for some decent weather. And I think after some early rain tomorrow, the weather's going to be decent for the weekend. So that's good news.
So Hunt, left arm over the wicket, bowling to the left-handed Shan Masood, who flicks that in front of square on the leg side and will pick up a single. I mentioned this morning that he'd said see ball, hit ball to me when I said good luck batting on this green top. Well, he's out there now, and he did see ball, hit ball, the very first ball he faced, didn't he? Opening the face and running it down to 3rd man for 4.
But there's just a good balance in the pitch. I mean, it's not moving all over the place. I think it's a good pitch. I think it's probably a pitch of you've got to work hard for your runs.
Yeah, a little bit of nibble.
But it's not as if one is shot along the floor, the next one's gone through head high. I think it's a decent track. It's got to adjust.
15 for 1. As this one has the beating of Lyth, who's falling over it slightly, so suggesting it kind of jagged back on him a little bit. Andrew Christie says, wow, unplayable first few balls. That was Robinson, of course, bowling to Lyth. Graham C says, afternoon, Jonathan, good to see the Yorkies on top, enjoying the comms and the live feed. One of the few, if only maybe the one benefit from COVID.
I'm just going to take over, Doige, if you don't mind. I'll just do this update and then I'll make way for Doige and for Charlie. In comes Hunt. Bowls always in on the pad. That looks tight. The Sussex lads are all up, but umpire Hassan Adman says not out. The ball dribbles away into the slip cord and there is no run. Yes, Sussex rather bundled out here for just 150 with James Cole's top scoring with 38, 4 wickets for George Hill. But Sussex fighting back. Yorkshire in their second innings are already 15 for 1. Fiddly Bean well caught by Tom Clark in the slips of the bowling of Sean Hunt for just 4. Elsewhere, Surrey have recovered somewhat at the Oval at one stage. They were 15 for 4. They're now 201 for 8. 84 there for Dan Lawrence. And Kent playing at Taunton against Somerset this week. Somerset 252 for 4 with Tom Banton not out on 59. Thank you. Well, that was a strange shot from Adam Lyth, Doige. He did to pull it away on the leg side, big top edge.
Yeah, it looks like he's got the back of the bat the way he was checking it, and it looped up a long way, but it's just one of those tantalising teasers for the fielding side that was always going to be out of somebody's reach. Here's Hunt then, bowling to Masood, who just flicks at this. Well, that's a lovely shot off his legs through straight mid-wicket for 4 from the moment it left the bat. He does play it well, just holding that shape until he makes connection before he kind of loses that balance slightly. That's the way to play it.
Beautiful shot, wasn't it? I think this is the thing, is that the bowlers are looking to pitch the ball up because there's a little bit in the pitch, but if it's over pitched, the ball's going to go. So it's a really good contest.
So 9 off as many deliveries for Masood, 20 for 1. Hunt in again. This time he's gone shorter of length, and that's dropped into the offside by Masood to complete the 6th over of this Yorkshire first innings at 20 for 1. Jay Grover says, we all know Jonathan Doidge's favourite is Little Lord Fauntleroy, both as an aspiration and inspiration. Not quite sure I'm getting that, but there you go. Each to their own. It is at Sporting Lives 1 or BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. The air conditioning has failed. And
well, it's always like this in Yorkshire, isn't it? It's
yeah,
boiling hot.
It is balmy in here
Must be
today.
used to that.
I'm talking to balmy. Here you go, Charlie. It's your turn.
As Robinson comes in now, bowls to Lythe, who leaves that one alone outside his off stump. And there's no run. He's got 5 slips in currently. And Adam Lythe not looking all that comfortable out there, you'd say.
No.
So far. Against either bowler, really. He really struggled to get Robinson away, and he played that shot off the back of the bat in the last over that was fortunate not to loop up to a fielder. So a man under pressure so far at the start of this innings as Robinson comes in now, bowls. That one's on his pads, and Lythe clips it away gladly where it's fielded out in the deep by Hunt, and they scamper through for a single.
Going to be a fairly late tee, I would venture to suggest, my dear Charles, because what have we got? 42.4 overs remaining, so 10 overs and 4 balls before tea. I reckon we're going to be talking 20 past 4, something like that.
Fairly late tee.
That's on day one.
3 words you never want to hear.
Especially not when you're in the commentary chair and you've got a gannet like Harms out the back of the box. So that half packet of biscuits already, that's all there is left.
It'll be Shan Masood now on strike to Robinson, who's looked dangerous but hasn't found a breakthrough yet. He's in now, bowls. That one is left alone by Masood, who watches it sail over his stumps, and there's no run.
Lovely scene here at the First Central County Ground in Hove, and away on the left on the Frank Simmons scoreboard. Yorkshire 21 for 1, it says. Lythe on 8 and Masood on 9. Feels like an Aussie commentary, doesn't it? With the here on the whatever it is replay.
Robinson at the top of his mark now. He turns and runs in past the umpire. That one again left alone by Masood. Through to the keeper. Haven't quite found that dangerous line and length that he had so well in the first over. But he's getting closer. No, but perhaps we've seen a lot of good bounce from this pitch, but is that Robinson perhaps needs to pitch it up a little bit because he's just being allowed to bounce over the stumps?
Yep, I think so. Just a little bit further, and he's certainly in the game.
He's in again once more. Bowls, and that one is off the outside edge of Masood's bat. It was too low for any of the fielders to catch, but it was a very full shot from Masood. He tried to work it into the leg side and got a leading edge, and it squirted away for 4 in the end.
Yeah, a bit of luck on his side there. One of those moral victories for the bowler, and despite the fact that they've got about a 15-man cordon, it's managed to squeeze its way through. Look at the slip cordon. It's one of those great sort of cricket pictures. 5 of them all waiting for a chance, and Masood gave him a half chance but bounced short, shot through third man.
Frustration for Robinson, who's in again now, bowls, and Masood plays at that one. It whistles past his outside edge. The cry of anguish from the slip cordon, but there's no bat on it. That'll be the end of the over. Robinson found his line a bit better in the last 2 balls of that. Unlucky perhaps not to get the wicket. He got the edge of Masood, but nothing more. And Yorkshire 25 for 1.
Yeah, starting to find his range. He's gone for that boundary in the over, but that was just a little bit of ill fortune on his part, slanted across. And I mean, the one thing, and Harmsy's obviously watched Ollie Robinson bowl in the flesh, as it were, a lot more than I have, but I've commentated for other services on England matches when he's played, and he hits the seam so often, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Here's Sean Hunt, though, from this sea end. Lovely shot, Adam Lyth. It's a thing of beauty. I talk about it many times in commentaries, that extra cover drive, and just lent into that. Hunt just straying a little bit too far up the pitch for his own liking, and Adam Lyth, well, he's not going to miss out on those, having had a tricky old time in the first 24 deliveries he's faced. He's now on to 12. It's 29 for 1. Good afternoon to Jane and Mel Wiles, who are out in glorious Cyprus, watching and being royally entertained, they say, from ourselves in the comm box. That's nice to hear. Nice to see George, Ben and Dominic in the wickets, just praying for those 20 wickets. Yeah, they've got 10 of them so far, and here might be another 4. No, it's not quite going to be chased down. Adam Lyth can't have got hold of that as well as he often does, because it would have raced away for 4. And Finn Hunter-Prentice giving chase to a ball that he hit square on the offside. So last 2 deliveries, well, half volley that was drilled away through extra cover by Lyth for 4, and then just a bit too much width from Hunt with his follow-up. 6 runs coming from it. Lyth back on top in the individual scoring stakes for Yorkshire here, and then gets a better delivery, straighter, and watches that really well with a nice straight blade to push back to the bowler.
That is what we've seen a bit so far today, that when the ball's in the spot, it's been hard to get away, but there, as soon as you stray from that good line and length, the runs are there to be hit. So important to Hunt to keep his discipline here.
4 slips in place. Hunt coming in again, wide of off stump, and Lyth leaves. And while we've all been looking at the scorecard in the first few weeks, those of us following Yorkshire around and Yorkshire supporters, and seeing Lyth and Bean, 2 players who, well, one got 1,000, the other one just short of last year, and were averaging the high 60s as an opening pair between them. Then Masood at 3, Root at 4 and Brook at 5, and getting all excited that they were going to be piling on the runs. Here's Hunt coming in, and Lyth with an easy leave to 1, just wide of off stump. You know, the focus, I guess, on Masood, on Root and on Brook as the 3 internationals. But Adam Lyth, an international himself back in the day, some time ago now since he played for England. But he is so experienced to get so many runs that it's almost like having a current Test player in your side quite a lot of the time. I think those days, we all know, are probably gone. But he's driving at 1 here, and he's got caught at 3rd slip, just tempted into 1. And Coles it was, who took a sharp chance above his head. A little bit of extra width from Hunt this time, and Lyth seized on it and tried to get his hands through it, but he's clearly not quite got to the pitch of that one, and he has gone for 14. And Yorkshire 31 for 2 in a game that continues to move at a real pace.
Well, Adam Lyth never really looked all that comfortable out there so far in the innings, and clearly, having been slightly bogged down at one end against Ollie Robinson, decided to throw the bat at it a bit more against Hunt, and all he could do was find the edge. So another breakthrough for Hunt. He has 2 for 20 now from his 4 overs, and that brings Joe Root to the crease.
Yeah, and what I was saying, Adam Lyth, it is like having another Test player in your side. His weight of runs during a season, you know, is generally speaking, as you'd expect from your opener, who's been there and done it. He's always a good chunk, a good percentage of Yorkshire's runs. Perished with that delivery, but there's still a second opportunity for him to come in this match. He's gone for 14 there from 29 deliveries, and that included 2 4s. But we have now not just a player who's like having a Test player in your side, one of the greats that the country has produced across all three formats really, but certainly in Test cricket, Joe Root. He's at the non-striking end though, because we're going to see Masood face up to Ollie Robinson.
Robinson in now, past the umpire to Masood, who plays that into the leg side, straight to the man at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Yeah, it's not often. It can't be often that there've been a county game with a man with over 7,000 Test runs. He's got 4,000 less than someone else in the game. Joe Root with coming up for 12,000 Test runs. So a more than handy man to have out there. As Robinson runs in now, bowls to Masood, who once again just dots that down into the leg side, and there's no run.
And it's almost the game in a microcosm at the moment, isn't it? You've got an international bowler on his home pitch with more than a tinge of green about it, against the Pakistan international captain and the former England captain. Two high quality players, left hand, right hand combination. When you've got Test quality players in your side, this is when you want them to come to the fore in a county match. This is when you really find out.
As Robinson comes in now, bowls to Masood, who plays at that one. He gets forward, but it beats the outside edge, and there are claps from the slip cordon in praise of that. Robinson still denied that first wicket, but he's getting closer.
You know, when you're using kookaburra balls on slow, flat decks early in the season and people are coming out with hundreds, still, you know, you're still not taking anything away from them for getting 100 in county championship cricket, but conditions like this is where you want the class to really come to the fore.
Yeah. As Robinson comes in now, bowls to Masood, who gets a thick outside edge on that one. It squirts away into the offside. They're going to come through for a single, but he wasn't really in control of that one either. He did get it along the ground in his defence.
We had a great chat with Joe Root 2 or 3 weeks ago at Headingley, whenever it would be, and if you get a chance to listen to it, do have a listen. He did about 10 minutes with me before he spoke to the rest of the journos. I think one of his answers was about 6 minutes long. He tried to cover every point that he thought I might ask him in one answer. He went meandering around, and he was great. And he talked about the differences between playing Test level and county level, and this will be one of them, because he won't play on Test pitches that look as green as this. He just won't, will he? You know, there'll be no grass on, you know, most of them. He's playing against quicker bowlers. He said, you know, there were a few subtle differences when you come back that you still have to be on your mettle as a Test player, and it's not easy even when you're playing in Division 2.
Robinson coming in now to Root, who takes a couple of strides down the pitch, thumps into his pads. The half-sided appeal, it was never going to be out because Root was about halfway down the pitch and it struck him there. But
so there you go immediately. So they're the first player in the match, I think, am I right in saying, that's walked down the pitch to a delivery, and that's the first ball he faces from, well, in the match, first ball he faces from Ollie Robinson, who's clearly causing a few problems. So he's thinking about this straight away. How do I negate what Ollie's got to offer?
And there's going to be a field change now. The man that was at a kind of short square leg, a position between sort of short leg and square leg, is now coming into a leg slip. So there are 4 regulation slips. A leg slip as Robinson comes in now, bowls to Root, who again takes a stride down the pitch, and again it, I think, squirts off his pads. Yes, they run a leg by. So Root clearly showing how he's going to try and play Robinson. He's trying to get down the pitch to him and negate a lot of what he has to offer. That's the end of the over. Yorkshire 33 for 2.
Ben Code on the wander, past us, 3 for 37 from 16 overs and 4 maidens earlier in the day. Good to see him among the wickets. Yorkshire's easily Yorkshire's most consistent bowler over a lengthy period of time now, since they were winning championships, really, a decade or so ago. But yeah, interesting to see Joe Root come out and immediately adopt that ploy. So what does Ollie Robinson? He's thrown that back at Ollie Robinson, hasn't he? He's kind of thrown a counter punch there in his own cricketing way and said, okay, I'm going to walk down the pitch to you. That's probably going to negate a lot of the LBW type stuff. So you've got to get one past me to tickle the varnish, or you've got to get me to play a false shot in striking the ball.
Yeah,
So Joe, thinking about this, and does that mean then that John Simpson has to try and come and stand up? Does anybody ever stand up to Ollie Robinson? Are they too quick for that? No. Yeah. So that was one thing that Joe was talking about in terms of subtle differences in county cricket. You will get keepers standing up to medium paces. Here's Hunt bowling well to Root, slanted across now. Ollie Robinson, of course, right arm. Sean Hunt, left arm. We saw him take the wicket of Adam Lythe in the previous over with the ball left arm to left hand. This time, different angle for Joe Root to face. He's got that one slanted across him.
Yeah, well, Ollie Robinson might not have to come up with a plan at this rate if Hunt can keep it on the money as he has done so far. Root playing a missing on that one.
Yeah, so it looks like he's just marginally shaping in, then leaves him off the pitch. This one a little fuller, and Root able to get bat on ball. And punches it to Robinson at mid-on, and there is no run. So fascinating stuff at the minute out there. Root. Just placed the 4 deliveries so far, not yet off the mark. 4 slips, waiting, hoping for an opportunity. And Hunt, 21 on his back, in again, and Root gets a delivery, again relatively full, roundabout leg stump flicked away out to mid-wicket, and no run. For the first time today, I think I'm right in saying we've got no sunshine at the moment. It's high cloud, but it has closed in overhead, still bright.
Would it be fair to say this is quite an important innings for Shan Masood, because he's basically made all his, well, half of his runs in one go in that second game against Gloucestershire?
Here comes Hunt, and Root thinking about playing but then pulling out of it. I wonder, it doesn't feel like that to me.
No.
So it's not something that's ever entered my head approaching this game, I've got to say. I think, you know, if he plays regularly, he will score runs, and they might come in clumps of 3, 4, 5 innings in a row, and then not lot, because that's just batting, isn't it? I think. But when he has properly got in, he scores big and he scores quickly. He does very much. Sometimes looks like he's in a bit of a hurry out there, but if he's there to hit, he'll just hit it, as we saw from ball 1. Here's Hunt, meanwhile, bowling to Root, ball wide of off stump, and Joe just covering that with the front pad and watching it go by. So he's out there, he's seen it from a fielding perspective already. He's now getting a feel for what it's like with the bat, and if he hangs around for a while, well, we know what he's like. Joe Root, he'll just find his own way of adapting and playing if he can get a bit of a start here, but that's always a difficulty, isn't it? He's just a 7 now, and there he is off the mark with one of his favoured out shots, a ball just short of length, wide of off stump, and it's a beautiful touch. He's just opened the face and run it backward of point, and 4 from the moment he got past the infield. Really good placement from Joe, so he's off the mark and on 4, and we still have 7 overs remaining before the tea break, with Yorkshire on 37 for 2. Masood at the other end is on 14.
Yeah, that's about as trademark a Joe Root shot as you'll see, just opening the face and running it down to an empty third man. Appropriate way for him to get off the mark. Unsurprisingly, it's going to be Ollie Robinson to continue from the Cromwell Road end. He's got 5 slips in, I believe, or maybe 4 in a gully. It's almost impossible to tell with them all lined up as if setting off on a race as Robinson bowls. That one's full and dug out by Shan Masood, and there's no run.
I think, you know, putting it into context, these next 7 overs, you know, really vital as far as the outcome of this game's concerned. If Sussex can pick up another couple of wickets here, or even one of these 2, to go into tea with 3 on the board already, and one of Yorkshire's big players, international players, then they'll be really happy. If these 2 can see it through, they naturally score quite quickly, so they might have a few more on the board.
Robinson in again, bowls, and Masood plays at that one and misses at that one, and it flies through to the keeper, and there's no run. So no one really looking at all like scoring against Ollie Robinson, who's probing away, still yet to find a wicket, but he's looking pretty dangerous out there.
He is. He's a skillful bowler. This is what you love to see about cricket, isn't it? You know, players who've got the skills and can use them. It's a challenge for the batters out there. That's the game, and there's a couple of pretty good players when it comes to challenges.
One of those slips has now moved to a leg slip as Robinson comes in now, bowls to Masood, who leaves that one on length. It bounces well through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Never saw Shah Masood play as a young person, but I bet he was interested. I bet he was a runner ball merchant. It was always happening when he was out there. He just gives you that impression. Still a bit of that sort of boyish charm about how he plays somehow, even though he's got much more experienced head on his shoulders.
As Robinson comes in now, bowls to Masood, who edges and is caught. It's taken well down low by Coles once more, and Robinson has his first wicket. Shah Masood, the man out, he has to go for 14. Yorkshire are now 37 for 3, and Sussex have another wicket.
Yep, good catch again. Took a firm grip on that. We're just going to get the replay now. Bowls from quite wide on the crease, and he didn't really go hard at the ball, did he? It was just a little push to a delivery, probably about fourth stump, and it's a fairly low catch, but Coles vitally just kept his eye on the ball all the way, and there were no juggling act. He took it at the first attempt, and so the Yorkshire and Pakistan skipper also has to depart a second Yorkshire player to have gone for 14 following Adam Lyth, and they're in a bit of trouble here, and certainly would not want to see the back of Joe Root now between here and the tea break. Who is coming out next? James Wharton was listed at about number 8 or 9 on the sheet. Wondered if he might come in at 5, but it's going to be George Hill, who of course has already made his mark on this match with his 4 for earlier in the day, 4 for 22 from 10 overs, bowled really well, and he dug Yorkshire. Well, you saw yourself, Charlie, when you were commentating with us at Lord's. He dug them out of a fairly big mess. They still couldn't quite get out of it, and obviously lost the match. But 73, I think he got there. Nobody else was getting above the half-century mark. Worked really hard. He can play. He's going to be tested here, though, I would venture to suggest. See if he can come up with some of the answers that 3 of his forerunners in the Yorkshire batting lineup haven't managed to do so far.
Yeah, he will have come in easier batting conditions than this, with Ollie Robinson with his tail up with 4 slips and a gully. He's in now, bowls to Hill, who leaves that one alone outside his off stump, and it's through to the keeper. Some test for Hill.
Yeah, they do bat pretty well down Yorkshire. There'll be Jonathan Tattersall and James Wharton and Matthew Revis still to come. James Wharton yet to get a first-class century against his name, but he's had one of those in T20 cricket and some half-centuries in first-class cricket. Johnny Tattersall, a couple of first-class tons. Matthew Revis, the same. Ben Code, Jordan Thompson and Dom Leach can all contribute, as we've seen from Code here before himself, I think.
As Robinson comes in now, bowls, and Hill gets bat on that one. It's down the pitch, and there is no run. That'll be the end of the over. A wicket-taking one from Robinson. It's a wicket maiden, in fact. The score is now, I can't quite see, is that both the scoreboards have decided to go to replay. 37 for 3, with Root on 4 and Hill, the new man, in on 0.
Yeah, the Frank Simmons scoreboard says that. The 3 on the wickets column is rather dimly lit, I think it's fair to say. As we approach the 4 o'clock mark, Sean Hunt is going to continue at the C end.
He is. I'm rather loath to take the microphone from Charlie because he's doing a very good job here for Sussex.
But there's a but here.
Well, I just thought I ought to earn the keep.
All right. Okay. So here's Hunt up the incline from the C end, bowling to Joe Root, who's driving at one but gets it towards the inside edge of the bat. Not where he was intending to put it, into the onside, but it's fielded, no run.
I've just done a report because we do reports throughout the day to online, and I've said 12 wickets have gone down. It's now 13 of the day, and I don't see this pitch as a minefield. I mean, have I got that wrong? I mean, it just looks to me there is a bit of extra bounce, but it hasn't. It's not a. As I said earlier, you haven't had the ball keeping low, then bounce. It's been consistent bounce, isn't it?
Mm. And we can't commentate from the streaming pictures because they're so far behind us, so we have to commentate live from where we are, and it's very difficult for us to tell in terms of movement because we're a lot of strips away to the right as Root punches one up to mid-off. There's no run, so I mean, let's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're pretty much bang on 10 strips to the right. That's a long way out of kilter in terms of calling anything to do with direction, other than if somebody strikes a wide one through the offside, then it's pretty obvious that it was a wide one. Here is Hunt in once again, and Root pushing forward at this. There's a big appeal, celeb appeal from one or two of the slip cordon, but it was a long way forward again, as Harmsy said.
But I'm just looking here, Doige, of the 13 wickets that have gone down, there's been an LBW and a course at mid-on, but 11 of the wickets have been caught by the keeper or the slips. I don't know what that tells us.
Well, it probably tells you that it's nibbling a little bit, doesn't it, I guess?
Yeah.
If people are pushing at the ball and getting an edge on it.
It'd be really interesting to see how Joe Root bats on here.
Here he is, lining up to face Hunt and having a drive at one that looks like it nips back on him, and might it? Did it go past the inside edge?
Yeah, I think it did. Yeah, it did. We'll get a sense of that in a moment, but I'm pretty certain that it did go past the inside edge.
So Root on 4 from 12, but struggling to get going, as has been the case with everybody, I think, pretty much in the match, apart from that opening pair from Sussex, who got a few freebies early doors and tucked in. 42 on the board before they lost a wicket. Yorkshire have lost 3 already and haven't got to that mark yet. They're on to 38 now because Root gets a ball short of length and just dinks it out into the offside for a single. And generally speaking, you see Joe doing that much more often than he's been able to already, just keeping the board ticking. Very un-Root-like to be rooted. But he's felt a bit more like that today, and he's just wandered down to have a word to impart some information perhaps that he's taken on board already to George Hill, who's faced just the 2 so far, and he's now facing up to the left arm seamer Sean Hunt, who bowls in one wide of off stump, and it's through to the gloves of Simpson to complete over number 12 of this Yorkshire first innings. Then very interesting game of cricket developing here. 5 overs to go until the tea break. Robinson 6 overs 2 maidens 1 for 12. Hunt 6 overs 1 maiden 2 for 25. Yorkshire 38 for 3.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex and BBC local radio stations around Yorkshire. Live at home, myself, Adrian Harms, Jonathan Doige and Charlie Reynolds at your commentary team. Ollie Robinson will carry on bowling from the Cromwell Road end. Yorkshire 38 for 3 in reply to the Sussex total of 150. There is going to be a change of bowling the next over from this, the C end. I just saw John Simpson signalling, I think, to Danny Lamb, who I think is going to bowl the next over up the hill. And he gave a little pat on the back to Sean Hunt, who's picked up a couple of wickets and bowled very tidily. Sean Hunt, 6 overs, 1 maidens, 2 for 25. But it's going to be Robinson to Root. And this should be quite the contest. The 5 slips go down. Robinson is roaring in, bowls to Root, and Root is forward and turns this down to fine leg. Picks up a single. Root goes to 6, 39 for 3. Well, this is one of the great things about county championship cricket, isn't it? Here we are watching a second 11 game, as you were saying, with international players playing in it, a good crowd, nice sunny day. It's just great to see. And a great experience for some of these younger Sussex players, playing against the likes of Joe Root. I thought he got a very generous round of applause as he came out to bat, actually.
He did, didn't he?
Which was just really,
Yeah, almost an ovation, you'd say, really.
Fabulous, wasn't it? People just appreciate, we don't get, too often we get a chance to see Joe Root down here. So I thought that was really, really good. 4 slips in place, but we've now got a short leg. I think Tom Haynes is going in there. You're quite right about tea time. We're going to be here quite late tonight, Doige, I think, because in comes Robinson down the hill, bowls, and Hill is struck on the pad. The ball bounces away, back to the square on the leg side, and John Simpson rushes across the field, but it is going to be signalled as a leg by umpire at Milnes at the far end of the ground. 40 for 3. The hubbub you can hear is those emerging from the Boundary Club, which is the sort of a business club here on a Friday. They've had a nice lunch, now enjoying the sunshine with a gin and tonic or a nice pint of lager or something, or a soft drink, whatever they're doing. They're all enjoying themselves, though.
I'm going to say, looking at the state of one or two of them, I don't think there's much in the way of boundaries.
Robinson bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery. Cuts back into Joe Root. The ball bounces out onto the offside, and there is no run. Asking questions here. Here's Robinson. It's a great day for watching cricket, though, Doige, because it's not too hot, is it? If you're sat out and it's baking hot, oh crumbs, I've had a couple of drinks, but it's just quite nice.
Yeah.
Probably temperature around about, 70 degrees, something like that. Very pleasant indeed. Seeing that previous ball from Robinson, just jagged back into Joe Root. Robinson again. 4 slips and a leg slip. Eaton and bowls. Oh, if it had been a 5th slip, he would have been out. Well, Ollie Robinson looked heavenward as if to say, I nearly had you there, Joe. Driving firmly, Joe Root, big outside edge. A 5th slip, it would have been a straightforward catch. But there isn't, and the ball runs away for 4 runs. Well, it's a terrific contest between the pair. 44 for 3.
Yeah, it was quite high. It wouldn't have been the easiest of chances, because it would have been above. Yeah, above head height, I think. He'd have been clasping it above his head, would fifth and a half slip. He didn't go really hard at the ball, Joe, but nor did he go soft hands. It was a little push, wasn't it?
Maybe he wouldn't have played that shot, who knows. Still 4 slips in place. Robinson back to his mark. 44 for 3. Robinson on his way. Bowls, and Root plays this onto the leg side, picks up 1. Cheteshwar Pujara is in pursuit, and he'll keep it just to a single. Joe Root moves on to 11, and the total to 45 for 3.
I should think there'll be a healthy degree of respect out there between Robinson and Root, who would have given Ollie his England debut, wouldn't he, when he was captain?
Yes, he would have done. Made his debut against New Zealand. Was that 2 years ago? In fact, when Sussex were playing at Headingley. Exactly that day, the day before, actually. Robinson in bowls. Oh, I thought for a minute George Hill had played on there. He was forward. The ball ended up in the slip cordon off the bat of George Hill. It is the end of the over. We are indeed going to see Danny Lamb. Yorkshire are 45 for 3. Joe Root on 11. George Hill yet to score. Wherever you're listening from, a very good afternoon to you. You may be watching the Sussex stream. You may be listening via the BBC app or listening around the ground. We hope you're enjoying our coverage. And don't forget, every ball of every game of every match right through the County Championship season live on the BBC.
We need to mention ourselves more often, apparently. So that was the voice of my colleague Adrian Harms, or as he's called also, Adrian Harms, and sometimes Adrian Harms,
or sometimes even worse. I do like to hear the hubbub of a crowd, though. It's lovely, that little buzz of people chatting away and enjoying the cricket.
Danny Lamb.
He'd like to get some wickets here, wouldn't he, against Lancastrian against Yorkshire?
He would. I'm sure he would. Joe Root is going to face Lamb, who's right arm over first up. And that's pushed into the offside by Joe, who feels a bit more routine about that by just jogging through for a single. He's on to 12 from 18 deliveries. And normally we talk about that 20 ball, those first 20 balls that you face to get yourself a start, but it'll feel, well, it maybe feels like you're never in on this pitch. Might feel like it needs more like 40 than 20 to give yourself a bit of a chance.
Talk about Joe Root. Sorry, to continue the conversation after this delivery.
Lamb in again, and solidly behind it this time, George Hill.
Because he's not going to the T20 World Cup, which is going to take pretty much all of June, and I believe the first Test match, I think, is the 1st of July, or around about that time against the West Indies. So, will he be playing some T20 cricket for Yorkshire? Or?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think that's the plan. I mean, I don't know what the precise details on that front are. As Lamb's shirt hanging out, number 10 on his back, comes in again, past umpire Adnan. George Hill driving at this one with an open face. He's going to get 4 through third man. I'm not sure it was wholly where he wanted to place it, but it'll do. It was well wide of the cordon and along the deck all the way, and he's off the mark. I don't know. I've no idea in terms of intelligence on how that will look, but you can kind of imagine he's got an England Test series to come up in July.
Yeah, sorry, it starts on the 10th of July.
Yeah. And they've got a natural break in the T20s because of 4-day cricket again.
Yes.
So Yorkshire play at Scarborough against Gloucestershire at back end of June, and then also play Derbyshire. I can't remember the specific date on that front. Is it 2 weeks in a row, or is it a gap for more T20 cricket in between? Here's Lamb bowling to Hill, who's going to get 4 more here. This time the ball shorter in length, and this time very definitely struck in that direction by George. Just a nice cut shot. So he's on to 8 and feel a bit better about life. 8 from 8.
Sorry, Georgie. 23rd of June, Yorkshire v Gloucestershire at Scarborough.
Yeah.
30th of June, Derbyshire against Yorkshire in Chesterfield.
So he's 2 weeks in a row.
Probably play one of those, I'd have thought, wouldn't he?
I don't know about whether he'll play any more 4-day cricket. I mean, he might want some more prep for England, or it might be a case of England, wanting to rest going into those 2 series coming up. But either way, you could see him playing quite a lot in that first batch of T20 matches up to the June 23rd game, couldn't you? Those first sort of 3 weeks of T20s, 3 or 4 weeks nearly of T20s. Here's Lamb bowling to Hill, who leaves.
Well, I mean, people better than I know exactly about players and resting and all the rest of it, but isn't it just great for county cricket to see? And I'm sure, I mean, someone like Joe Root puts people on the gate. If you know he's playing, people think, oh, I'll go and watch Joe Root play in a T20 or those. I mean, at Chesterfield, there's always good crowds anyway, isn't there? Derbyshire and Yorkshire, a bit of local rivalry. You'd have thought he might want to play some cricket, because it's a long time to July the 10th, Doige, before the West Indies at Lords.
That is true. George Hill waiting as Lamb comes in to bowl to him. He's turning that one into the leg side, but actually gets there a bit too soon and ends up pushing it back past the bowler in his follow through for a single to complete the over. But it was a productive over as far as Yorkshire are concerned, because they got 9-10 runs from it, in fact. 1 for Root and 9 for Hill. 55 for 3, looks a bit better than 45 for 3. And Lamb 1 over for 10 then.
There's going to be a double change. Ollie Robinson is coming out of the attack, and Finn Hudson-Prentice is going to take over from the Cromwell Road end. What I would say as well, and this applies to Ollie Robinson as well. I mean, Ollie's not going to play in the T20 World Cup, so you're around, and you think, well, he would hope to be selected for that first Test match at Lords, or certainly for some of the series. So it's a long time. That's virtually 2 months away until the first Test match. You wouldn't have thought it's a lot of good players just being wrapped in cotton wool and not playing any cricket. You'd have thought you'd want to be playing. I appreciate that there's demands on players, and then I think the games come pretty thick and fast, don't they? There's there's 6 Test matches to be played from July until the end of the season. Finn Hudson-Prentice into the attack from the Cromwell Road end. The sun has disappeared. Full toss clipped away by George Hill. Bit of a loosener from Hudson Prentice. Fielded by Sean Hunt, chasing out towards the Spenkama Pavilion. And there's a couple of runs for Hill, who's very quickly moved on to 11 off 11 deliveries. Yorkshire 57 for 3. Rebuilding, having been 37 for 3. Yeah, so England have got go through their schedule in a moment. In comes Hudson Prentice over the wicket, bowls. Hill is solidly forward in textbook manner, plays out into the offside, and there is no run. Yeah, so the 3 test matches against the West Indies, 10th of July, 18th of July, the 26th of July, at Lords, Trent and Edgbaston respectively. And then the Sri Lanka series doesn't actually start until the 21st of August. There's quite a gap between the end of that series and they're playing at Old Trafford, Lords.
Wonder why that gap might be.
In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls, defended by Hill onto the onside, and there is no run. In fact, they're just playing actually, Doiji. I thought it was 3 test matches against Sri Lanka, but it's not. Oh, hang on. Yeah, so in August, 21st of August, England Sri Lanka at Old Trafford, and England v Sri Lanka at Lords, and I think the final test against Sri Lanka might well be. Was it a one-dayer? Hudson Prentice in, bowls, forward comes Hill, plays into the offside, there is no run. Yeah, the games at the Oval are all, the games after that are all one-day internationals. For some reason there's some, oh no, here we are, sorry, there is a 3-match series. They play Sri Lanka at the Oval starting on the 6th of September. And then they're playing Australia for some reason in some T20s. It's a bit random, isn't it?
Yeah.
Anyway, Hudson Prentice in and bowls. Hill turns this to mid-on. There is no run. All of a sudden, famous last words, batting looks not comfortable, but a little more comfortable.
Well, look, with the best will in the world, Finn Hudson Prentice wouldn't be Ollie Robinson, would it? Not seen him play for England anyway yet.
No. I just thought the way Hill played that shot with a little more confidence. Let's see what happens. 3 slips go down. Hudson Prentice in and bowls. Hill is solidly forward, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Nice and tidy though from Finn Hudson Prentice. Just the 2 runs conceded in the over, and Yorkshire are 57 for 3. 12 to Root, 11 to Hill. We've got 2 overs to go until tea. After tea, we're going to be joined by Lewis Hatchett, the former Sussex seamer, who's going to have a little natter about what he's up to. Now tell us what he's doing in club cricket as well, and we can ask him whether he's played against Yorkshire. I'm sure he did during his career at some stage. At this stage, Doiji, it's about even, as you say. A couple of, you had 2 wickets onto where Yorkshire are at the minute, and Sussex will fall there in the ascendancy. So this game is hanging in the balance at the moment.
Yeah. Interesting. 12 deliveries to come. Danny Lamb bowling here to Joe Root, who gets the ball that must have shaped or jagged in on him the way he played it, which was one hand off the bat. And they get a single. Just looking at Finn Hudson Prentice's record against Yorkshire, he has, thought he'd taken wickets before. Yeah, he took 2 for 19 from 7 overs in the match here last year in the second innings, none for 28 in the first. They're the only 2 wickets he's taken against Yorkshire previously, actually.
Ooh,
as Lamb is in, yeah, and that one leaving George Hill on its way through to Simpson, no run. So his average with the ball against Yorkshire previously is 50.5. Hasn't bowled at loads though. 28 overs. No, tell a lie, 27 overs previously. Here is Lamb again, that's wide of off stump, no run. So he didn't play for Derbyshire against Yorkshire in first class cricket, which I thought he had.
Yes, I thought he'd have played T20. I'm sure he would have played T20.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then let's have a look at Danny Lamb, because obviously he's played for Lancs against Yorkshire previously. 3 previous first-class matches for Lancashire against Yorkshire, 2018.
Hasn't played a lot of Championship cricket, Danny Lamb. I was quite surprised when I looked at his stats.
Here he comes again. It's short of length, and George Hill solidly behind that. Yeah, his previous match against Yorkshire, 2018, September 2018, 2 overs for 5, so clearly not used very much there. And made 9 with the bat. Then he made a duck, LBW to Ben Code against Yorkshire in COVID year. None for 13 off 2 overs and 4 for 55 off 23 across that match. 2 for 159 in May 2021 in a high-scoring match at Headingley that ended in a draw, I think it was. 26 overs there. He's bowled another one here to Hill, dropped out into the offside, no run. And none for 23 in the second innings, and then none for 11 so far in this match. So 6 wickets against Yorkshire previously for Danny Lamb. First-class cricket.
Yeah, I was quite surprised. I think he'd only played, he's taken a first-class wicket, 50 wickets, 26.
Here he is again, all short of length, and Hill able to leave. Playing for tea there. Happy to watch that one go by. 2 overs for 11 so far for Danny Lamb here. 58 for 3 Yorkshire. There will be 1 more over. I said about 20 past 4. We're bang on 20 past. There's going to be 1 more over after that time.
Just reading this story about in the US PGA. Do you read about Scotty Scheffler, who's the very fine golfer who was charged with assaulting a police officer outside Valhalla Golf Club hours before his second round. He was charged with second-degree assault of a police officer, third-degree criminal mischief, reckless driving and disregarding traffic signals. And there's a picture of him here, and he was actually released to play his round.
What's wrong with that?
In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls to Root, plays onto the onside. Apparently there was an unfortunate accident outside the club where sadly someone was killed.
Involving him?
No,
right.
He wasn't involved, according to this report, but he was, clearly there was traffic chaos outside. He was trying to get onto the course, and says there was a misunderstanding about which way he could go. But he is playing, so it's all happening over in the PGA. I think he won the Masters, didn't he, a couple of weeks ago? Yes.
Yep.
In comes Hudson Prentice, over the wicket, bowls and Root. I think that came off the pad and runs down towards final leg. It's all a little calmer now out of the middle. 58 for 3, Root on 13th. That's a leg by. Yorkshire will be very pleased to get through to the break. Hill and Root steadying the Yorkshire ship. The highest partnership of the day, still that 42 between Tom Clark and Tom Haynes at the beginning of the day when the ball was disappearing to all parts. But since then, the ball has certainly dominated the bat. As Hudson Prentice is in, bowls, and Hill plays onto the onside. There is no run. Tell us a bit about George Hill, because you know he's picked up 4 wickets, bowled very tidily, batting at number 5. I mean, that's you know, he's clearly an all-rounder, Doige, and
yeah, funnily enough, our colleague at BBC London, when we arrived at Lord's a few weeks ago, said that who's this Hill guy then? I've not seen him before. I said, really? He's got 3 first-class hundreds. He's been playing the last few seasons.
Hudson Prentice bowls to George Hill, played to backward point. Good tumbling save by Carson, and there is no run.
Yeah, good player. Got his opportunity when Andrew Gale was still in charge, and it was at the top of the order, because at that stage they were struggling for opening batters, and he's kind of gradually worked his way down to the middle order. 1 or 2 reasons for that, not least Finlay Bean's form at the top of the order along with Adam Lyth.
Hudson Prentice in bowls. Oh, Hill is caught! Just as we sing his praises, Tom Clark picks up another catch. He's furious with himself, George Hill, in the over before tee, low down, and Tom Clark, who very rarely puts anything down in the slips, takes a good low catch, and all of a sudden another wicket goes down, and George Hill goes off at tee, having said how well he'd played. He is gone for 11, and at tee, Yorkshire are 59 for 4.
Yeah, and they're in a bit of trouble here. They've still got the saving grace of having Joe Root in at one end, but Sussex have worked their way through the top order bar Root and are now looking at the less experienced first class players. Well, Johnny Tattersall's got plenty of experience now, but James Wharton still making his way in the game. Matthew Revis is doing the same. They're all three capable players, of course they are, but it is tricky out there. And then Code, Thompson and Leach to follow. So another interesting session in prospect to finish things off on day one.
Yes, indeed. And I was just going to say, somewhat jokingly, a bit earlier on today, Charlie said, "Oh, we might see Sussex batting again today," and actually.
Distinct possibility.
Well, it is a possibility. 14 wickets have gone down in the match so far, so it is a possibility. Anyway, thank you for a couple of emails have just come in. Teddy's been in touch. Hi, Adrian and gang. Just back from a great day at Hove. The pitch has been anything but a batsman pitch, and the bowlers have thrived. Great turnout wise, and hope the ECB take notice that county cricket is thriving. That's Teddy in Lewis, and Well, a very good afternoon and welcome back to Hove for the third session of today's play. Yorkshire are 14... No, they're not. Start again. Are 59 for 4. That in reply to the Sussex total earlier of 150 all out, in which James Cole's top scored with 38. At one stage, Sussex were 42 without loss. Bowled out for 150. 4 wickets for the excellent George Hill, 4 for 22. 3 for Ben Coe, 2 for Jordan Thompson and 1 for Dom Leach. Then in reply, Yorkshire have lost Bean for 4, Lyth for 14, Masood for 14 and George Hill in the over before tea for 11. And Finn Hudson-Prentice has got to finish off that over that he was bowling just before tea. He's coming in to bowl, in fact hits on the pad is James Wharton, who's coming to bat at number 6. I think that's slightly ahead of where he thought he might be. I'm sure Doidge will have some thoughts on that in a minute. But that's the end of Hudson-Prentice's over. Yorkshire are 59 for 4. Joe Root, though, ominously for Sussex, is still there on 13. So we had a bit of a change around in the commentary box for the next half an hour or so. Delighted to be joined by the former Sussex seamer, Lewis Hatchett. Lewis, good to see you.
Good to see you, Adrian.
Helps if I switch your microphone on.
Good to see you, mate. It's
Yeah.
good to be back.
And good to see you. And you've been, because the benefit of our listeners up in Yorkshire who may be familiar with your name around cricket, but perhaps you could talk a little bit about your story to the people up in Yorkshire in a couple of moments' time while you're here at the ground. Did you ever play against Yorkshire?
Yes.
Did you?
I did.
Oh, you look rueful.
No, this is a very ominous story.
Okay.
Of a game I played against Yorkshire at Scarborough.
All right, you've played at Scarborough. Okay.
Yes, I have.
Okay, right, we'll hear about... Sean Hunt is going to open things up from the C end of the ground. He's running away from us to come into bowl to Joe Root, who's 13 not out. He's in and bowls, and Root drives stylishly to short extra cover fielded by Chetishwar Pujara, and there is no run. Tell all.
So we were... It was a four-day game against Scarborough. Our seam attack was Steve McGoffin, myself, Matthew Hobden, and that Yorkshire team. I think we're talking the team that won back-to-back championships.
Okay.
So we're talking Root, Williamson, Bairstow.
In comes Hunt and bowls, and Joe Root is hit right out the thigh pad. The ball ricochets into the gully region. There is no run.
Now it was just a smorgasbord of elite players that played for Yorkshire in that area, and I honestly believe that in those games we were going into them thinking if we get a draw, that's a win, right? That's a good game. But Kane Williamson was playing. He's by far one of the best players I've ever played against. Best batter for sure.
Hunt, 3 slips in the gully go down, in and bowls, and Root lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, no run.
So I'd never bowled to him before. Now, listeners, I'm a left arm seamer, swing the ball back in. My plan was, first ball I'll show him an in-swinger, and then second ball I'll run one across him because he's never seen that ball that I bowl. He's never seen me bowl. So if I bowl him an in-swinger, I think I'm going to swing the next one in, and I'll bowl one across him. Hopefully he'll nick it because I've got Mike Yardie in the slips, I've got James Treadwell who was in the slips at the time, and I might be able to nick him off if that second ball.
Hunt trying to do exactly the same to Joe Root. Comes in and bowls, and Root just plays this very
And then he does
casually
that.
down towards the man. Beautifully played by Joe Root. In fact, it's going to race away for 4 runs. I don't think they're going to stop that. In fact,
Well
they did. It
fielded.
was filled up just inside the boundary rope. Well fielded down there by a combination of James Coles and I think it might be Finn Hudson-Prentice. Either way, It's 3 runs to Joe Root. He goes to 16 and Yorkshire to 62 for 4.
So sure enough, Kane Williamson comes in. We've obviously taken a wicket. I think Kane Williamson was batting like 3. And we know that you've pretty much, with Kane, you've got about 10 balls that you have got this window of opportunity because he's that good at that period of time, and he still is. So first ball, in swinger. Second ball, nick to second slip, down the hill at Scarborough. James Treadwell catches it about an inch off the floor. Great, thought we got him out.
Hunt in and bowls, defended by... it could be... Well, I thought for a moment there was some hesitation there. It was played into the offside by Wharton. There was a bit of yesing and knowing, but in the end he went through for the single. He's on his way, 63 for 4.
So I'm thinking, great, I've just got Kane Williamson out, second ball, and I'm high-fiving everyone. James Treadwell giving him the biggest hug, thinking this is the greatest day ever. Kane looks at everyone, because he was very close to the ground. He looks at everyone, and James Treadwell, very honest cricketer, one of the honest players I've played with. Goes, did that carry? Yep. Cool. I'll walk off.
Hunt in, but Root's beaten. That's a good delivery by Sean Hunt. You'd appreciate as a left arm. Lovely delivery. Beats Joe Root. End of the over, 63 for 4. Root on 16. Wharton on a single.
And so Kane is looking at us as a group of Sussex players, going, "Okay, I'm out." Walks off. What then happens was Andrew Gale walks on the field and goes, "That did not carry. That did not carry. Stay there, Kane." And then what ensued for the next 5 minutes, I've never seen again on a cricket field. Our now chairman, John Philby, constantly reminds me of this story because he was at the ground that day. I think he was shouting to people, "Get off the pitch, Andrew Gale, get off the pitch." Anyway, for about 5 minutes, we're sitting there going, what's going on here? This is taking far too long. And then eventually, I think it was, who's David Lloyd's, is Graham Lloyd the umpire?
Yes.
Graham Lloyd was the umpire, yeah.
Just break off because Ollie Robinson is back in the attack from the Cromwell Road and coming into bowl to Wharton outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, tumbling in front of first slip. There is no run.
And this conversation goes between the two umpires, and we're thinking, no, surely not. Sure enough, Graham Lloyd reverses the decision. Kane Williamson not out. Again, Andrew Gale's still on the field. We're shouting, "Get off the field!" Like there's all sorts going on. The game has stopped for 5-10 minutes. Kane Williamson stays in. I think he scored 183.
I don't know why I'm laughing. I wonder if any of our listeners were at that game.
I have never seen anything like that before.
Robinson, 4 slips go down. He's in and bowls. Let go by Wharton outside the off stump. No run. David Sharp's been in touch us here. Says great to hear Lewis on commentary. So it's good to hear.
Thanks, David.
Do you know David?
Yeah, he pops up every now and then on various different channels.
Okay. So you've got indifferent memories of playing against Yorkshire.
Yeah, I've played against Yorkshire maybe 3 or 4 times.
Did you enjoy Scarborough?
Enjoyed Scarborough. The crowd's an interesting one. The crowd's lively. Yeah, it's not like Headingley because they're very much near you.
Right.
At Scarborough, whereas Headingley, they're far away from you.
In comes Robinson down the hill, bowls to Wharton again, lets it go outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, and there is no run.
They call it Scarbados, don't they? Scarbados.
Is that right?
That's one of my favourite. Yeah. Scarbados.
Right.
It was not Scarbados when we were there.
But do you like it? I mean, but when you're, as a cricketer, professional cricketer, playing at somewhere like Scarborough, Headingley, lovely cricket ground, but maybe 3,000 or 4,000 people slightly lost in Headingley. At somewhere like Scarborough, do you like playing in front of a crowd, an outground?
Yeah, I think it. I mean, Yorkshire's such a big county that it probably attracts a different crowd. Would that be right to say? People that maybe don't get to Headingley.
Robinson in bowls. Wharton lets that go outside the off stump. There is no run.
So yeah, I think it probably attracts just the sheer size of that county. I know we're a fairly vast county here at Sussex as well, and there's probably that argument for outgrounds as well. We get more people in different grounds. That's fair enough. I think Scarborough still offers a good quality of ground. I personally, like with the outgrounds of Sussex, outside of Arundel, there isn't a quality ground yet that could do that of what Scarborough offers, in my opinion. Take that or leave it.
Robinson wheels around at the Cromwell Road in. 4 slips go down. Yorkshire 63 for 4. Comes into bowl to Wharton's beaten outside the off stump. There's a good delivery by Ollie Robinson, and Wharton was fencing at that one outside the off stump.
Does Scarborough have good results? Like, is it a result ground? Yeah, so that for any cricketer is what you want. And I think actually, again, I'm sure there's a big number of listeners on here that will be big advocates for getting cricket back at Arundel, for example. but for a long time, Arundel was a featherbed, just always draws. Very, very rarely would you get a result. And also, I think they're changing that. They've done a lot of stuff to the ground, so maybe there's an argument they could come back in the future.
Robinson again. In and bowls. Wharton again is beaten for the second ball in succession. Rattles past the outside edge into the gloves of John Simpson. Wharton comes down and does a little bit of guarding. Maiden over from Ollie Robinson, who's now bowled 8 overs, 3 maidens, taken 1 for 18. Yorkshire 63 for 4. Root on 16. Wharton on 1. I would just say actually probably the best out-ground pitch I think probably in Sussex of recent years is at Horsham.
Yeah. So Horsham, you know one thing with Horsham, that because it can get dry. We used to be able to go to Horsham with a real plan that you could reverse swing the ball, and that just brings a 4-day game into there's the second stage of a 4-day game, especially so it doesn't die off in those last 2 days. It actually sort of reinvigorates and comes back alive when the pitch is dry and you can reverse swing the ball.
Sean Hunt starts another over from the CN, bowls to Joe Root, who plays that stylishly to short extra cover fielded by Pujara, and there is no run. Now our listeners in Yorkshire may be familiar with your name, Lewis. You're a seam bowler here, left arm seamer, but you had to give up the game. So just for the benefit of our friends up in Yorkshire, just tell us a little bit about your career and why it finished early.
So yeah, 2016 I suffered another much more severe fracture of my spine. I had one vertebrae that was absolutely pummeled throughout my career. And eventually it was one too many and had to call time.
Hunt in bowls, Root drives. About timing, but he's going to get 4 runs for a mistimed shot. Ollie Robinson is in hop seat. In fact, he's just going to drag the ball in inside the boundary rope. Root picks up a couple of runs. He goes to 18 and the total to 65 for 4.
So 2016 had to, sadly, on medical advice, that my career would come to an end, but I'll take 6 years as a professional, considering, for listeners may not be aware, I was born with a rare condition called Poland syndrome, so I'm missing my right pectoral muscle, 2 ribs that are directly behind it. The only thing that protects my upper right portion of lung is just skin. So if I was to get struck by a cricket ball, that could be a potentially fatal injury. So 6 years as a pro, I'll take that.
In comes Hunt and bowls, and Root defends into the offside. That's very much a feature of Joe Root's batting, that he plays into the offside. Doige was saying, always looking to keep the scoreboard ticking over. He picks up a single. Maybe there wasn't one there really, but just rotating the strike. Total goes to 66 for 4. Root goes to 19. And just tell us how many first-class wickets you got, Lewis.
Oh, Adrian.
I thought you'd know that off the top of your head.
73?
Right, okay, we'll check that in a minute.
My God, I don't know. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm not. Do you know what? I've stepped away from my stats for a long time because you can get paranoia.
Hunted and bowls, clipped away by Wharton down to finally picks up a single. They're looking for 2, isn't there? Good bit of cricket there, actually. Very good bit of fielding way down in the distance by Danny Lamb. Prevents the second run being taken. 67 for 4. Wharton goes to 2. And how old were you then, Lewis, when you...
26.
Okay, so you're 26, you've always wanted to be a professional cricketer, then suddenly that's taken away from you.
Yeah, it's not an easy... you'll probably see it happen this year. Undoubtedly every year there's someone that unfortunately has to step away from the game for whatever reason, whether it's their calling time themselves, whether they've potentially just not made the cut in whatever squad that they're in, or maybe they have got an injury that ends their career, and it's very different for each person that gets it. It's very unique. Every story is different, but it is quite a shift moving from the professional game into, in quote, normal life.
Hunt comes in, bowls to Root, who plays that away through the... I don't think he's quite timed that, but it's good enough to race away for 4 runs. And Root goes to 23 and Yorkshire to 71 for 4.
I wonder whether Root was going to bat like this, where he's come down the wicket there, and I wondered whether just with the amount of maybe movement they're getting or bounce, that what player will start to come at the bowlers to create that change. Dare I say it, a bit of Bazball.
Well, he certainly likes to keep the scoreboard ticking along, does Joe Root. He's on 23, 71 for 4. Hunt is in bowls. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Now, I don't think Ollie... Well, yes, I think he will overhaul this, actually. I thought for a moment that was going to go all the way for 4. It's down the hill here at Hove. They've taken 2. They turned and looked for 3, but it wasn't there. Root goes to 25, the total to 73. For end of the over from Sean Hunt, he has now bowled 8 overs, 1 maiden, taken 2 for 39. Yorkshire 73 for 4. Root on 25, Wharton on 2. Live cricket here on the BBC Radio Sussex and multiple local radio stations around Yorkshire. Myself, Adrian Harms, on commentary today with Charlie Reynolds and Jonathan Doyle. You'll be back with us after 5 o'clock. But I'm chatting away to Lewis Hatchett, former Sussex seamer, who, just for the record, Lewis, took 72 first-class wickets at an average of 35. Your best return was 5 for 47. You took 19 list A and 11 T20 wickets in your spell here at home.
There we go.
There we are. That's not bad. 72 and 19, so just over 100 wickets in total.
Yeah.
As Ollie Robinson wheels around at the far end of the ground. We'll talk about what you're up to now, Lewis, in a couple of moments' time, as Robinson comes in down the hill to bowl to Wharton, who drives. He's caught behind. Ollie Robinson picks up another. Well, it looked for all the world as if he got the wicket there.
Hit the ground.
Well, James Wharton wasn't going anywhere. The Sussex players have all got hands on. It was the way that Ollie Robinson came running down. It always looked like a formality. That was going to be given, but it's given not out.
Could have hit the ground.
Yeah, it went through to John Simpson. Robinson looks disappointed, but the total remains on 73 for 4. Wharton looked at the umpire. He's perfectly within his rights to do that. And he survives. Robinson goes back to his mark. What does he do now, Lewis?
I mean, it was actually a full ball, and given the amount of movement there is, it's probably the right. He's going to want someone to be trying to drive them, especially down the hill, because you get that little bit extra kick and bounce.
Robinson in bowls, and forward comes Wharton, placed to mid-on, and there is no.
That's good cricket. That's good from Wharton, because it'd be very easy to stay in your crease. You've played and missed at one, potentially got, I don't know, maybe got away with one, and then stay in your shell, but he's actually just come down the pitch. Aggressive.
And for someone who is, we will get on to talking about what you're doing in a minute, Lewis, but so much to talk about. For someone who had to give up the game early through injury, Ollie Robinson rubs the ball on his flannels and turns and runs in towards us, bowling to Wharton. He's in and bowls, and Wharton lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Simpson. What sort of pace is Ollie Robinson bowling at here? Low 80s?
My bare eye speedometer that I've got going on. I don't know, but when he's fit and firing, he can get low 80s.
Yeah, which is where
the thing is when you see in the Test matches that he operates sort of 78.
Yeah,
Rob, and I never know.
No, Rob Key is saying that he's looking at a very good podcast this week. He was talking to Kevin Howes on the BBC, wanting bowlers. They want them all to be bowling around 85, but you can have someone bowling slightly less.
Yeah, well, Ollie's skill set is so unique.
Robinson in bowls, and Wharton lets this one go. Good lead.
So again, the real insight that you get as well from being someone who talks to professional cricketers and has spent time with them, and I've played with Ollie, and Ollie's just kept going. The real good insight you get from how good a bowler is what the slips say. So anyone who's either a keeper or sits in the slips, and I remember obviously ex-players here, Harry Finch and Luke Wells, both sit in the slips, and Harry Finch now keeper at Kent. They would say that what Ollie can do with the ball. It's the same for Jofra. Like what he can do with the ball, it's like almost he's telling the ball which way it's going to go.
In comes Robinson over the wicket bowled. Wharton lets that one go outside the off stump.
And Ollie's got this unique. I don't know if you knew, but he's got such a high release point. I think the next highest release point is someone like Carl Jamieson.
Oh, right, okay.
It's something again, don't quote me on that, but I saw a stat about the release points. I think it was the series of New Zealand and England, and they had the release points. And Carl Jamieson's huge, right? Ollie's not as tall as him, but they have the same release point height. Because Ollie was an off spinner when he first started, he has this really high release point, and he almost bowls with an off spinner's action as a seamer, and so it's really, really high. That's why he gets this huge amount of bounce, but maybe also the seam movement.
Comes in and bowls to Wharton again. He lets that go outside the off stump. There is no run. End of the over, 73 for 4. Route 25. Wharton on 2. Just before we talk about what you're up to now, Lewis, just a word, because you had to give up the game through injury, on Jofra playing for Sussex Seconds today. He's picked up a wicket at Beckenham. He's now joining up with England T20 side for these 3 games against Pakistan, which we all hope goes well. I mean, how difficult? I mean, first of all, how pleased you to see Jofra back in action. How difficult would it have been for him with injury over a prolonged period of time?
Well, it's injuries make you feel like you're. I've had many injuries, and when you get one, you feel this sense of FOMO. I'm missing out all the time. This fear of missing out, and I can't imagine what that Australian series was like, the Ashes. I actually did a podcast with Jofra, so if people are interested, it's called Raising Your Game. Just type in Raising Your Game Jofra Archer. I did that podcast episode, and he didn't want to talk about the Australian series.
In comes Lamb, but also he beats Joe Root. That kept a little low actually. Goes through to Simpson. There's an appeal from Danny Lamb. I'm not entirely sure what for. Either way, it's umpire Adnam is unmoved.
And you feel this sense of I'm a bit of a spare part, and I'm watching other people going and doing the thing that I want to do. And like Jofra didn't want to talk about the Australian series because he was like, how do you think I felt about that? It was rubbish, it was terrible. And it's really honest of him to say something like that. But where he's at now, I heard that interview that he was quoted in an interview saying that if I get another one, I don't know what I'm going to do. Because it just mentally will play on your mind so much.
Lamb in and bowls. Forward comes through and just nudges that into the offside. Picks up another single to Joe Root. He goes to 26, 74 for 4.
And you as a cricketer, and probably if you want to stretch this out into wider life, you as a person want to feel capable. And when you're injured, you don't feel capable because you don't feel like you can do the thing that you know you can do. So when you're feeling incapable, not to say that it lowers your self-worth, but you just don't feel like you're able to be at the level that you feel you can be, and that just plays on your mind so much.
Lamb in bowls to Wharton, whose forward plays down the track. There is no run. And just to say, when you knew Jofra, it was pretty much the end of your career, but you got to know Jofra when he came here. I mean, it's interesting because when he came in, he was nobody apart from perhaps Chris Jordan, really knew who Jofra was.
Yeah, we knew. So interestingly, because I grew up back and forth from Barbados, actually. So I actually learnt a lot of cricket out in Barbados when I was younger. So I knew of him.
In comes Lamb, bowls. Always going to get runs here down to third man. Rather squirts that one away out the outside edge. They're chasing back towards the boundary. But I think that's going to run away for 4 runs down towards the players' pavilion. 4 to Wharton. He goes to 6, 78 for 4.
But we obviously had Chris Jordan playing here at Sussex. And CJ would turn up for training and he'd bring this guy with him. And it wasn't rare. Like sometimes CJ had a friend in town, but he brought this kid and turned to Mark Robinson and said, can he have a bowl in the nets? I think you want to have a look at him. And for the first, he did it. What people don't know is, so when we signed him in 2016, he'd been with us, I'm going to say in 2015, maybe 2014, because he was playing club cricket. And you saw in the nets, you were like, oh my God, this kid has got something. If he got hit hard by a batter, the next ball was about 5 mile an hour quicker.
Lamb in bowls. Wharton lets that go outside the off stump, no run.
And unlike where he's at now, where he has genuinely grown in musculature, size, stature and ability, he had this ability to swing the ball both ways. We haven't seen him play recently, but he just had that innate ability. One, for his action, he's just sort of this perfect blend of physicality, style. The way I always describe him to people, he's kind of like the Michael Phelps of cricket. Like he's got this perfect physical structure to be able to do what he does, and then he's put training into it, and then what you get is what you get.
Lamb in bowls to Wharton, who's beaten outside the off stump. Rising delivery, which Simpson takes around waist high. Tidy over from Dan Lamb. He went for a boundary. That was down to third man. Ended the over 78 for 4. Root on 26, Wharton on 6. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC. I'm Adrian Harms. Lewis Hatchett, the former Sussex seamer, is with us here in the commentary box.
And just to finish off with Jofra, when we first saw him, we actually thought, okay, he's got something, but we're unsure where this could go. And then I think the real turning point with him was he lived with John Lewis. John Lewis is like the ultimate professional. He just sort of was transitioning from playing to coaching, lived with him, and that period of time then kind of grabbed him by the shoulders and went, right, this is how you train, because he'd come from Barbados, and I've met a lot of good cricketers out in Barbados, and the ethos is not a massively hard working ethic.
In comes Joe Root. Robinson to Root, made a Horlicks of commentating on that, sorry. That kept a little low, and it's gone through for a bye. I think that's going to be signal. Let's wait for umpire Milne's signal. It is signalled as a bye, 79 for 4.
And yeah, so he came with this very raw ability, and then he trained it. And then I just remember I think I'd retired by that time, and I came back and caught him in the gym. And I was like, wow, biceps on him now. He's just found the weights room, and he's probably built himself into a robust athlete. And it was very, very exciting, and obviously he had that period where he just exploded onto the scene, and you could probably argue he got overused a little bit, which is where we're sitting in this situation now.
Robinson comes in, bowls to Wharton, who plays this down the track, and there is no. Robinson fields and throws the ball in the direction of Cheteshwar Pujara, who wasn't quite expecting it, nonetheless. And there is no single taken, 79 for 4. Route 26, Wharton on 6. Tell us a bit about what you're up to, Lewis. So you finished the game at 26, you've got to find a way of earning a few quid.
Yeah, so I've done a range of different things, but it's all done from telling my story as a motivational speaker, do a lot of stuff on that on the circuit, but then I'd say definitely over the last 2 years it's transitioned, and it has now developed into all my work is based around mindset and mental performance coaching.
Robinson in, bowls, and played into the offside by Wharton, fielded at backward point by Hudson Prentice, no run. And is that to professional sports people, or is it?
Yeah, so I started a master's in performance psychology about 2 years ago, and I'm just coming into now finishing my research. And I had athletes. I put a lot of stuff out on social media. I was pretty diligent on that. I still am, and I was talking a lot about my story. I was talking about a lot of there was a big. So I had the podcast. I started the podcast Raising Your Game in 2019. And develop conversations with elite athletes, authors, academics.
Robinson in bowls, takes a step down the wicket there, does Wharton. The ball goes through to Simpson, there is no run.
And those conversations were really me diving into the real interest around mindset for athletes. And the more I spoke about that, the conversations I was having, I was cricket coaching as well on the side, right, to earn a bit of money. But the conversations from cricketers, especially through the pandemic, obviously escalated the conversation around mental health and mindset, and probably even further down the line into mental performance, because that's what athletes want to do. We see Netflix started bringing out documentary after documentary on, it could be like Point Break, Break Point on Netflix. I pretty much think that's a psychological documentary with a bit of tennis in between.
In comes Robinson. Oh, that's a good delivery. He beats Ward, all ends up playing at fresh air outside of the off stump, taken by Simpson, and there is no run.
And so with more of conversation in sport, in society, around the mind and how important that is in both life and in sport, I then had conversations with athletes coming to me when they heard my story, asking how can you, rather than someone asking how can I swing the ball as a left armer, or how do I get faster, how do I build confidence? How do I become more resilient? How do I overcome this setback? How do I stop fearing failure or getting out as a batter, or not taking a wicket as a bowler? How do I come out of form? That led me into wanting to do my masters, and I now work with athletes and organisations.
Robinson in bowls. Wharton lets this one go. Good take by Simpson. Another maiden over from Ollie Robinson, who's on a very tidy spell here. 10 overs. I think that's going to go over to 5 maidens. 1 for 18. Yorkshire 79 for 4. Root on 26. Wharton on 6. So it's a business you're developing.
Yeah. So it turned into a few things. So the way I work now is I either work one-on-one with an individual, or consult with maybe like a business or an organisation. Might be a school as well. So I consult at a few schools. But I also have developed an app called Mind Strong Sport, and that app is what I'm developing to become what I want to be, the #1 app for mindset and mental skills and performance for athletes. And that's all about teaching the mental side of the game for athletes.
In comes Danny Lamb, who's clipped away by Joe Root down to fine leg. They were looking for 2. Good bit of fielding though, way down in the distance by Sean Hunt, who gets in the throw. Just a single to Root. He goes to 27, the total at 80 for 4.
And while many people might think what I'm doing is niched into cricket's an easy in for me in the sense, so I work with some professional guys, but also, like I said, up and coming and in schools. The work that I do is not just attributed to cricket.
Lamb in and bowls. Forward comes Wharton defensively, plays into the offside, footed by Pujara, no run.
Because a low in confidence athlete, rugby player or tennis player or golfer, the way you deal with that is no different from how you deal with it in cricket. It's actually the human that's in front of you. I don't need to know how to play those sports. I just need to know how do we get this person in a confident place? How do we deal with maybe some of their anxiety? How do we build a bit more resilience? How do we build a stronger mind for them to overcome some of these challenges?
Lamb is in bowls, Ward's up on his toes. It's a nice looking shot. Actually, he's bisected the fielder at cover and extra cover, and it was so well timed. The ball races away down the hill. That's a lovely shot by James Wharton. He goes into double figures. He goes to 10 and Yorkshire to 84 for 4.
So it's a different route. And I found the way I got into it was mainly that once I started putting things on social media, a lot of athletes came to me because they resonated with the fact that I'd actually been out there. I've been on the field. I understand the pressures that are there. I always say to people, I wish I kind of had someone like myself working with myself when I was playing.
When you're playing the game.
Yeah.
In comes Lemon Bowles. Wharton's up on his toes. He's taking a step down the track, playing it to mid-off, fielded by Bajara, no run.
No, lad, we did have sports psychologists, so don't think that we didn't have sports psychologists. We actually had a very good one here at Sussex, but I think there's still been a stigma around it. I've spoken to guys in other teams, actually much more northern teams than Sussex, and there is still a bit of a stigma around going to see a psychologist, going to see someone. So the fact that, and the one thing I felt I had missing when I was playing, for example, was, okay, well, you're telling me all of the reasons why this might be happening, but how do I translate that onto the field, and what does that feel like and look like?
Georgie's bought me his second cup of coffee of the day. Ouch. In comes Lamb Bowles, cut away beautifully by Wharton. That is a lovely shot, crashing the ball away through the covers for 4 runs. Beautifully played. He goes to 14. And Yorkshire to 88 for. John Simpson standing up to the stumps now.
It's going to stop him from coming down the pitch.
Yeah.
He just wants him to stop coming down, but it's not the right length you want to bowl there. That's just Danny Lamb getting the ball wrong.
Yeah.
That's against his game plan.
So you were here today, the Boundary Club is here. I think
Yes,
that's a business organisation in Sussex, is that right?
Yep, so Boundary Club is formed with a load of local businesses that get to network. Obviously a lovely day of cricket, they get to come here, have lunch, and they get to listen to a guest speaker, and unfortunately they had to listen to me today.
Lamb comes in bowls, Wharton drives firmly to mid-on, and there is no run. End of the over. We'll do another over, Lewis, then we'll make way for Jonathan and Charlie. 88 for 4, 27 to Root, 14 to Wharton. Do you get nervous doing that?
I do, actually. I think I used to be really nervous. I suffered with quite a lot of sort of performance anxiety, I think, when I was even playing. Something that I probably didn't own up to when I was playing, because we had, as you know, the team that I was in was a very strong team and very strong culture. So owning up to something like that might have been, it was quite a challenge at the time. But for doing it, Matt, now as a speaker, I do get nervous. But the thing that overcomes it is I have a couple of things I either say to myself, do before I'm about to get up and speak, but also preparation. If I'm prepared, I feel very, very strong in what I'm about to do.
In comes Robinson, bowls to Joe Root, plays that into the offside, and there is no run. I think it's good to be nervous. I get nervous. I get nervous doing this, Lewis. Oh, he's chatting away to Doidgy now.
That actually, do you?
Yeah, I do get it. Yeah, I think it's good to have a few nerves. I think, it's...
Oh, so there's good research in that.
Yeah.
So there's good science behind that. So a lot of people think, for example, I get very regular question I get is, how do I either clear my mind and remove my anxiety? And I challenge people by saying, like, 1, you cannot clear your mind, and 2, you actually don't want to get rid of your anxiety.
Robinson in bowls to Root, who plays stylishly to Bajara at short. It's a good contest this between Robinson and Root. Robinson desperate to get Root out, Root desperate not to get out.
Yeah. So if you think about it, if you had no anxiety and you had nothing that was there sort of stimulating you, making you aware, you probably wouldn't pick up any threats. So you'd be really, but you'd probably be bored. You'd probably be in a state where you're really bored. There's this state that you want to get into, which is a balance of having some form of anxiety, some form of stress, but it not being too much. It's most people tip over the edge and it become too much, and then they really struggle with their performance.
Robinson in, but also, he beats Joe Root with an absolute belter of a delivery. We'll see that again in a minute. Joe Root looks around and looks at the slip corner as if to say,
no one's playing that.
That's a great delivery by Ollie Robinson. The umpires this week have got what they call these eye hawks on, so they can now monitor the speed that everybody's bowling.
They've got what?
They're called eye hawks. And all this information now goes back centrally to the ECB. So Luke Wright and others can look at it and decide who's bowling well and all the rest of it.
So is that because they've got these cameras? Is it a camera?
Yeah.
I saw this the other day with Jaden Seals getting a wicket, and then I saw it almost like point of view from the umpire.
In comes Robinson bowls.
he's done it again.
And Root's beaten again outside the off. Ollie Robinson can't believe it. He looks away as if to say, how didn't you get a nick on that? Yeah, they showed them at Lord's yesterday. There were some journalists invited to see how they work. And I understand, we'll double check at the close of play, but certainly the idea is they're used to monitor bowlers' performance and batters, and all that information then can be collated centrally.
Why is that any different from the cameras that are sitting up on the top of the sight screens?
I think they're probably just, well, perhaps they're better, perhaps it measures the speed of the ball more.
Maybe.
It just gives more data.
So
Everything's data-driven.
that makes sense if it's measuring the speed of the ball because it's right in the centre and it's live.
Robinson in bowls, Root drives without timing back to Robinson, and there is no run. So just tell us again that app, Lewis, and contact details for you.
So the app is called Mindstrong Sport. It's available on iOS and Android. Anyone can download it. To find out more about it, if people just were to go on social media, whether it's Instagram, just type in Lewis Hatchett or @LewisHatchett, that's probably the best place to find me, or just head to lewishatchett.com. There's a range of different things. The podcast is called Raising Your Game, and I've got probably one of my favourite podcasts coming out next week, which I'm really excited about.
In comes Robinson, bowls to Root, who drives handsomely into the covers fielded by Pujara. There is no run. End of the over, 88 for 4. What a good over that was by Ollie Robinson. International bowler to an international batter, and Ollie Robinson bowls a maiden.
I had a really interesting podcast just recently. Was Ben O'Keefe, who's an international rugby referee, and he was the referee for France, South Africa in the Rugby World Cup. It was controversial, and then he was the referee for the South Africa-England semi-final. And we had a really good discussion about sort of respect of officials, and him coming from rugby, me coming from cricket, and then we actually, very end of the conversation, we start talking about the introduction of the blue card in football.
Oh right, okay.
Because we're talking about dissent, right, and the fact that if you show dissent in cricket, you're done. A really interesting conversation, one that I've massively enjoyed.
Lamb in bowls, and how can we hear that, Lewis?
You can find that on Spotify, you can find that on Apple Podcasts, literally anywhere that you get a podcast. Just type in Raising Your Game, or again Lewis Hatchett, and it'll probably pop up. So yeah, he's a Kiwi, Ben, from this week's episode. But I just found it interesting because I like the fact that we have the dissent rule in our sport and in rugby, and I think football should have it too.
I agree. In comes Lamb bowls, and what works is nicely. He's playing nicely here is James Wharton. He's going to pick up a couple of runs. Ollie Robinson chasing back, sliding stop by Ollie Robinson. There's a couple more runs to Wharton. He goes to 16. The total goes to 90 for 4. And before you go, Lewis, are you still playing club cricket?
I am now captain of East Grinstead.
Oh yeah. How did you manage to become skipper?
I put my hand up to do it.
Did you?
Yeah, I wanted another challenge in my life. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Is that so? Just for our listeners, Sussex Premier Division.
Yeah. We've got a very good team. Ollie Carter's just signed for us.
Right.
So Ollie Carter is gonna. So there's two vastly different haircuts between me and Ollie.
Yeah.
Turning up tomorrow.
In comes Lamb and bowls, and well, Wharton drives. Simpson doesn't take the ball cleanly, standing up to the stumps, and there is no run. So who are you playing tomorrow?
We've got Hastings.
Okay.
Hastings are back in the Premier, and we're going back to Horntine tomorrow to play them. I dare not look at the weather forecast.
No, it's okay. I think we were saying there's going to be some early rain tomorrow. Then what time do you start?
It's a great question.
You better get there early. You're the skipper.
That's what I mean. 11:30 is when we start. So I've been looking at the weather forecast, but it keeps changing.
Lamb in bowls, pulled away by Wharton. That's going to go for 4 runs. A little too short from Danny Lamb. Pulled away onto the leg side. Wharton picks up another boundary. He goes to 20, and Yorkshire to 94 for 4.
See, that's what I'm dealing with now. Is that we've got rain all from the morning, but unlike professional cricket where there's covers up to the wazoo.
Yeah.
I can't guarantee that that's going to be the case at Hastings tomorrow, and even if you have a 4-hour downpour, that we're not going to have ducks on the field by come 11 o'clock.
So then they'll reduce the overs, presumably. If it
Again, I probably should know that. But
in comes Lamb, bowls, and played onto the onside by Wharton. There is no run.
But it's actually okay because we play the one-day format tomorrow, so win-lose, and I'm a big proponent of club cricket right now moving to one-day cricket, and I tell you what, it's been eye-opening. It's probably a day for another discussion. Maybe I'll come back.
Yeah,
but
do.
Is the fact that we are losing players in club cricket, and there's a real. I thought this was an East Grinstead problem, but I'm finding it's a systemic problem in cricket that we're losing players, and there's a bunch of reasons, and there's some ideas that I think we should be talking about.
Lamb bowls to Wharton, plays into the offside, and there is no run. Yet, if you listen to the ECB, they'll say that there's more people playing cricket than ever. But I mean, certainly, that's a very interesting point.
I think some of that could be marketing, but on the ground, I think it's very different.
So we just stand for one more exercise. Are you struggling to get sides out?
Yeah,
or?
we struggled. We thought, actually, I think we've managed to field 4 teams this week, but I promise you, at the middle of the week, we had, bless our chairman, he's an absolute legend, is Christian, and I saw this video of him, like broken man, who does everything for the club, and just almost pleading people to like come out of the woodwork to come and play. And I've had conversations with people that are sitting in our committee room right now about how do we create cricket that does 2 things. One, allows participation, but also allows development of getting better players out there. So sticking with a Rob Key type approach to the game, right? How do we blend that? And I've played in Australia, and it's obviously a completely cultural difference, but there's probably some real structural. There are some just structures that are in place that I think could be brought into the UK that might actually help.
Ollie Robson comes in, bowls to Joe Root, nearly cuts Joe Root in half. The ball comes off the thigh pad. Oh, Joe Root is just sort of limping slightly down towards the... He turns to Ollie Robinson. I bet he says, God, that... What's he saying? Won't get me out, Ollie.
Be whispering it.
Yeah, 95 for. We will let you go at the end of this over, Lewis. But so you're playing tomorrow, playing at Hastings. What time have we got to leave home?
Oh, tomorrow, I'm literally about 200 yards from the ground now.
Well, that's good.
I'm going to bank an hour.
Yeah, I reckon. You can't be late. It's a skipper. You can't be wandering.
No.
You know, where's the skipper? Oh,
No.
Oh, he's caught in traffic.
I'll be leaving at sort of around 9 o'clock, I imagine.
Yeah, well, it's going to rain first thing, but it's meant to clear up, Lewis. So in comes Robinson and bowls outside the off stump, taken by Simpson. No run. Is that your first league game of the season? Did you have one last week?
We were meant to have one last week, which I was really looking forward to because we were meant to play Horsham, and Will Beer is captain, former leg spinner at Sussex, and their overseas player is Jaden Goodwin, who is Murray Goodwin's son.
Ah, right, okay.
So he's their overseas player who's just signed. So Sussex fans will be happy to hear that there's a Goodwin now back in Sussex.
Is he good?
Yes.
Right.
I was really looking forward to. I even texted Muzz during the week.
How old is he?
Jaden would be maybe 21.
Right.
He plays for Western Australia, scored first class hundreds.
Right.
Very good player.
Okay. Can you get him down here?
I wouldn't be surprised if that is a journey that he might be taking.
Oh, wow. There you go. You heard it here first. In comes Robinson, bowls to Wharton, who drives down the ground, and Robinson fields of his own bowling. There is no run.
He'd be silly not to. I think his mum's English, so
right. Okay.
Why would we not have another good win in the Sussex ranks? That'd be great, wouldn't it? But he's a very good player. But yeah, we were meant to play Horsham, and unfortunately, we have had so much rain at East Grinstead. Now we have a great facility. We've got great drainage. We've had 87 inches of rain since September, and we had a downpour. Like it's insane what they came through, and our drainage broke under the weight of it all.
Robinson in bowls, Wharton lets that go outside the off stump, no run.
So our drainage system unfortunately crumbled under the sheer amount of water that it was having to shift. We had this downpour a couple of weeks ago that apparently was biblical, and we had basically ducks on the outfield for a week or two, and we couldn't shift them. We've got a family of mallards are now local residents at East Grinstead, so
well, hopefully you don't have ducks. Well, you might have some ducks, but not.
Maybe not.
Not.
But we were hoping to get away in the season tomorrow, so fingers crossed for whether it's mid-May, and
yes,
we haven't played a game yet, and usually we've played probably 3 by now.
Well, I'm sure there's cricketers lifting up in Yorkshire who would share your clipped away by Wharton down to deep backwards square. Share your frustration, Lewis. One more to Wharton. He goes to 21, 96 for 4. Lewis, it's been great to see you.
It's been lovely being here.
And please come up and say hello throughout the season and have a natter away. I'll bring Doige back in, but it's great to see you. Lewis Hatchett, former Sussex seamer, talking about what he's doing outside of the game, and really interesting stuff, and always good to see Lewis. I've just got an update to do to listeners on BBC Radio Sussex, and then we'll bring Charlie back in as well.
87 inches.
In comes
87 inches of rain.
Robinson bowls, forward comes Root, nudges that down the ground, picks up a single, good sprawling stop at mid-on. It can't prevent Root going through for a single.
That's night in Yorkshire. That's a light shower, that. Light shower in Yorkshire. Get on with it, lad.
97 for 4 at the end of the over. Joe Root on 21. James Wharton is on... Sorry, Root is on 28, Wharton on 21.
Completely get what he's saying about club cricket and struggling to get players on the park. You know, my sort of local cricket associations back up north have been Bradford League, which is now Premier League, and Airedale and Wharfdale League, which is next one down in that pyramid, which is where Rawdon, I'm associated with at the minute. And I know that lots of clubs are, struggling to get those 2, 3, whatever it is, 4 teams out across the weekend. It's hard work, and they're having to make extra allowances now so you can have players who can double up and play both, say a second team game and a third team game, which might have been seen as a bit of a fiddle before strengthening your side, just to get 11 players out on the field. First ball of Danny Lamb's over. It's turned into the leg side by Joe Root there, and there's no run.
But it is true, Doige, that if you listen to what's being said, there's more participation in cricket than ever before. But I mean, it's interesting that both Lewis has made the point, you've made the point, and I would say what I hear locally is that clubs are struggling to get players.
Yeah, and I think the other things come into play more in a sec, because here's Danny Lamb again, past umpire Hassan Adnan, chopped into the deck by Root, and no run. But just things like start times. So now the Airedale and Wharfdale League, I think, are starting at 12:30 on a Saturday for a 50-over game. So other things that clubs benefit by are, intake over the bar, people filling the clubhouse. I used to start 2 o'clock 50-over games in the Bradford League, and you'd kind of automatically just wander into the bar. Nowadays, there's a gap. It's so early to go in there for a pint. There's drink driving. Laws are much more stringent, I guess, than they probably were 30, 40 years ago. As Lamb is in again, and that's pushed into the offside by Root, and again there's no run. So they have to try and be inventive and to keep people in there. I know my club, for example, have just announced a whole raft of Saturday evening music events, acts being on in the clubhouse to try and keep people there, or get people to maybe go home and come back. Whereas they would never have needed to do that back in the day, and there was a great social feel between the two sides who played against each other, and teams would stay and patronise your bar. As in comes Lamb, and that's turned into the leg side by Root, and there's no run. I don't know if that's the same down in this neck of the woods in the Sussex Premier League, but I would guess it's probably not going to be vastly different across all those sorts of leagues around the country now. Just numbers are dwindling.
Yeah. Well, it's a really interesting point, and we'll get Lewis up again, and we'll have a chat about that and get people involved in the conversation, because it is a concern.
And still, ultimately, that's impacting on this game, isn't it? At some point, as Lamb is in again, that's cut aerially by Root, but it was safe. Nobody there back at a point. It's gone through third man for 4. But if you think Yorkshire's got hundreds of cricket clubs, and if there are less players playing the game, then that's at some point there's a direct link with how many players are available in that pool for Yorkshire to pick a side from, that then might go on and play at a higher level than that. And so it must run through the game that in all counties, if there are fewer players, there's less of a talent pool to choose from. Does that drive standards in the professional game down, because maybe players who might have been playing at some point are no longer participating? You're missing out on a few lads who've got talent, who go play some other sport or just do something else, lads and lasses.
Well, it's an interesting debate, Doige.
Here's Lamb in again, and Root just pushing at this one through to Simpson. End of the over. It is 101 for 4 now. Yorkshire with Root 32 and Wharton 21.
I promise I'll bring Charlie back in a minute. I've got to do this update. Thank you, Lewis. Great to see you. Lewis Hatchett, former Sussex Seaboy. Always lovely to talk to Lewis, and lots of interesting points as well. Mate, I'll move this chair out of the way. Charlie can go. I'll just literally do this update, and Charlie will be back on. Let's talk about this innings from Joe Root, who's he's having to battle away here. 32 in 49 deliveries, but it just he's weathering the storm, isn't he? And the fact is, he's still there, and I just wonder how much James Wharton gets out of being out there batting with Root in not easy conditions. A pitch that's doing a little bit against someone like Ollie Robinson.
Not easy conditions. We're now 28 overs in with this ball, so maybe that there's been a bit of an effect with that, but it all feels a bit like, I know George Hill bowled really well today and got 4 wickets, but partly enabled, if you like, by Ben Code being tight and asking questions at the other end, and so you've got double bubble. When Ollie Robinson's bowling, you know, it just feels like if you're on at the other end as well, you might mop up some of the wickets that maybe he's not taking, but still keeping it tight.
Hudson Prentice comes in, bowls to James Walton, who's forward, plays into the offside. There is no run. Talk about James Walton when he came out to bat, because I was looking at the batting order we discussed this morning, and it had Matthew Revis coming in at 6. So is that a bit of a change around, or were you surprised to see James coming out at number 6?
No, not surprised. I mean, he batted higher up the order when he's played previously. It just depends on who's available, doesn't it? So he might have batted at 4 maybe if Joe Root wasn't here. I think he might have batted at 3 at some points actually in the past.
In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls to Wharton, who's looking to clip that onto the outside, and he's given out. And just as we're talking about James Wharton, Finn Hudson Prentice picks up his wicket. It was right up in the block hole. He was looking to clip that one away through mid-wicket, strikes the pad, and be fair to umpire David Milnes, he took a long time to consider that, and I've got no problem with that. I think it's great to see an umpire really thinking about whether he should give the decision. He has given the decision, and the 15th wicket of the day goes down. Wharton is out for 21, Yorkshire 101 for 5.
Yeah, it sort of looked, it was somewhere there or thereabouts. I mean, we're a long way away from being straight on, as we've said numerous times today. Update time by the sound of things. Yeah,
got a couple of minutes, Doige, so don't worry too much. I was looking at that partnership actually. They came together when it was on 59. So they've added what, 42? That matches the highest partnership of the day actually.
Yeah, he was playing quite nice.
He was until we taught him. We've done that a couple of times.
One of those days. We've had a knack today about 4 times, I think. Now
yeah,
we've been
have.
Talking about somebody as they've disappeared.
Yeah,
back
we
to
have.
The changing room.
So, Hudson Prentice picks up the wicket. The sun has just it's a lot less sort of high-level cloud has drifted in actually to Hove in the last sort of half hour or so.
Yeah.
I mean, the forecast is for it to stay dry.
It's dropped a little cooler out there. I went out with the jumper on. It was still a little bit. You could still feel.
Funny enough, there's someone over there, as you say that, Doige, just someone putting on a sweatshirt over there. So quite interesting. The weather is meant to change overnight. Some rain in the southeast. Looking at the weather forecast, looks like it's clearing away by latish morning. So if we do get a later start tomorrow, it looks like we are going to get plenty of cricket. Famous last words. Right, I'll do this update in a moment. Do you mind if I take this over, Doige? Just and then I'm going to get out of your and Charlie's hair. 3 slips go down. Hudson Prentice in his 3rd over, and very good figures of 2 for 2. And he comes, bowls, and forward comes Johnny Tattersall. Plays into the offside, and there is no run. Making sure I get the pronunciation right for my friend from Yorkshire, Mr. Doige. Tom Clark is warming up. I wonder if we might see him bowl a spell of sort of medium pace. We shall see. Hudson Prentice. In and bowls, Tattersall plays it into the offside. And there is no run. 101 for 5, Root 32. Tattersall yet to score. I think looks like Tom Clark is going to bowl. He's doing some warming up exercises. Bowls sort of brisk medium pace, does Tom Clark. Hudson Prentice in again, bowls. Tattersall defends onto the onside, and there is no run. Just need to familiarise myself with what's going on in the other games. 15 wickets here, 15 wickets at the Oval as well. Worcestershire 64 for 5 in reply to Surrey's 213. As Hudson Prentice wanders back to his mark. Still the 3 slips in place. He's down the hill, over the wicket, bowls. Tattersall is very confidently forward, plays it down the offside of the track. Good over from Finn Hudson-Prentice, a wicket maiden. He's now bowled 3 overs, 2 maidens, and taken 2 for 2, has Finn Hudson-Prentice. Joe Root remains on 32, Yorkshire 101 for 5. Just to remind you, listening to cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC local radio stations across Yorkshire. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Jonathan Doige, soon to be joined by Charlie Reynolds. So we just do this cricket update. Yes, hello Leo. Well, 15 wickets have gone down here in the day. Sussex bowled out for just 150. James Cole's top scoring with 38, but in reply, Yorkshire also struggling. They're 101 for 5, but Joe Root is still there for Yorkshire, and he looks in ominously good form. He's on 32. A couple of wickets for Finn Hudson-Prentice and 2 for Sean Hunt in his first appearance of the season. So 15 wickets here, and 15 wickets also at the Oval, where Surrey were bowled out for 213, 84 there from Dan Lawrence. In reply, Worcestershire 65 for 5, 3 wickets for Dan Worrell. Not so many wickets though down at Taunton, where Somerset are piling on the runs against Kent. They're 398 for 5. A century there for Tom Banton. He made 133. James Rue is still there. He's on 113. Couple of wickets there for Grant Stewart.
And so we have from this C end of the ground, Tom Clark bowling to Joe Root. Good afternoon to Yorkshire lad. Greetings from the mountains of central Turkey, he says. More in a moment, because in comes Clark, right arm over the wicket, and Root takes that up on his tiptoes and just punts it out square on the offside for a single. So mountains of central Turkey, Yorkshire lad. 28 degrees Celsius and rather clammy here. Enjoying the comms and audio from home and hoping not to see Tats bat tonight. Well, he's about to face his first Tom Clark delivery here. He's already faced 4, as I'm sure you're aware. Yorkshire lad, 102 for 5. Yorkshire lad, chairman, president, and every possible administrative position in the Jonathan Tattersall fan club, as he receives the ball just short of length and tries to turn it into the leg side, pushes it back down the pitch to the bowler. Depressed Sargalout says, one reason I prefer Scarbados to Headingley, I always get annoyed when I see kids playing behind the stands in the breaks at Leeds. They should be on the outfield. And also follows up by saying that was the right decision with regard to James Wharton, and yes, the umpire was right to have a think first. At Sporting Lives 1 or BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com if you want to get in touch. As Tattersall deals with another straight delivery and drops that into the pitch in front of him. Yorkshire then, having won the toss this morning and taken what they thought was an advantageous position of bowling first, going through Sussex for 150, still at the moment are 48 runs behind here with just the 5 first innings wickets remaining. Has that gamble, if you like, will it pay off? Ball short of length from Clark, and that spits a little bit on Tattersall, who has to jerk the head back to get it out of the way. A few words and a bit of gardening from Joe Root.
Well, we're seeing a lot of bounce throughout the game. If even Tom Clark's managing to get some steep carry through to the keeper.
Yeah, even you and I might manage to get a bit of carry on this one. Here's Clark again, and Tattersall offering to play it that, but then pulling the bat inside curtain rail style. 8 balls faced without a run yet so far for him. Yorkshire 102 for 5, the over 8 -2. Still 19 overs remaining in the day's play. They should have been finishing in 19 minutes time. Hudson-Prentice 2 for 2 from 3, and Clark 1 over, 1 maiden.
Well, I guess there's been a lot of time of batsmen walking in and out of the pavilion. Slowed things down a little bit, with 15 wickets falling already today. It's going to be Hudson-Prentice to continue from the Cromwell Road end. He's got the enviable figures of 2 for 2 with 2 maidens from 3 overs as he runs in now. 3 slips. Root takes a stride down the pitch and drives that sumptuously through the offside. It's going to race away to 4, square of the wicket, and pollops over the rope. And Joe Root moves to 37. That was a lovely shot. And it's definitely been a tactic from the England man to just come down the pitch a bit. I think we've seen that throughout his innings.
And interesting that good players will attract supporters. So Harmsy was saying this morning that Joe Root playing might put a few more on the gate. And as I went for another lap round when I was off air, just caught a couple of Sussex supporters. I only know that because they have the shirts on, a couple of replica shirts, and one saying to the other, "Oh, you're here, eh?" "Oh yeah." So Root was batting. I thought, I've finished work, I'm going to dash up there and watch the last couple of hours.
As Hudson Prentice comes in now, and that one is defended by Root, and there's no run.
It didn't sound Yorkshire when he said it, I've got to say. He said it in a Sussexian accent, or whatever you say around here. Brightonian, Hovian.
Yeah, there's always. Well, you want to be there to say, oh, I saw Joe Root down at Hove. As Hudson Prentice comes in now, bowls to Root, who again advances down the pitch. This time clips it off his pads. There is a man back there at fine legs. It'll only be a single, but that tactic from Root continues. He's going to come down the pitch and try and negate any movement.
38, he's matched the highest score of the match so far, that of James Cole's early in the day. Took James 86 deliveries. And Joe, well, he's no slouch, 54.
As Hudson Prentice comes in now, and that's carved away nicely into the offside by Tattersall. It's going to run away for 4, I think, just. In fact, no, it's just hauled in at the boundary's edge, but they come back for 3. That one played very nicely, driven squarely by Tattersall, who's off the mark with 3.
Yeah, just short of length, back of length on it from Finn Hudson Prentice. Nicely played. He just lays his bat on those. Johnny Tattersall, elegant looking player when he plays that shot, or when he plays most shots, to be fair.
Wicket keepers often seem to be very good square of the wicket. There's Hudson Prentice comes in now, bowls, and Root onto the back foot, just plops it down into the offside, and they scamper through for a single. Good running there from Root. He's always busy at the crease.
Yeah, moves into pole position on the individual scores basis. So this is what I was saying earlier on in the day, really. You want your big players, when batting conditions are difficult, you want your big players with the bat to stand up, and he's doing that.
It'll be Hudson Prentice now to bowl the last ball of the over to Johnny Tattersall. That one's wide of the off stump, left well alone by the Yorkshire keeper, and there's no run. That'll be the end of the over. The score's 1-1-1 for 5, with Root on 39 and Tattersall on 3.
2 for 11 now for Hudson Prentice from 4 overs, 2 of which have been maidens.
His figures have taken a battering after that over, but still fairly impressive nonetheless.
A bit of movement around in the crowd. What are we at? 5:45. 1 or 2 people probably thinking, should I or shouldn't I go home for the tea? It's Friday evening. 1 or 2 people probably got nights out planned, but there's going to be some purists who are going to be here till the final delivery of the day. Here's Clark. Still plenty of cricket left in the day, and Clark bowling to Root there, who flicked it off his legs. And one of the features of this pair, if they do bat together for any length of time, that you'll see is they are very good at picking up their 1s and 2s. Johnny Tattersall, just about the quickest player in the team between the stumps, and Joe, it's the way, as soon as he's played the shot, he's already there, those first 2 or 3 strides, almost halfway down to the other end, if you like. And he's just dropped another one out square on the offside. The sweeper is out there, but it's an easy one.
Yeah, it's part of what's made him such a good one-day player, I think, is that he's just able to always keep that scoreboard ticking over, and in a low-scoring game like this, that's going to be vital for Yorkshire.
Yeah, something that he absolutely excels at. Tattersall then on strike, 3 slips waiting still, and Tattersall on 3. And here is Clark again. This time he gets one around about the hip, and saying again, if he bats any length of time, you'll see he's very strong square of the wicket, as we just seen there. Flicked it off the hip nicely. Picked up one. Very much a touch player. 4 from 11 for JT. 115 for 5. From 59 for 4. They'll feel a bit better about life, but still 35 runs behind the score that they bowled Sussex out for. As Clark is in and Root just pushing into the offside. There's no run, no one. You would think, having made that decision to bowl first, they'll want to come up off the back of first innings with what they would consider to be a healthy lead, and given the low scoring nature of the match so far, you would think anything sort of north of 50 in the first instance might be just a worthwhile lead. Both sides have lost a few wickets before they've got to that stage, and so you'd be in the ascendancy as Root is solidly behind it, pushed back to the bowler Clark. There's no run, and with the game moving on at such pace, Charlie, of course it's not feeling like we're going to get anywhere near a wearing pitch later on, so you wouldn't imagine it's going to change a whole lot over the course of whatever time the match takes to come to a conclusion. Clark is in, beautiful shot by Root, just offering him a little bit too much width. He's not been able to latch onto a whole lot since he's been out there, Joe Root, but he certainly latched onto that, and a beautiful push through the covers for 4. 46 from 60 to him, 119 for 5 Yorkshire, and 17 overs remaining in the day.
Yeah, lovely stuff from Joe Root. He's looked a class above all the batsmen on display here today, and well, with him still at the crease, Yorkshire will be optimistic of getting a lead, I think, but perhaps optimistic in Yorkshire cricket fandom isn't a pairing of words that we hear all that often. You'd be better placed to talk about that though, Deutsche.
About what, sorry?
About pessimism and Yorkshire cricket.
Pessimism?
And more optimism, and rather, and as Hudson Prentice comes in now, and that's played very nicely backward of square by Tattersall. It's fielded by Pujara, and they scamper through for a single. He just guided that wide of the slip cordon.
There'll always be a degree of optimism when you have a player like Joe Root out in the middle batting for you, won't there? You've got to be on the optimistic side.
Yeah, and as you were saying, I think a lead of, well, if Yorkshire were to get to 200, at least that's, the lead of 50 is sort of a psychological, well, we saw how difficult it's been for teams to get to 50. As Hudson Prentice comes in now, bowls to Tassel, who's slightly squared up by that one. It dribbles away off the outside of his edge, but it's safely along the floor.
I think, you know, if you bowl somebody out for 150, you're really looking for a significantly bigger lead than that.
Yeah.
But in the context of the game, when you get to 59 for 4, then you've got to reset, and you think, well, okay, from here, first of all, we need to get in front. That's the first job, and see where we're at then. If you can get something like 50 on, just gives us a little bit of rope to play with before they're in credit.
As Hudson Prentice comes in now, bowls, and Tattersall takes a stride down the pitch and just defends it back to the bowler. Yeah, well, I mean, and also with Joe Root looking good at the crease and on the back of, is it back-to-back hundreds we've seen from Root in the last 2 games? He's certainly a man in form and a man with exceptional talent, so if anyone can sort of rescue the situation for Yorkshire, it is Root. As Hudson Prentice comes in now and bowls, and that's clipped off his hip by Tattersall, but there is a man there and there's no run.
Yeah, Joe got 119 in the first innings against Derbyshire.
And 156 against
156 against Glamorgan, yeah, in the first innings of that one.
So he's not short of form, you would say. As Hudson Prentice comes in now to Tattersall, who's struck on the pads, but there's only a half-hearted, not even really an appeal, just a cry of excitement from the men behind the stumps.
He's
There's no
ticking along okay, I think it's...
Yeah. An average of 60 from 4 games is always nice. As Hudson Prentice comes in now for the last ball of the over to Tattersall, who's forward very solidly in defence. That one's fielded by the bowler, and there is no run. That's the end of the over. Yorkshire at 121 for 5.
I think one of the things about Joe is just taking his helmet off and maybe asking for, I think, another pair of gloves and a drink at this moment in time, is that he does, I suppose everybody at this level should do it, and that is that expression of just play cricket, play to the situation that the game demands. And he's been criticised at times, hasn't he, in his England career for playing shots that people thought he was better than. Certainly in recent times during the Bazball era, and sometimes in the past when he had that period, didn't he, where he was between 50 and 100, he was getting out and people were saying he's not converting. So he's had his critics over the years at various points, but I don't think they ever last for very long.
No.
Because he's so good at coming back from those sorts of things, at sort of resetting, at thinking about his own game. And you know, one of those players where if you happen to play him on the end of a bad drop, probably be sort of slightly, or at least as worried as you are if you're playing him when he's on a good drop, because something to prove, and the way he goes about his business, it is really an education to watch him. And he's just opened the face and run one out to the man at backward point off the first ball of Tom Clark's over.
Well, yeah, he's never really been on that much of a bad trot throughout his career. I mean, if the worst thing that can be said about you is that you failed to score as many hundreds as you should from getting to 50, that's not a bad luxury to have, I guess.
No, dot ball as Clark pushed one wide of off stump and Tattersall left. I think the mark of, you know, absolute top draw players like Joe are that everybody plays a silly shot. Everybody plays shots they don't want to play in their careers as batters, but they just play fewer of them and they learn quicker from the mistakes, certainly, I think. And that's why they've got such good records. Clark in again. Tattersall was trying to flick that off his legs into the sort of mid-wicket region, and he's come up with 4 backward of point. So those of you who can't see it, make of that what you will. But it was an outside edge. It was along the deck all the way. It wasn't an opportunity for a catch. He'll take it. He's on to 10. Run scoring difficult. You've got to take every little bit of luck that you are afforded by the opposition. 126 for 5, so 24 behind Yorkshire, and they'll feel much better once they get into the ascendancy, if they do indeed get into the ascendancy on the scoreboard on first innings. Clark in again, and Tattersall this time is able to work it off his legs. There's a sweeper set back square on the leg side, and he picks up another 1. So maybe Tom Clark has asked for a bit of protection. Maybe John Simpson has just given him some protection.
It's been interesting as well with Root that he's almost immediately, when he came out to bat, started coming down the wicket to bowlers.
Clark in again. Root punches this one. Beautiful full face of the blade, but there is a man positioned at short extra cover there.
And we saw that, you know, when Wharton was having success also with trying to come down the pitch to the Sussex attack, so clearly he's passing on advice that's been useful for Yorkshire's batters out there.
Root waits, and in comes Clark again. It's wide of off stump, and Root picks him off for 4 backward of point. Beautiful shot, just leaning towards the leg side, right over the top of it, runs it through third man and raises his bat once again. 51 from 63 deliveries, 114 minutes and 7 fours. And what I said a little while earlier, that you want your big players to stand up when it comes to difficult situations out there. That is why he's got nearly 12,000 test runs. It was, or it is, his 46th. It's not, it's his 82nd first class 50 to go with 45 hundreds that he's made already. So probably all feels a little bit routine to him, but he's working really hard for his team here, and he's getting them closer to parity on the board. 51 to Root.
As Hudson Prentice is defended by Tattle back down the pitch to the man at mid-on, and there's no run. Yeah, such a lovely shot that from Root, but I imagine one of the more frustrating ones to face as a bowler, just being dabbed effortlessly
That's easy
down
for
to
you
third
to
man,
say.
as I seem to not very effortlessly say that. Hudson Prentice in again. Tattle takes a stride down the pitch and then works it nicely off his pads. They're going to just run a single in the end. They looked for two, but it was hauled in well enough by the fielder, and they have to settle for a single.
Nicely played. Dallas on to a dozen. 132 for 5. I'm going to have to disappear in about 3 or 4 minutes to do a quick BBC Radio Leeds update in the box next door.
As Hudson Prentice runs in now to Root, who pushes at that one lane, plays and misses, and it goes through to the keeper. That one not as secure a shot from Root, although very little excitement from behind the wicket that suggests it probably wasn't all that close to the outside edge of the bat. Two slips in and a gully for Root as Hudson Prentice turns, runs in now past the umpire bowls. Root takes a couple of steps down the pitch and just pushes that forward into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, and it's not easy as a bowler when a batter comes at you like that. Just a stride, maybe stride and a half. You know, in the moment when he sets off, you've got to think about where you're going to put that ball. Do you feed him the same delivery, which therefore ends up becoming feel like a half volley? How can you make that adjustment so quickly?
As Hudson Prentice bowls now to Root, who this time stays in the crease and just guides it wide of the man at gully. They amble through for a single. It's fielded by Pujara in the deep, and the score moves to 133 for 5.
And he must be feeling pretty good out there. I know he did it right from the start, but now he's almost like he's playing mind games with the bowler. You know, one ball I'll come down the pitch,
Yeah.
but the next one I won't.
Well, and he's so
will
good
that
at
upset you in terms of line and length?
he's so good at guiding the ball, behind the stumps, that late cut, that he can just sort of play that shot with ease. So you can't really, he'll come forward down the pitch, or he'll just stay back and guide it wide of the slips as the man comes into third slip now for Tattle. But it's defended smartly enough out into the offside, and there's no run. That'll end the over. The score remains 133 for 5.
I'll just pop out for a few minutes. Back soon.
Jonathan leaves us. Good time to have a look at some of the scores around the country. Is Warwickshire against Essex, they're 288 for 6. Going slightly better are Lancashire, who made 308 for 303 for 8 against Durham. Just the 1 wicket for, in fact, the 2 wickets for Ben Stokes on his first appearance of the season. Nottinghamshire have made 178 for 8 wickets, tumbling at Trent Bridge, while Clark comes in now, bowls to Root, who drives that smartly, but straight to Pujara mid-off. Meanwhile, Somerset have racked up 424 for 6 against Kent, and in a match where wickets have fallen almost as regularly as they have here, Surrey 213 all out, but in response Worcestershire only 94 for 5. So although Surrey started poorly, they've come roaring back as Clark bowls to Root, who just effortlessly dabs that into the offside, and they run through for a single. The score moves to 134 for 5. Meanwhile, in Division 2, Northants are 275 for 5 against Derbyshire. And Glamorgan, having been bowled out for just 183, face Middlesex, who have 43 for naught in response in their first innings. So Middlesex going well there. As Clark comes in now, bowls, and that's tucked away nicely by Tattersall. He gets it very fine, in fact, and it's going to run away before the umpire, in fact, signals leg by. So just clipped off the pads, literally, by Tattersall. The score moves to 138 for 5. Yorkshire stringing together a nice partnership here in this low-scoring affair. Meanwhile, at Leicestershire, Gloucestershire have amassed 374 for just 2 wickets, with an inordinate amount of extras bowled by Leicestershire. And Clark runs in again past the umpire. Tattersall takes a stride down the pitch with a big appeal, but I think it was only really half-hearted, as Tattersall rather took a good stride down the pitch. He was never really going to be given out. But he's still probing away, and a sign that although Joe Root's been batting very well out there, there's still plenty in it for the bowlers. Clark, it is from the C end, running in now, bowls, and that's defended smartly off the back foot by Tattersall. It dribbles to the man at mid-on, and there's no run. Still a healthy smattering of fans in currently. Why wouldn't you be when Joe Root's going well, even for Sussex supporters? It must be enjoyable to see the England man strutting his stuff out there as Clark comes in for the final ball of the over, and that one's wide of the off stump and left well alone by Tattersall. The score Yorkshire have is 138 for 5. Joe Root, the standout man, on 53 from just 68 balls, but he's being ably supported by his wicketkeeper, Johnny Tattersall, who's made a solid 12. 2 wickets each for Hunt and Hudson Prentice, with Ollie Robinson picking up the other one. Robinson perhaps a little unlucky not to get more. He bowled with menace, coming down the hill from the Cromwell Road end, and looks to be finding some form, which will please both Sussex and England fans, one would imagine. It will be Hudson Prentice to continue, though, from the Cromwell Road end. He's bowling now to Root, who takes a couple of strides down the pitch and drives it very straight, but it's cut off by the man running round from mid-on, and there's no run. 2 slips in, a gully, a man at deep point, a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, and a man at mid-wicket. As Hudson Prentice runs towards us now from the Cromwell Road end. He's in, he bowls. That one left alone by Root outside of the stump. He gets his arms and bat well out of the way, which is fortunate because there was still seeing a lot of steep bounce through to the keeper, even at this late stage in the day. Root takes a couple of steps down the pitch and prods at it accusingly, just trying to make sure there's no more extra bounce. As Hudson Prentice comes in now, bowls to Root, who drives expansively. That's brilliantly stopped, in fact, in the covers by Pujara. That one looked like it was 4 the moment it left the bat, but Pujara got down very smartly and saved that one. It's a lovely shot from Root, but he'll get no runs for it. Brilliant from Pujara. Still life in the old dog yet, as Hudson Prentice gets to the top of his mark, takes a couple of little steps and then scurries in now past the umpire. Root takes a few strides down the pitch and then just effortlessly dabs it wide of the man at gully, and they scamper through for a couple. That's just vintage Joe Root. We've seen him access that area of the field with ease all day. He moves to 55. Yorkshire 145, just 10 runs now behind Sussex's effort in the first innings. So this is becoming a very useful partnership for Yorkshire in what has been a very low-scoring day. As Hudson Prentice comes in now, and that one's pushed forward into the offside by Root in defence. There's no run. Root once again just down the wicket, prodding at the spot where the ball landed. He's back now in the crease, just scanning the field as the man at deep point comes into a more conventional backward point. Perhaps trying to ensure Root doesn't get a single off this. The last ball of the over as Root strides down the wicket and just clips that off his pad. He doesn't quite time it, in fact, and they just have to settle for 2. Some smart fielding backing up as that one threatened to run away for overthrows, but it's fielded well enough in the end, and that's the end of the over. Yorkshire 142 for 5, just 8 behind now. Root on 57, Johnny Tattersall on 12. 12 overs remaining in the day. And it looks as if we might get a change of bowling at the C end. Yeah, we are going to see Tom Haynes for the first time today as we welcome Adrian back.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to jump. I'm a little bit surprised. I thought they might have turned to maybe a little bit of spin just to see, but I guess with the seamers having taken all the wickets today, this is almost a masterclass, isn't it, by Joe Root? It's just been, tremendous to watch, and it's the way he just works the ball around the field. Charlie, that is so impressive. Mixed with your lovely cover drive, but on a day when batting has been so difficult or has looked difficult, he's just looked in a league of his own, to be perfectly honest.
Well, and he scored almost, it feels like most of his runs in that area wide of the slip cord and down towards third man, which sort of feels like cheating almost.
Well, in comes Haynes and bowls to Tattersall, who's forward, plays it down the track. And that's interesting you say that. I was just popped upstairs to watch outside for 10 minutes. And the gentleman came up to me and he said, why haven't Sussex got a third man in place? He said, the amount of runs that Root has got down to third man. Oh, that's interesting. It's probably a fair point.
Well, I guess we've seen the majority of the wickets have come off the edge of the bat, so you feel that perhaps...
Haynes in again, bowls. Tattersall right in behind that, plays it to point. There is no run.
It's offering it's trying to lure Joe Root into edging at one, but he's so proficient at that shot that it I don't know, the risk reward almost with Root, you have to not necessarily treat him the same as other batsmen, because that doesn't feel like a gamble worth taking in a way.
No, you're quite right. Haynes driven away by Tattersall. That's a good looking shot. He's going to get one, well, I think about 2, but it's fielded up there by Hudson Prentice, who gets in the throw. Notice Ollie Robinson is off the field at the moment. James Coles is back on. Actually, someone else is off, because I can see Ollie Carter's on. James Coles in there at mid-wicket. I think that's Ari Cavalis, or is it Jack Carson who's at backward point? Well, certainly, I think it's Ollie Robinson who's off anyway.
Is Hunt out there? Or?
Yeah, I think Hunt's all the way down there at deep backward square. In comes Haynes, bowls. Oh, and a bit of extra nip there to Joe Root, who was struck on the thigh pad. He's deceptive, Tom Haynes. He's one of these bowlers who's always sort of at the batter, and the ball dribbles away on the leg side.
He's surprised not to see Hunt back in the attack.
So he's picked up a couple of wickets, hasn't he?
Lively early on.
Yorkshire now just 7 behind. Haynes again, and Root turns this down to find just this ability to pick up the ones and just keep the scoreboard ticking over.
Yeah, well, he's those couple of the fact that he's been able to constantly just take a couple of steps down the pitch has really it's almost been like a sort of cheat code, you feel like, because he either takes a couple of steps down the pitch or he just stays back in the crease and dabs it down to third man. And
Haynes in again, bowls, and Tattersall plays at that point. Tidy enough from Tom Haynes, just the 2 runs coming off of the over. Yorkshire 144 for 5, Root on 58, Tattersall on 13. Live cricket here on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC local radio stations around Yorkshire. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Charlie Reynolds, Jonathan Doige. We'll be back with us shortly. Thanks for all your emails and texts throughout the day. Been good to hear from everybody. We've still got another 11 overs, so we haven't got a dinner appointment tonight, Charlie, because this is looking like a...
the only plan I have is to meet up with someone who I believe is here watching the cricket. So
oh, excellent. You're meeting a friend? Or?
Yeah, so it shouldn't be...
oh, brilliant. Are you off for something to eat, or...?
Yeah, I hope so. I think that,
oh, good.
A bit of both.
Lovely.
As Hudson Prentice continues from the Cromwell Road end, and that one's beats Root outside the off stump, who's got Simpson standing up to the stumps. I was interested to discover that I can't really say Cromwell Road end. It's harder than you might imagine. I'm going to have to go home and practice that all evening.
It's different with different words. I spent probably a season getting Cheteshwar, and I kept getting that wrong.
As
Cheteshwar.
Hudson Prentice comes in now to Root, who's forced onto the back foot, and he defends that one. He made that look as if it kept a little low. I don't know whether he just misjudged it or something, but he's not going to be allowed to come down the pitch now with Simpson standing up to the wicket. Wicket keepers love doing that, don't they?
Yeah, I have to say, I'd love to see keepers standing up to the stumps. I think it's the real art of a keeper.
As Hudson Prentice runs in again to Root, who's just whips that very nicely off his pads. There's a man down there at fine leg, but he does just about haul it in.
And he landed.
But it was timed so nicely that for a moment it looked as if it might beat the fielder. In the end, they run a couple. Yorkshire moved to 146 for 5. Joe Root has 60 of those. He's quite comfortably the leading scorer in the match.
Just a class act, isn't he? I mean, you're batting on a pitch that's proven difficult for everybody else.
As Hudson Prentice comes in now to Root, who's back in the crease and just pushes that away in defence, and it's picked up by Pujara in the covers. There's no run.
Just thought a couple in this over, it just kept a little low. Perhaps
yeah, a couple in this over seem to have...
Haven't they? Yeah.
I don't know whether... I mean, it's... Certainly the way Root played them, they looked as if they kept a bit low.
Yeah.
There was some quite sort of slightly theatrical defending from Root as Hudson Prentice runs in again now to Root, who tries to drive that into the offside, but it takes something of the bottom of the bat and just dribbles away safely enough, though, into the leg side, and there's no run. Root rehearses the shot he wanted to play.
With himself, isn't he?
Yeah, is that perhaps more signs that maybe the bounce hasn't been quite what Root was expecting?
Quite possibly.
As Hudson Prentice comes in now for the last ball of the over to Root, who drives that one smartly. It's going to be wide of the man at cover, in between him and the man at mid-off, who runs in and eventually tracks it down before it reaches the boundary. So just the couple run. Joe Root moves to 62. Yorkshire have 148 for 5.
I'm going to pass the headphones on to Doige.
Oh. No, those are your ones. So.
We got there eventually. Sorry. I'll stop interfering. So, we have... who do we have? We have Tom Haynes bowling from the C end, 1 over for 2 thus far. Bowling to Tattersall here with Simpson standing up, 2 slips in place, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, And then a man at deep backward square leg. First delivery is turned into the leg side. Fielded at mid-wicket, quite close in as well, no run. Talking about the class of Joe Root, there's an innings that always sticks out at Glamorgan back in the Bob Willis Trophy days. It ended up in a draw, so it kind of mattered not, but it could have been a defeat had he not played as well as he did. Glamorgan all out for 149 first innings, just got the scorecard up here. As in comes Haynes again, and then he's turned backward of square leg by Tattersall for a single. He's on to 149 for 5. And Yorkshire basically at 6s and 7s with the bats. None for 1, 6 for 2, 10 for 3, 36 for 4. That's Lyth, Kohler, Cowmore, Balance and Brook all gone. With 36 on the board, that was all. And Joe batted for 199 balls for 99 as he's pushing forward to this Haynes delivery. Slight inside contact on it, row run. But take out his 99, they're gone for a lead for Glamorgan, and possibly then it ends up being a result for Glamorgan. As it turns out, pitch, as often happens at Cardiff, got to be easier to bat on second innings. But nobody's still eclipsed him in the match. Kieran Carlson made 88 not out before, after a few interruptions for rain, it was, I think, abandoned. As Root drops one out into the offside and picks up a single, and they are level. 150 for the loss of 5 wickets. And just that's the sort of innings I'm talking about in terms of his quality. Yeah, he didn't manage to complete the 100. Dan Douthwaite bowled him. I think he clipped one onto his stumps, from what I can remember, trying to run it down to the third man. That's what you want from your star players when it's tough. And the everyday county players are finding it, so you want them to stand up. Tattersall just pushed one back then to Haynes. Johnny Tattersall, no stranger to a big score, 180 at Scarborough a couple of seasons ago. Flexes at the knee as he waits for Haynes to come in, and he cuts this one, but unfortunately for him, straight to point. And there is no run.
Well, it looks like Yorkshire might have read Adrian. Immediately clipped off his pads by Joe Root. They just settled for a single in the end. There was some hesitation about whether to run a second, but wisely in the end they just settled for one.
Of course, said newspaper editor took it as a compliment, and that it was a great PR exercise for his publication.
Well, that's all that matters. Yorkshire now into the lead for the first time in the game, as Hunt will run in to Tattersall. 3 slips in, that one's worked away into the leg side by Tattersall. I think it's going to be signalled leg byes. It is indeed. One more to the total. Well, Yorkshire would dearly love to get through to the close without losing any more wickets here. Come out tomorrow and start building this lead. As Hunt receives the ball at the top of his mark, he's ready to run in. It's not a long run up. He's in now, bowls, and that one's worked once again by Joe Root, wide of the slips, down to the third man area. There is a man at a kind of wide third man, Carson, who runs around and does the fielding, so it's just a couple, but Joe Root scored runs for fun down there today. Carson got a lot of ground to cover, I guess, really, with Root picking off that area with ease. As Hunt pauses briefly at the top of his mark before running in now to Root, who bowls. That one's worked into the leg side by Root. It's just going to be a single. Score moves to 155 for 5.
Jack, well, possibly the second famous, well-known Carson to come from outside the county, but make his name in it. The other one being... No, from outside Sussex, but to make his name kind of in the county.
As Hunt comes in now, bowls, and that one's left well alone by Tattersall. I'm lost.
He rode for many years for John Dunlop at Arundel.
Willie Cuss.
And Henbit, Troy 79, Henbit 1980.
Little before,
Nashwan.
Little before my time, so I can be...
89. He might have won more. Certainly won 3.
As Hunt comes in now, bowls to Tattle, who gets in on the act of accessing third man. He carves that away very nicely into the offside. He's going to pick up 4. And there was nothing that Carson could do down there. He had some ground to cover and the ball raced away before he could cut it off. So Tattle moves to 18. Yorkshire 159 for 5 at the end of the over.
I think he also won it on air harb. Let's just check how many he did actually win. Yep, 4 derbies, there you go. Troy, the 79 derby, that's back in, well, yeah, easily back in the days when they still used to run it on the first Wednesday in June rather than Saturdays like these days. And I can just remember a toilet roll. Is he taking the leads coming down the home straight, just off the Tattenham corner? Somebody chucked a toilet roll on and it got stuck round one of the jockeys' necks or whatever. I don't know if that was a reflection on that punter's thoughts on the jockey. Good delivery here, the big appeal, and that is the end of Joe Root. Anchored at the crease, and Tom Haynes will treasure that wicket because he's just seen the back of the former England captain for a very good 67, just as he helped to steer his team into an advantage of 9 runs here. He'll be disappointed coming relatively close to the end of the day's play. Haven't got the pictures to see it back on a replay, unfortunately. I've got an email up
a
on
nice
screen.
view of Adrian's emails, though. So. Well, a vital blow for Sussex there. That was, you know, they were looking a little bit ominous for the home side with Joe Root in such fantastic touch and this being such a low-scoring game, but the perhaps unlikely figure of Tom Haynes coming up with a crucial wicket, and suddenly Yorkshire only 9 runs ahead with 4 wickets remaining. It's funny how, well, it's not that funny, I suppose. Joe Root's one of the best batsmen this country's ever produced, so of course his wicket's going to have a huge impact on how we view the position of these two sides, but it does look mightily different with Joe Root back in the pavilion.
I don't know if it's just my eyes deceiving me, but there's something about it. We only saw it once from a strange angle. It felt like it, for probably the only time today, it might have kept just on the lower side,
yeah, we've
than
seen
we'd expected.
A few as the days, well, in the last 10-15 minutes probably have kept a bit low, so perhaps signs of some variable bounce.
I was listening, honestly, Charles. So, new man at the crease, a man who's got a couple of first-class tons to his name, Matthew Revis. Not easy. The pressure on, the wicket just fallen, but it successfully deals with the first delivery that he'd received. So Yorkshire's wickets have fallen at the following points so far: 1 over and 5 balls. The last ball of the 8th over. Shan Masood was out the 4th ball of the 11th. As Haynes is in again. Rev is solid in defence. Then the 5th ball of over number 17, that was the one that prompted them to take tea when George Hill was out. The partnership lasted pretty much 12 overs, 11 and a half, 28.2 when James Wharton went, and around about the same again for that partnership, which was 58 between Joe Root and Johnny Tattersall. 41 overs and 1 ball as this latest delivery, just wide of off stump. And Revis watching it through into the gloves of Simpson. Any 50 partnership in a game like this is worth its weight, isn't it?
Yeah. Yorkshire with the... Well, they've got a reasonably long batting lineup, you would say.
Yep, Haynes in again, it's wide of off stump and Revis leaves. Yeah, they have. As I say, if Matthew Revis can come up with a couple of first-class tons and he's going in at number 8 here, you know you've got a pretty handy batting lineup. We're into the tail next with Ben Code, Jordan Thompson and Dominic Leach. Not quite sure which way around that will go in terms of order. Probably Dom Leach at 11, but I would imagine Tomo and Ben Code will be having a chat about who's the best and who should be going at 9 as Revis turns that final ball of the over into the leg side. So well bowled Tom Haynes, a wicket he will not forget. No. Joe Root, 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 4 for him.
I just wondered if Jack, who's operating the camera, whether we might see a replay of the Tom Haynes, of the Joe Root dismissal.
No, let's see your emails.
No, you don't, that was open media, that was. I was about to write my copy for the morning.
Okay. I've got to do that myself.
Yeah. But actually, this is the first time we've linked it up from laptop to screen, so I don't know what I'm doing really, but anyway, I've managed to get the cricket back on. So I don't know whether Jack's able to show a replay of Joe Root's dismissal, if I'm sure he's listening. 16 wickets in the day. We are going to get still Sean Hunt from the Cromwell Road end. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 47. In he comes, bowls, clipped away by Tattersall, who's playing very nicely here, clips it wide of mid-wicket, picks up a couple of runs. Just Tattersall, and all these runs are going to be important now. 16 wickets in the day. Speaking to some people upstairs, and people talking about the weather forecast for tomorrow, which I think is not great in the morning, but I think we're going to get plenty of cricket in the afternoon. Which is good news. This ground does drain very quickly as well, so. And then Sunday is very good.
Apart from last year.
Oh yeah, well it hosed down, didn't it? In comes Hunt, bowls, good shot by Tattersall. That's going to be 4 runs. Too much width really. And I wonder whether Jack Carlson just took a bit of the pace off the ball there at backward point, and he's chased the ball down. Well done, Jack, and has prevented the ball going for a boundary. So good shot there by Tattersall. Too much width. And he rather helped himself through backward point. He goes to 23, 164 for 6. Charlie was saying he's out in Hove tonight, so we'll have to keep an eye out for him, Doiji.
Tell you what, there'll be televisions being thrown through windows, guitars smashed away. There's a festival on, isn't there? The Fringe or whatever.
Oh, is there?
I bumped into somebody from Leeds who I know this morning at breakfast, and she said, you'll be here for the cricket, were you? I said, yeah. What are you doing here? She said, my daughter's playing at the Fringe.
Oh, cool.
So there's all sorts going on. Yeah, I walked. I'll tell you more in a sec.
Hunt from the Cromwell Road end in and bowls, and defended by Revis into the offside, no run.
As I was walking around the town centre last night, just thinking about somewhere to eat and all the rest of it, and just having a stroll, stretch the legs after a lengthy train trip, I happened past a pub where there was some seriously loud music blaring out. It was a band playing somewhere in the depths. Couldn't actually see them, but there were lots of sort of beard stroking, black t-shirt wearing types sitting outside.
Here comes Hunt, bowls, Revis lets that go, taken by Simpson, no run.
And I thought, I looked at what I had on and I thought I just felt totally inappropriately dressed in a pair of jeans and trainers. When, yeah, nothing that I was wearing was black.
Changing the field here, Jack Castle's gone back to a wide-ish, almost a third man, almost deep backward point really.
Music sounded a bit dark as well.
Hunt in, bowls to Revis, who's forward, plays into the offside. And there is no run. I'm just getting a call from the studio. Do you mind taking over, Dodgy?
Not a problem. As Matthew Revis does a spot of gardening. What have we got left? 6 overs and a ball. So we're going to be here till the thick end of 7 o'clock. The seagull decibel level has increased in recent moments.
Hunt in bowls and Revis drives to mid-on. There is no run. 4 dot balls to finish the over from Sean Hunt, who has now bowled 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 52. Yorkshire 164 for 6. Lead by 16 here on BBC Radio Sussex. Various radio stations around York. Adrian Harms, Charlie Reynolds, Jonathan Doyes, your commentary team here today. If you just joined us, it's been a busy day. Sussex bowled out for 150, having been put in this morning by Shan Masood. 4 wickets for the excellent George Hill, 3 for Ben Code, 2 for Jordan Thompson, and 1 for Dom Leach. Sussex top scorer James Coles, who made 38. Opening partnership of 42 between Haynes and Clark, but Sussex from 42 for without loss, all out for 150.
Yep, here's Haynes bowling to Tattersall, who works it nicely off his legs.
Good shot,
Hunt round to field. And they get back for a quick 2. Tattersall on to 25, very useful 25, 166 for 6, and it might not seem many, isn't many, but still 16 in front, and if they can get it right with a new ball second time around, who knows, that might be enough to take a wicket or 2. And they still have 4 wickets remaining. It could be interesting if Ben Code and Jordan Thompson, maybe Dom Leach as well, comes in and tees off. It'd probably be something like that from one of them, you would think.
Yeah.
And, with a streak of luck or 2, a quick 20 odd, just changes the feel of the contest. Man's been brought in at a sort of leg gully as Haynes is in, and Tattersall just decides, well, okay, if you're going to bowl it there, I'll play it a bit squarer then. Picks up another 1. Sun behind cloud at this moment in time.
Who's your interview going to be tonight, Georgie?
If he'll consent to do it, which he's never refused before, George Hill, I think, with his 4 for 22.
Yeah.
Obviously clear on the batting front. He's the man of choice. In comes Haynes again. Ooh.
Kept a little low, didn't it?
He did, and Revis kept it out, watched it well, so that's now coming into play, which every little run lead that you have, every nudge forward, it's got to be a plus. We've seen balls, generally speaking, taking off and carrying really well all day, but now odd ones keeping low. Tom Haynes, he's got a skiddy sort of trajectory, hasn't he?
Yes.
He's only short, as his latest delivery is punched into the covers. Fielded there, there's no run.
We're looking about 10 to 7. We're going to be done.
Yeah.
Crowd have stayed on, and why wouldn't you actually? It's been a good day. If you would have come in after tea, I expect, for nothing, which you can do.
A few Yorkshire people, no doubt. Here's Haynes. And Revis reaching for that one, another one that keeps low. You think Charlie, I think, is itching to go to the bar and get the first couple in for us.
Is he?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Don't want you two misbehaving having a night out in Hove, you know.
Well, you're
We've
in charge tonight.
Well, we've got cricket tomorrow. You know, we want you back on parade.
My life in your hands this evening, I think.
Oh dear.
Haynes to Revis, this time more assured in that defensive push into the offside. So Revis yet to get off the mark. 0 of 13. Tattersall 26 from his 42, 167 for 6. 5 overs remain in the day's play.
I was sort of summing up what had happened, but I'm just watching that low delivery from, and he really had to dig that out, didn't he? Did Matthew Revis. In this innings, Sussex have slowly worked their way through, really. A couple of wickets for Sean Hunt, 2 for Finn Hudson-Prentice, 1 for Tom Haynes, 1 for Ollie Robinson. But as Jonathan was saying, it's one of these games where you just feel virtually every run now is going to be important. Of course, you might find tomorrow it flattens out and becomes a real belter. You never quite know. Sean Hunt is going to come in from the Cromwell Road end. Johnny Tattersall wasn't quite ready. He's in now, bowls, and Tattersall plays to backward point, followed by the very eager Jack Carson, who didn't bowl at all last week in Cardiff, and Sussex missed him bowling his off spin. There was a stage where Colin Ingram, who's a fine player, was getting after the Sussex attack, and they could have just done with Jack Carson, but he had a sore back, which is obviously okay now. He's clapping away at backward point, hasn't bowled yet. 45th over of the innings. It's been seam all day, isn't it? Which is probably why we are quite late. And seam all day and 16 wickets. Hunt is in. Tattersall lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, no run.
Yeah, it does drag things out a bit, doesn't it? The old seam stuff. Not a single over of, not even a token pre-lunch or pre-tea over of spin.
Yeah. In comes Hunt again. Bowls forward comes Tattersall, plays it to backward point. There is no, that had a hint of, I want to be here tomorrow morning, right in behind that. It's just getting a little gloomier actually, a bit more cloud around high level. Can't have the floodlights here at Hove this year. It's a decision that Sussex made pre-season, and it means that once you've made that decision, you can't change it. Right, Jack Carson has now moved from backward point, and Chetishwar Pujara has gone in there. Not sure. In fact, there's 3 men on that offside, very close together. As in comes Hunt, bowls, and caught! Good bit of bowling by Sean Hunt, his 3rd wicket. The very reliable hands of James Coles at 3rd slip. My word, there's been some good catching today. And Tattersall is on his way for 26. Make that 17 wickets in the day. And Yorkshire 167 for 7.
Yep, just again, like most of the wickets that have fallen today, there's only really Adam Lyth who had a proper flash at his when he got caught. Most of those taken in the cordon or behind have just had a gentle push, like they're not quite so confident in what they're producing with the bat. And that was similar, got a thickish outside edge. Those who are watching the pictures maybe seeing that again now, and it was a good catch because he came across in front of second slip to take it. Tattersall hung around for a while for a useful 26 from 46, but hasn't been able to see it through to what would have been, another half century on the board from a Yorkshire player, and that lead would have been somewhere up 50 plus.
Yeah, I've got to do an update, then I'll give the microphone back to Charlie for the last couple of overs. I think they said they were coming to me at 20 to 7. So hopefully we'll have the studio through in a minute. I can't remember the last time I was at a day's cricket seeing 17 wickets in the day. But, there's been some very good slip catching. In fact, when you look here, I'm just looking down this card now. Joe Root was LBW. Apart from that, James Walton was LBW. So 5 of the wickets have been caught in the slip cordon, and I think 8, or the keeper, and I think 8 in the Sussex team. So 13 wickets have been to catches caught behind the wicket. So having said Tattersall was paying for the close, in comes Hunt, bowls to Jordan Thompson, who drives sweetly through the covers. Well, he's probably been sitting up there. Jordan Thompson, number 9, thinks, what's the matter with this wicket? Over pitch, 4 runs. Nice looking shot. Dangerous player is Jordan Thompson. He can score runs very quickly. 171 for 7, a lead of 21. Nicely played.
Yep, he certainly can score on quickly if you put it up in his half.
Yeah. Hunt. I'm getting notification. Is the light? They're saying the line's got down. Great. Hang on. I bet they did that in the studio. I bet that's what it was. I bet. Well, it's gone down because they've made it go down. Well, yes, someone must have seized the line or done something because it's been fine all day. Well, not very long because someone would have let us know. Wonderful. Okay. Cheers.
Haynes into Revis, who pushes that one out into the offside, and there is no run.
Sorry about that, Georgie. We just you keep going. I think that we're doing an update. Yes, indeed. 17 wickets so far in the day, and they could still be more because we've still got another 3 overs and 5 balls to be bowled this evening. Yorkshire 171 for 7. It means they lead by 21. Sussex bowled out for 150 this morning, having been put in by Yorkshire. 4 wickets for George Hill. James Cole's top scoring for Sussex with 38. Then Sussex fighting back. 3 wickets for Sean Hunt, who's making his first appearance of the season, and 2 for Finn Hudson-Prentice. A masterclass of an innings from Joe Root. He made 67. Everyone else has struggled on this pitch, but Joe Root had to battle away, but it was a class knock until Tom Haynes pinned him LBW. So 3 overs to go after this one, and the lead is 21 as far as Yorkshire are concerned. Meanwhile, have a look at what's been happening at the Oval, because you say wickets tumbling plenty there as well today. And I'll come back to that in a moment. Some other news here from Hove is that Jofra Archer was playing for Sussex Seconds today over in Beckenham. We understand he bowled 6 overs. You can see that on the BBC website. He picked up a wicket as well, and now he will head off to join England to play in the T20s, which are coming up against Pakistan over the next week or two. So good luck to Jofra Archer. They finished for the day at the Oval. Surrey bowled out for 213. 84 there for Dan Lawrence, but in reply, Worcestershire in all sorts of trouble. They're 112 for 7. 3 wickets there for Dan Worrell, 2 for Kemar Roach. So 17 wickets here at Hove, Tim, and 17 wickets at the Oval as well. Sorry about that, Doige.
No problem.
Haynes runs away from us. In and bowls, and that kept it a little low again, and Revis keeps it out, plays it to mid-wicket. There is no run. So 3 overs left in the day, 171 for 7. To see you through those final 3 overs will be Jonathan and Charlie Reynolds.
Yeah, so the job for this Yorkshire pair with the bat, clearly, just to see out these final 18 deliveries without any further loss, pick up a few if they can. But be there tomorrow morning, I'm sure they're both saying to each other out there in the middle. Jordan Thompson, he's going to take strike.
Not one to hang around though, is he, Thompson?
Left-hander to face left armour here. Sean Hunt going down the incline from the Cromwell Road end. And over the wicket to Jordan, who leaves this first one outside off stump. Well, if he does hang around in the genuine sense of that expression, then you would think runs will tick along pretty quickly. But just for this period, well, we'll see how he goes. His natural inclination would not be to watch the ball go past that often. He likes to play shots. Here's Hunt bowling to him, and he's squared up there, Jordan Thompson, but he's got over the top of it. That was the important factor, And he's dabbed it away through third man for 4 useful runs. So he's on to 8 from 4 deliveries, 175 for 7, 25 run lead. Yeah, I know it's not massive, but it's still something. And they have at least got that in the plus column, having taken the decision to bowl first here. Just a change in the field slightly, as Gully is being sent out to third man, Danny Lamb. Here comes Hunt again, wide of off stump, and Thompson shoulders arms.
Where will the Yorkshire dressing room be feeling, having decided to put Sussex in, and now having got that 25-run lead? Do you think they'll be? Well, what do you think? How do you think they'll be feeling?
That'll be interesting to find out from George Hill if we get to speak to him. But you would think they'll still be chipper because they are in front in the match. Ooh, good delivery from Hunt. Has the beating of Jordan Thompson, who gives it a nod as he walks away towards square leg. Just goes through the shot once again. In comes Hunt once more. Thompson this time pushing forward to a good length ball. Out into the offside, no run. Everything seems to have now gone fairly calm. It's about as dark as it's been all day overhead. The gulls have stopped squawking. The crowd's diminished in number.
The pigeons all left.
Yeah, and even the hospitality beneficiaries down to our right have probably disappeared off to some other bar, because it's the squawking on their part has stopped as well. Full length delivery dug out by Thompson to complete that over, so he did the job. He got 4 and saw the rest of the over through. 175 for 7 with 12 balls remaining in the day.
Well, Revis is putting together a mammoth duck so far. He's yet to score from 19 balls, but he won't mind. He'll want to see this through safely to the close. If he's there tomorrow morning, Yorkshire will be very delighted, and so will he. Just the 2 overs remaining in the day. It is going to be Tom Haynes to continue from the C end, having picked up the wicket of Joe Root. I'm not surprised he's still on. He'll be remembering that one for some time as he comes in now to Revis, who's forward solidly in defence, and there's no run. Just the couple of slips in for Haynes, with the keeper Simpson standing up, which has been a sensible plan after Joe Root repeatedly advanced down the pitch, and that tactic was passed on to some of the other Yorkshire batters as Revis tries to carve that one away into the offside, but it can't beat the man at backward point, and there's no run, so he's still yet to score from 21 deliveries faced. Just the 1.4 overs remaining in the day as this exciting day winds down. We've had 17 wickets. Will we get an 18th? As Haynes comes in now, and that's driven smartly by Revis, but again it's straight to a fielder. This time Pujara at mid-off, and there's no run, so Revis's search for that first run continues. Haynes receives the ball back at the top of his mark. He bustles in again past the umpire balls, and Revis again drives smartly, but again can't beat the infield. That one's again fielded by Pujara, who just rubs the ball on the bottom of his shirt before inspecting it and handing it over to Tom Haynes. So the pair share a word or two. Haynes polishes it some more. He asks Simpson for a slight change in the field, and he's going to get one as a man comes in short, at a short cover on the offside, and the man at more conventional cover moves a little squarer. It's a bit of late in the day tinkering from Sussex as Haynes comes in now, bowls, and that one's pushed resolutely down the pitch by Revis in defence, and there's no run. So 1 over and 1 ball left in the day.
It's the sort of thing you never get in a game of football, is it? You know, game of football, back end of the match, everyone just blocks up at the back, don't want to concede what they've already got, apart from if they're pushing on, I guess, because they're behind in the game.
As Haynes comes in now, bowls, that one's carved into the offside by Revis, but again he can't beat the fielder who scrambles around a little desperately on the ground, but there's no single run in the end, so that keeps the score at 175 for 7, a maiden from Haynes. Revis still yet to score from the 25 balls he's faced, and Thompson at the other end positively motoring with 8 from 8 balls. And commentate on the last over of the day is Jonathan Deutsch.
Yeah, it's going to be Hunt to continue, and Jordan Thompson on strike. They've still got the 3 slips in place. That scoreboard away to our left, the Frank Simmons scoreboard, is the graphic on it just standing out a little bit more now in the descending gloom, Friday evening gloom, as Thompson turns the first ball of the over to Hudson Prentice at mid-wicket.
Are we sure the score? It's not a Hudson Prentice situation. He's not called Frank Simmons scoreboard, is he? Double-barreled. Be useful.
Yeah.
In a cricketing sense.
Hunt then places his feet carefully, and he comes left arm over the wicket. Jordan Thompson's just going to run this one down to third man, get off strike. Possibly hoping that he's off strike until tomorrow.
It was a smart move in the last over of the day, just dabbing one down and getting yourself up to the non-striker's end.
Punch of gloves between the pair of them, 44 and 77. Matthew Revis sporting the latter, the taller of the two, just checks his guard with umpire David Milnes as Sean Hunt switches to bowl left arm round the wicket here to the right-hander, angled in. He does have a push at that one, which might just have held its line on its way through to the gloves of John Simpson. Hard to tell from this angle, but he certainly played at it. 3 balls remaining. Yorkshire with a 26-run lead, which on a day when 17 wickets have so far fallen feels like a precious one. Jack Carson has just been moved into 4th slip. Pujara moved round. Not Pujara, I should say Hudson Prentice has moved round. And Revis gets solidly behind this delivery. Turns it into the leg side. No run.
Got to get another man in close. I think the fewer balls remaining in the day, the more men round the back you should have. So we've got 2 left, so maybe bring in a short leg, and then for the last ball you can bring in a silly mid-off. Nothing to lose.
Ollie Robinson has just switched here. Fielders at mid-off and mid-on have switched. Interesting, as in comes Hunt, but it's too wide of off-stump to interest Revis, so he's got 1 ball more to take a wicket here. Sean Hunt take a 4th wicket of the match, or 1 ball to safely negotiate for Matthew Revis, who's leaning on his bat nonchalantly at the striking end with his back to us at this moment in time. Still a hardy couple of 100 souls in the ground. Majority have left. Final ball of day 1 then. Hunt to Revis, pushes at this one, but it's through to Simpson and he survives it. And so 176 for 7 at the end of the opening day at precisely 18:56 hours as they leave the field of play. Revis 29 deliveries without managing to get his name off the mark.